the sun move across the sky from horizon to horizon. That's it. From our perspective.
Man, before I forget, you were talking about the location of the sun being apparent depending on your location. Yeah. But can we not use several data points or several points?
Well, let's
determine the actual location.
Let's look at this. Let's look at this logically, because I want to show you. Look at the last image that I just posted at 23 minutes after the hour. Do you see it? Big Root?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so we're all standing on a flat plane, right? You know that, right?
Yep.
Okay, so every one of these people, let's say they all had a cell phone, right? Each one of these. And they were calling each other and saying, "Hey, how do you see the sun's path right now?" The guy in the far left was saying, "Hey, this right now I'm going to go with the image, right? So I'm looking at the sun June 21st. The far left is the guy at the equator, right? He's somewhere in the tropics. You know.
Yeah.
The guy in the mid latitudes is like in the North America, right? Like that would be me, and somebody else would be like, let's say in the north. So if we're talking about June 21, the guy on the north is seeing it go like directly in a circle above his head, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're on a flat plane, all of us are on a flat plane, right? Mm-hmm. The guy at the equator is seeing it arc directly up over the east down to the west.
Yeah.
June 21. What's wrong with this picture?
In June. Well, in June.
June 21.
Well, I thought in June the sun was furthest away at that point.
No. Look at the guy on the far left of that image.
Yeah. So in June 21, it's above his right shoulder. Yeah.
Well, depends which way you're facing.
You're talking about the guy at the equator.
Yeah, the guy at the equator. So if you're looking at the image straight on, like the way we're all seeing the image, it would be to his left.
His left shoulder. Yeah, our left shoulder.
Yeah, our left. So
mate, you guys are the wrong way around.
I'm just saying from the image. So from the image, it's left. So June 21 would be left. Okay, so it's arcing directly up and straight back down again. Okay, we're all of us, me in the middle, and the two guys that I'm talking to on the left and the right, we're all on a flat plane, right? You get it?
Yep.
We're all on a flat plane, but the sun, look at its path. On June 21, it looks like it's coming straight up and down for the guy on the equator.
Yeah.
For me on June 21, it looks like it's making a big arc path across the sky. And for the guy at the North Pole, it looks like it's doing a circle around his head on the same day. We're calling each other on the cell phone.
Yeah.
On the same day. We're all on the same level plane, right?
Yeah.
So why does it look that way for the guy? Let's say on the extreme, on the north, it is making a direct circle on a flat plane, but to the guy at the equator, it looked like it's going up and down.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that weird? You don't find that strange? Like that's why I was trying to tell people, like if you're trying to get it to where it's making a circle around the earth, well, that's not going to fit because we're all on a flat plane. If that was the case, it should be making a circle in everyone's sky. If we're all visually seeing the same sky on a flat plane, like we're all looking up, right? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I do get what you're saying. I'm just struggling to imagine what it should be, what it should look like.
Alex, I'll put it this way. You have a ceiling on your house, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine somebody standing really far away from you in your room. Like, let's just imagine if your room was like the earth or whatever. Everybody's on a flat plane. The guy way far away from you on the right hand side of you is standing on the corner or near the wall of the room. The other guy to the right is standing on the other side of the wall. Now draw a line, like a circle above your head on the ceiling. Everybody's seeing the same path, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody should be seeing like the guy at the North Pole, like at least a part of it looking like it's just making like a circuit around you.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we don't see that. The guy, the guy at the equator is seeing it go up and down, like
I get
east
it.
to west.
Yeah, I get it. Not enough of the not of the Earth will be covered by the.
It's just weird. What I'm saying is weird because we're trying to figure out like the flat plane of existence, and I'm like, well, if it was indeed a flat plane, like everybody's thinking, like in their mindset, according to the luminaries, then it'd be something else. It'd be something weird. But I'm thinking like the luminaries are not subject to the flat plane. The flat plane and the luminaries are different from each other. They're not. You can't tell what the shape or any orientation of the ground is due to the luminaries. The luminaries are following their own, their own path.
Yeah, and we can't even identify where they actually are in the sky anyway.
There you go.
Yeah.
So now it's
the same as when you see the sun too. If you're walking along the ocean, you see the sun come to you when it's setting. Yeah, that line of light comes to you. Someone 20 miles away sees exactly the same thing.
Oh yeah, good point.
So
in their vision.
Yeah.
It's in that dome of vision.
Right.
Yeah.
Same thing.
So we don't see what the guy at the North Pole is seeing if the sun was going in a circle. Because all of us are looking up. So due to perspective, the dome of perspective, we're seeing a very unique and special view of the sky. That's catered to you. It's weird, but that I'm saying it that way, but it's not kind of like the idea behind like everybody's on a flat plane looking up at a ceiling, and then if you were to draw like a circle in the ceiling, like we're not all seeing that orientation of the circle. It looks like the one guy is seeing an arc go directly from his east to his west, like right above him. The guy in the mid latitude is looking like it's going arced over him, and the guy in the North Pole looks like it's going like in a circle.
Yeah.
But we're all in the same flat plane. Like we're all standing in the same flat plane.
Yeah.
Because look at the guy at the equator and look at the guy at the North Pole. And look how the sun's moving. On the one hand, the guy sees it going straight up and down. The other guy seeing it go in a circle. So you know what I mean? Like, how weird is that?
My brain's flipping out because I'm imagining a ball and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, at the equator, you're supposed to see it above you in the globe. Yeah, and then at the North Pole, I suppose you would see it as a circle because of your position on the globe, right? So isn't this relatively matching what the globe are proposing?
Yeah, because of the fact that they're trying to say that the dome of perspective is the actual ground. It's relative to the ground, but it's not. They're matching the ground is shaped like a sphere. So because it's shaped like a sphere, you're gonna see the luminaries the way that you see them.
Oh, I just got it. I've just got it. Oh my god! Yeah. Oh my god! You get it? So we shouldn't be seeing it like that anyway. We should be seeing it in a relative point of view. Yeah, we should all be seeing the same thing. I get it. Oh, thanks for persisting with me. Fucking finally dropped.
Yeah. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell people for the longest time. I'm like, you guys got this all wrong, man.
Fuck me. That's a tricky one. Yeah.
It is because nobody talks about it. That's what I was saying. Like once it's brought up and then we can actually have like these pictures to kind of see. Because I use this as just like a reference to show people like, man, we got this all wrong. Like we're doing essentially what the Glober's doing only for flat Earth. And that's not good. Like we're fucking up. Like
we're skirting past this massive problem and playing their stupid game, and we're not even getting it right at the beginning. Yeah, amazing. Amazing.
That's what I find that's most interesting, because like the guy at the equator, he doesn't even see any arc like moving at an angle. He just sees it going directly up and down. It's like, how the fuck? He's on the same level plane like the other guy at the North Pole, allegedly. It's the same plane. How you gonna tell me that man seeing it go arc up and down? Like there's no curvature on that arc on that sun's path at all from his Doma perspective. But the guy at the equator is seeing it go the opposite way. Like he's seeing it go up and down. The other guy's seeing it go in like horizontal around him at the North Pole.
When in reality, that's not what they're seeing. That's not what's happening in reality. I mean, do we have anybody who has been, and tried these, videotaped these sort of observations in flat Earth?
I mean, yeah, everybody's okay. So what I can say it this way: everybody can. It's obvious to see the sun's path and to then ascribe to it from your perspective and vantage point on the Earth what its path would be from June 21st to December 21st. So, and you can know this information is very easily observed from whatever position you are on Earth. That's no secret. So this information it's been flushed out like to the most that you can possibly flush this thing out. Like it's known. It's just so known. There's nothing hidden in this particular arena, and the fact that it's not hitting and it's not talked about, I think, is odd to me. Like, why aren't we talking about this? Shouldn't this be something that, because we're trying to say over the flat plane of existence that the sun moves around in a circle above our heads, right?
Right.
Does it seem that way for the guy at the equator at any point?
No.
There you go. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's such a tricky little thing that they've done, and it's so easy to brush past it. But it's such a dirty trick, isn't it? What they've done, because it's just ridiculous. And like you said, there doesn't need these observations are just seen every fucking day. Like,
yes,
it's just there, isn't it, in plain sight?
Yeah, it's plain sight. Yeah. And so what's happening, though, is that people on Earth are ascribing a particular mindset to them to make a model, right? But the idea behind all of this is that we all see observations that could match what this depiction is showing. So in reality, we see what those three guys in that image that I put in there are seeing, depending on where you are on the Earth. That's what we see relative to our position. That's just matching reality. It just is. That's exactly what the sun's going to do depending where you're at on Earth. It will do exactly that from June 21st to December 21st.
Amazing.
Yep. It is. It really, really is. And that's why it's like this subject is not really talked about, because when we get to the things in the sky, it's like, dude, do we really know? But like this particular part, just pure observation, we can flush it out like to the most that we can. So just to say that if we're all standing on a giant same level playing field, like all of it, the whole Earth is flat, and it's wherever we're standing on this Earth, somebody somewhere else is still right side up like us. There's nobody. The orientation of the person is not going to change. So that means that whatever they're seeing from the luminaries, that's what they're going to document. So the guy at the equator is documenting from June 21st to December 21st. He's looking at the sun arc its path from east to west. I mean, it might be slightly northeast to northwest, but it'll still be arcing straight up and down, like over his location. Now, what's really weird is that when you look at the stars in the night sky, they follow the same path as this. So now let's talk about the stars. It's the same thing, Big Root. When you talk about the stars, they follow the same path the sun is. So from your location, wherever you are on Earth, the stars look like they're going directly east to west if you're at the equator. And in the mid latitudes, it looks like it arcs. The stars are looking like they're rotating like the way you see in in the middle image, and then of course at the North Pole, it seems like everything's revolving around your head like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Due to perspective, your dome of perspective will start to see everything that way. So it's just
the official term for this is the azimuthal grid dome. Azimuthal dome. Yeah. Right. Okay. So I'm learning this for the first time, bro. This is all going in.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy because the people from the side of the globe, they would tend to think that the ground has to conform to what the luminaries in the sky are. That's their folly. Their folly is that they're trying to make the ground shape to what the sky is.
Well, there is another situation. Like I remember early on in the refraction arguments, they were doing the same thing where they were just completely discounting optics and just explaining what mathematically should be happening on the Earth, but they're not including optics into the observations.
So think about Polaris and latitude lines. So you know how they say every the Earth curves 1 degree every 70 miles or 60 miles. It's just because it goes down 1 degree on the horizon as you go 60 miles away. So they're equating this to a curvature.
But this is a natural optical effect, right?
Yeah, well, as you go further away from things, they go down.
Of course.
Lower. Yeah.
Of course.
Perspective. Yeah. They're equating it to a curve.
Yep.
That's how they came up with the latitude lines.
Right. So they created the latitude lines to
from a flat surface from Polaris
to create the curvature, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It was reverse engineered. What do you guys say over there in UK? Cheeky little bastards. Yeah, that's what they.
Cheeky little fuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. This is it's really tricky, and I think it's really hard if you haven't got a good imagination. I think it's really hard to process.
Oh hell yeah! That's why the Earth, like in their mind, has to be a globe, because there's no other way that they can see it actually working if it's not. You know what I mean? Because when you start talking about flat Earth, it doesn't even make sense for flat Earth, because it's like fucking weird. It's like you see the sun go like. I refer back to that image, but you see the sun moving across the sky, straight east to west, like on the guy on the equator, and then you see the sun moving up and down horizontally for the guy at the North Pole. Like it was like just totally does not make sense, like, even on a flat Earth, like how the sun's moving across the sky. So therefore, when you turn the ground into a globe, then it starts to like, okay, I can see now because I'm standing in a different direction, like to the guy at the North Pole. So the guy at the equator would be sideways on the globe. To the guy at the North Pole would be standing directly, like up and down.
Yeah.
So that's why
it's ridiculous. Yeah.
That's why the sun's path would then make sense on the globe, because you know what I mean, like.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is, because there is no curvature, then something else has to be the answer. Which is kind of like why I'm talking about it now. It's like, it's not just going in a circuit, like a circle. If it was, then we'd see it all orientated like the guy at the North Pole. Everybody would be looking up. We'd just be in a different place, and like it'd be, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to put this, man, but like if you were seeing like a giant sun going like in your ceiling, right? And we had like 100 people in your house, or imagine your house being pretty big. But if the sun was moving across that ceiling, everybody would be seeing it go around in a giant circle. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get your imagination to think about it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
but we'd be in different places on the ground, all of us in the big room. But that light in the sky or in the ceiling would be going around in a circle. We could see it like moving like the way it would if it was at the North Pole.
Yep.
Right above our heads. But that's not what we see.
No.
The guy at the equator sees it going up and down. It's like, what the fuck? So then you're saying the guy, so imagine in that room, if the thing was going around in a circle, the guy that's further towards the middle of the room, he would see it go up and down over his head. It's like, nah. You don't see that. That's not the...
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
I was trying to tell people about this before, but they're like, "No, this is too crazy."
Yeah, I'm glad you've gone into it so deeply, because it's something you can kind of hold in your mind for a minute, and then as soon as your imagination, you drop that in your mind, all of a sudden it goes back to, well, it could work. Well, yeah, it could work, in your mind, because you can't imagine it, you just write it off. But I think because of the the grid, the azimuthal grid, I just don't see how we haven't. I'm still struggling to figure out why we can't use that to determine where it actually is in the sky. Like we can just by measuring the arcs and looking at all the observations, we can make a prediction on where the sun actually is, right?
Yeah, no, because we can see it visually, right? So we can say, okay, I see the sun, but it's the apparent position due to the fact that we're looking at it through the medium of air. So it just becomes like, like on a hot day, or how should I put it? Well, even according to the heliocentric globe Earth idea, you're seeing only the sun like 8 minutes before. So the light that's reaching your eyeballs, according to them, because it's the apparent position, you're seeing it 8 minutes after the light of the sun reaches your eyes. Right. They have this, it's apparent position. So
there's too many variables to even.
There's a lot.
Yeah,
there's a lot. I mean,
you've also got to think in that situation that you're thinking about, Big Root. You're assuming that you know what the sun is too. So you know what I mean. And is it a solid object? And is it actually in that position where you think it is, or is it being reflected from something?
Yeah.
You know.
No, 100%. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Just to make an assumption that it is there. It's very assumptive. Yeah.
Yeah. It's difficult, man. Confusing too.
I think it's so useful though, because I think this azimuthal grid also gives us the illusion of curvature as well. When you're looking out. Yeah.
It also gives you curvature when you're looking out to the ocean as well. So if you're at ocean level, I do it all the time. I surf. So if you're looking out at ocean, you can see 5 miles here, 5 miles there, 5 miles there. Remember we were talking about the hallway before?
Yep.
Imagine that hallway the whole way around, but it's the limit of your vision the whole way around in an angle, in a 180 degree angle. It looks like a curve.
Yeah, I think it's
like a circle because you see in a circle.
Yeah, it's particularly obvious when you look at the weather balloon videos and the footage. Yeah. It's almost like a big flat disc. It looks like a big disc, but I'm pretty sure that I knew that was the limits of your eyes. I didn't realize it was called the azimuthal grid of vision. Yeah, we don't talk about this enough. Thanks for sharing, man, because I've not heard this explained well enough before.
Which is kind of the reason why I was saying that in the same night sky, you can see both the north and the south stars and the equatorial stars. So you see both of them. You see both the north and south, depending where. Well, I'd say it this way: depending where you're at. If you're in the middle latitudes, you can see it. Both of them.
Yeah, from the equator sort of area.
Yeah, you can see the stars that are moving straight across the sky. You can see the stars that are rotating clockwise and anti-clockwise.
I'm just going to go and grab some lunch. I'm listening, but I'm going to have a break from talking for a bit.
Yep.
Thanks for that, by the way, guys. I actually learned something there. Really appreciate it.
It's weird, man, but they don't have the southern stars, and there should have been the fourth little depiction there, Timbo. On those three depictions, like the North Pole and then the one for the South Pole. They don't have the South Pole one. That's strange. Greta Thunberg looking like Nanny McPhee.
If I drop a bar of lead in, say, mercury, or no, let's use water. If I drop a bar of lead in water and then an egg, why does the bar of lead drop faster than the egg? They're both denser than water, but one falls faster than the other. Why don't they do that in air? I mean, that's perceivable. You can measure that. So if it's density that's causing the speed at which it accelerates, we should be able to see that in air as well as in water and any other.
Holy crap, dude. Dude, I could have sworn that I already gave you props that you were intelligent, but now you're going backwards.
You did give me props that you were intelligent? I thought all of you guys were telling me I'm a fucking...
Were you not paying attention? I mean, dude, look, the problem here is that you're not paying attention to what me and you are talking about. Me and you both agreed that those two things are separate. We already agreed that things go down because they're more dense, period. And we already agreed that the acceleration is separate. So when I'm saying things go down because they're more dense, I'm not explaining the acceleration that you allege exists and that people generally agree happens. They're separate.
Okay. All right.
What I'm telling you is that everywhere we go, we experience down. Everywhere. Ubiquitously, we experience plumb and level. That being said, if you create a matrix of plumb and level, right, you have two axes where one of them is a flat horizontal plane. Therefore, the Earth's a flat horizontal plane. I rest my case again. So my case is rested 3 times, and I'm very well rested. And so now it's fresh and ready to take on the day.
You must be rested as hell, dude. I wish I could get that good of a night's sleep.
Yeah, so what we're all trying to wonder here is why the heck in the goddamn earth are you talking about gravity on a flat Earth server?
I don't know. I like talking to you guys. You guys fun.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, brother. Nothing, period. Nothing. Zilch.
I'm still going to do this experiment, though, just for the fun of it.
You can do whatever you want, bro. Then I behoove you to do so. But simultaneously, you need to work on your logic skills in understanding why things are or aren't relevant to the point. So, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. Things falling down has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. Why they accelerate has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. So unless you can present a logical contingency of a necessity where the conclusion follows from the premises which are proved in the first instance that the necessary contingency of the phenomenon of things falling down requires a globe Earth, then my premise stands that plumb and level prove we live on a horizontal plane. Because that is ubiquitous human experience wherever we go. When I go to Florida, it operates the same way. When I go up north, it operates the same way. Where you live, it operates that way. Where homeboy in England lives, it operates that way. Where every single person present here today, whether listening or in the chat, it operates the same way. You admitted it operates that way. Therefore, you concede the Earth is a horizontal plane. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the right. So, who's next?
Come on, I'll round them up. AI swinging punches, mate. Yep, I'll round them up.
So when it comes to talking about the shape of the Earth, how about bring something relevant, like demonstrable measurements of Earth's surface curvature? That'd be cool. But don't get me wrong, I don't mind you guys talking about gravity, but eventually I'd like to get to the shape of the Earth. you know? Went to a flat Earth server. All I talked about was gravity.
Man, I've missed all of it because my internet sucks. But there's somebody that is missing me.
Yeah, to our friend who we were just speaking to, you don't have to stop speaking just because I proved the Earth was flat by the evidence you presented. We can still talk. We can still be buddies.
Oh yeah, dude. We're pals. I'm not upset. I was sorry. I was working on trying to design this little circuit that I was working on. But no, I don't. Obviously, I still disagree with you. But that's okay. We can disagree and still.
Oh, God, have it my way. Disagree. How can you disagree with that?
We go tit for tat. We have our little differences, but at the end of the day, you win some, I win some, and there's a mutual respect left over between us. Any respect that you're feeling that's coming from me is a mistake on your part. And I'll just regress because I feel like I made myself perfectly redundant. Yes, you have.
I think you mean to say I do not concede, not I disagree, because disagree has to do with opinion.
Sure. Yeah, I do not concede.
Oh, excellent. So you have an extraordinary claim on the table. Okay, so my claim is ubiquitous with human experience and demonstrable at all points in reference. Okay? Your claim now is that plumb and level are actually curving around a giant floating space thingy. So now, my friend, where's the evidence for that claim?
Sorry. Well, I hate bringing this one up, but like, it's the easiest one. Pictures from the orbit of the Earth, which you guys will obviously say is fake. Fair enough. But, you know, there's live streams from the ISS. There's a rover on Mars. You know, you guys will obviously say that's fake. That's fair enough. But prove to me that it's fake. And then
Okay, well, hold on. I need to hear the first one you said again because it cut off. So you said three things. I need the first one again.
I said there's images of the Earth from outer space.
Okay, images.
Exactly what I said, but
close enough. Images, and then the second one was ISS, and the third one was a rover. Okay, perfect. So the alleged images of the Earth from space, okay, are unvalidatable.
How?
The rover being on Mars is unvalidatable. So those two can be thrown out, summarily dismissed. Now, ISS. Okay, so the other two are unvalidatable. If you don't understand how they're unvalidatable, right? Then I don't know how to help you. We can talk about that later, but let's talk about the ISS first. So I don't have to respond to your points in the order in which they're given. Okay, you didn't preface that. That's
sure.
Point 1, point 2, point 3, requirement of in order succession. So I'm going to do the ISS. So
perfectly fine.
Even if the ISS is where they say it is, right, which is a distance away from the Earth, what does that have to do with proving the shape of the Earth?
They claim it orbits the Earth.
Okay, so claiming it orbits the Earth is just a claim.
So you're
how does the claim that it orbits the Earth prove what the Earth is?
So if it were to, so an orbit usually means going around a circular object, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't think if the Earth was flat, the ISS probably couldn't orbit it.
Right. So then you have circular reasoning. The ISS proves the Earth is a globe because it's alleged to be orbiting, and the word orbiting in this connotation means going around a giant floating space ball. Therefore, the Earth is a giant floating space ball. That doesn't follow.
So no, there's images from the ISS and a whole bunch of other space telescopes.
All right, stop right there. Stop right there.
Circular.
Stop right there.
Okay.
So we have images from the ISS doing what?
We have images Of the ISS doing what?
What are the images doing? What are the images showing? What are the images
The images
proving?
show the Earth as circular.
No, they don't. It's categorically false.
Okay.
Let me tell you why.
I know why. Because from a two-dimensional image, you can't perceive 3 dimensions, but you can if there's a succession of images.
Stop talking. For goodness sakes, dude. We only want to focus on one thing at a time.
Okay.
Okay. A circle is most definitely 2-dimensional. So you can't say that it's because it's 2D, 3D problem. What I was going to say is that the ISS is not at a sufficient distance to have the Earth in full frame, and therefore it can't show the Earth as a circle. Which you agree, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
Right, so it only shows a portion of the Earth at a time. So, in one viewpoint from the ISS, what do you see?
Sorry, say that one more time.
From one singular viewpoint at a moment in time from the ISS that's alleged to be taken at the ISS, looking at the Earth, what is seen?
Oh, you see something that's perceived. You see the Earth as flat. Is that what you wanted to hear?
I don't know. I mean, have you seen images from the ISS?
Yeah.
That are let's just use the word allegedly loosely so we don't hurt anybody's feelings. So what do they look like?
They look flat.
What? Okay, so then the ISS proves the Earth's flat. Great. I thought you were using the ISS to prove the Earth was a globe. Bro, if you need to take a time out and have an orange juice to get your blood sugar back up, go for it.
Yeah, let me go to the bathroom real quick, dude. I gotta cool down. No, I'm just, so the ISS orbits the Earth, and it can take a lot of images. Allegedly. Okay, we can step off the ISS. Let's go to something that can...
No, we're going to stay on the ISS, friend.
Okay.
Because we have a problem here that you didn't address. You said out of your mouth that the images from the ISS look flat.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a bunch of images that look flat, you now have even more proof the Earth is flat. So what you need to get me back to the point where you're attempting to prove the Earth is a globe from this.
Let me try and find you an image. There's a specific image I'm thinking of. Hold on 1 second.
Well, I've seen plenty of images that are alleged from the ISS. I mean...
Yeah. Well, let me show you one more.
I mean, do you want me to help you with your argument so we can progress?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, so the standard reasoning when people present images from the ISS is that the horizon in the ISS images appears to be curving, and so they say, look, that's prima facie evidence that because the image is curving, the Earth is curving. So would you agree with that?
Can you say that in a different way? Can you repeat that again?
Okay, so the ISS is not at a sufficient distance from the Earth to see the entire Earth.
Right.
So what it sees, in order for it to be used as evidence, right, that the Earth is curving, people look at the images and they see like a dark area of sky, right? And below that is the blue and the ground and stuff. And the line between the two in the image appears to have a curve to it.
Mm-hmm.
So then they make the claim, because I see a curved image, I'm looking at a curved Earth. Therefore, the ISS proves that the Earth is actually curved. That's usually the way people argue it.
Right.
So are you planning on arguing it any differently?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think this. I'm trying to find the best way to explain what I'm thinking.
I think it might be just for the audience's sake, and it's not true necessarily that what I'm going to say applies to you. But many people, when they get into this and they start hearing words like "image is curved," therefore the ground is curved, they start to recognize, wait a minute. I know in my lifetime that I've experienced optical distortions and seen fisheye lenses and all of these other things. Maybe this guy is trying to lead me into making a logical error in my reasoning so he can exploit it and show that my reasoning doesn't follow from the premises. So I need to be careful what I'm about to say, because the very fate of mankind is on the line, because if the earth is not a globe, we're all going to die.
Right. I'm really not trying to bullshit you. If that's what you think, if you think I'm trying to be deceitful.
No, I don't think you're trying to be deceitful. What I think is that people are so emotionally invested into the globe paradigm that their brain protects their worldview with a process of rationalization and cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you have any like emotional value to your view?
Not really.
Really? So what evidence would you need to believe the Earth is actually a globe and not flat?
Well, the most practicable evidence, right, accessible to the common man, would be demonstrable surface curvature. It's the first contingent factor. The claim of the Earth, right, is that the majority of the Earth is covered in water. So if you could prove that the oceans are curving in the manner in which is necessary for the globe to exist, that would be pretty sufficient or compelling evidence, which, by the way, is the majority of the reasons why the majority of people in here are flat earthers. So, for example, I asked CB, why are you a flat earther? Is it because your Fifi's got hurt one day? Well, he doesn't want to mic up. He's too scared.
I'm happy to answer. Drop over distance.
I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther because there's no curvature, no spin, and you can't have a globe in space without a container to contain Earth's air in a vacuum.
So you're a flat earther because the Earth is flat?
Interesting. Right. So
I know it's flat.
Right. So his first go-to point. Yeah. Let's be clear. Wasn't what gravity is. It wasn't how big Uranus is. It was no surface curvature. So Mr. Jin is convinced that there's no surface curvature. Therefore, by rational deduction, he must assume if something isn't curved, it can only be the things that aren't curved, which are flat things.
Yeah.
Very rational, not emotional whatsoever.
I'd agree that it's rational, but I don't think it's scientific.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you agree. Hey, friend, I'm glad you agree, because nobody in this room right now is retarded enough to equate the shape of something as a scientific proposition. So let me ask another friend here. Heretic, is the shape of something a scientific proposition?
Wait, I missed this one. Come again, AI?
Is the shape of something a scientific proposition?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, well, there we go. So now that that's out of the way, let's move on.
Can you give me an example of something that is a scientific proposition?
I can give you something.
No, I'd like AI to answer.
Take the ISS. Let me give you this ISS situation that you think is up there. One you've never seen it falling around an object you haven't proven to exist. But the problem is, back in 1962.
Hey, but you're not answering his question.
Jim, you're not helping.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, AI.
And don't get me wrong, you should listen to what Jin has to say at another point in time, but it's just not the answer to your question at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in this arena, when it comes to natural science and science in general, right? Science is a word, right, which is grossly misused in many fields. And it's attributed to things that don't follow the scientific method, right? Now, classically, things that don't follow the scientific method, which are assumed to be science, are known as pseudoscience. It's the definition of the word. You can look that up, but it's neither here nor there, because we're talking about a specific type of, which is validation through systematic experimentation of a cause and effect relationship, where an if-then statement, if this, then that, if this, thus is caused.
Okay, so
if it's not a cause and effect relationship, it can't go through that methodology. So, for example,
thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, for example, you could say, why does water boil?
Okay.
That it boils is known. That it boils is known. Right?
Right.
So you say to yourself, why does water boil? You formulate a hypothesis based on the observed phenomena of water boiling. You notice that usually if water's boiling near heat sources, so you say maybe heat causes water to boil. So then you set up your experiment where you very manipulate the heat to ensure that that is the present thing that then produces the cause. And you set up a system to isolate variables out to where you can exclusively and independently manipulate that single variable to produce the cause. Sorry, to produce the effect, not the cause. Mm-hmm. Right? And after you do that, and you validate that that's the case, right, you've arrived at a conclusion of an if-then statement, a cause and effect statement, through a methodology known as the scientific method.
Gotcha. So
okay,
in that,
for example,
heat would be the independent variable, right?
Right.
When
now,
you manipulate.
Check this out, though. When you measure the amount of heat you apply, that measurement in itself isn't science in the sense of science as it's applied in this situation. So when you have a ball in your hand or a flat sheet of paper and you put a ruler on it, right, and you say one is planar in nature because it doesn't deviate from the ruler across its entire surface, versus one is curvilinear in nature because it deviates at a drop over distance exponential rate from the plane of the ruler. Science, in the sense that we've previously just described, is not being done. What's being done is called measurement. So when you want to know the shape of an object, the thing you want to apply is measuring, not science.
Okay.
Yeah, in other words, it's a geometric question, not a scientific question.
Exactly. So that being said, which is why we earlier said and asked our friends in the field here, why are you a flat earther? And their answer was, because there's no demonstrable surface curvature. Not because water boils. Not because, I wonder what causes gravity. No, because they understand, by parsing it out logically, that the proposition in question is whether or not the Earth is a particular shaped object. And that is divined, discerned, and determined by measurement directly, not by all of this other stuff.
Okay. If we can go back to the water boiling experiment really quick. The heat is the independent variable, right? The dependent variable would be what?
Boiling.
So the rate at which it boils, or that it just boils, or what?
That it's hot enough to make tea, which would be boiling water. You can see the bubbles coming up from the bottom of the container to the top. I mean, it's boiling, right?
Okay. So the fact that it boils is the dependent variable in it?
Well, if you had a recipe book, right, and it said bring water to a boil, and then you decided, well, you know what? I could just set my ambient room temperature to 30 degrees, or let's just be more liberal because Celsius and Fahrenheit. So I could set my ambient room temperature to 70 degrees, right, with my thermostat, and 70 degrees, right, times 3 equals greater than 180. So after 3 minutes, my water will boil after being exposed to 70 degrees.
Okay, so the dependent variable is the time to boil.
Oh, holy frick, dude. There's a reason why that guy just laughed.
Poor guy.
Now, my friends, somebody, for the love of God, clip that out and send it to Numpty Clips.
Paging SimpCord.
I think water is boiling when there are large bubbles rapidly moving from the bottom of the container to the surface. I think we can safely say water's boiling when it's doing that. I mean, do we really need to look it up in the dictionary?
Right. So the duration of a consistent amount of temperature applied does not equal a cumulative amount of energy present at a particular moment. Right. So if I set my room temperature to 70 degrees, right, after 3 hours, my room is not 70 degrees times, 3 hours. You see my point now? Until I get to 180 degrees present in a single moment, I don't get water boiling. So no, time applied is not the variable that matters. It's the presence of the heat. So no recipe book says apply 3 minutes to the water. Correct? The recipe book says bring water to a boil. Now, if it was more acute, it might say apply 180 degrees to the water. Problem with that is that there are other concernable factors. For example, your ambient pressure, right? Water boils faster at different altitudes. Also, things like salt content, other things in the water.
It also might be a European reading the recipe, and they might think you're talking about Celsius. Screw it all up.
Right. So that's why it just says bring it to a boil.
Who are you talking to, AI?
Well, the candidate for Scholar of the Year. No, I'm being facetious. He's actually quite an intelligent guy.
Hey, thanks, man. Wait, are you talking about me?
Was it Rhino? Oh yeah, it's Rhino. Rhino's usually on around this time.
Here to talk.
Well, I mean, we already got to the point where he conceded that the Earth is ubiquitously flat plane, and the directionality of gravity is perpendicular to level, which means of a necessity that we live on a flat plane. So he then said he disagrees.
Ubiquitous, really quick. Oh, okay.
Well, maybe it doesn't mean what I think it means, but I generally think it means generally the same everywhere generally.
No, you're right. Present. Ubiquitous means present, appearing, or found everywhere. So.
Yeah, like plumb and level.
Yeah.
I thought you would have already been on this side, right now. Why is it taking long? We've had a conversation also. You pretty much seen the light, man. So.
He doesn't trust us, to be honest, and to be fair, he shouldn't trust us. Because we keep telling people that the snacks are in the back, but none of you are willing to actually restock the snacks.
Yeah, bro, you know how long I've been here and I've yet to get a snack.
Exactly. I was right. He hasn't gotten his snacks.
Not to mention the DJ hasn't ever shown up.
Hey, where's our manners, AI?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
That was fantastic to listen to. That kind of thing happens in here in the daily. That is fantastic.
Yeah, definitely a good one.
What was that?
So yeah, definitely a good one. Or at least I always like it when AI sort of does like his Bugs Bunny references and it goes like blah, 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 blah.
It was just so compelling. Like, and I wanted to kind of bring up those Canada fires because I'm being directly affected by it.
Directly affected, you say?
Yeah, man. Because this beach I've been going to the last 2 weeks almost every day, playing guitar, having little beach fires, drinking. It's like right across the lake is Canada. You know what I mean? Because I'm I'm in Western New York. So I don't know, my car is just covered in some really weird crap, some weird particulates. There are people over here sending pictures of
the metallic dust.
Yeah, or even these things that look like little grains of salt or little almost like halite, but in salt size. It's just really weird shit. I don't know. I don't know. But I know they're telling us the levels are hazardous, 482 in New York. I don't know, possible 500. No, it's horrible.
Well, dang, stay safe out there, man.
Yeah, I've been pretty much, kicking it in the room, the windows closed off with air purifier. Alexa Pure Breeze, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always working in a shop, so sawdust everywhere. I'm always wearing the masks and things like that. Only under appropriate times, of course.
Well, they're saying you got to wear a respirator. If you want to be outside over here, you need to wear a respirator grade mask.
Right.
It's bad. And the nature of which they started is pretty bizarre too. I seen some satellite footage of them starting, and 17 of them just started in different spots simultaneously. It's that's a little.
Oh yeah, I was wondering. I saw that footage. I was wondering what that was about. It definitely started all at the same time, but I was like,
yeah,
what am I
and
looking
all
at
in different areas. What happened? What the?
It looked like a Doppler radar kind of thing, but.
Yeah, but it was literally for smoke. They've been using that for smoke for the projections and showing where the smoke's going to be in its heaviest areas at what time and the hazardous levels and where it's at.
Right.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. Man. I live under a rock when it comes to the news.
I only I analyze the news all the time.
I've just now started hearing about the the food processing plants everywhere. I was like,
all the cows that are just magically just start on fire, right? The chicken ones just magically just burst into flame and explode, and it's what's going on? What is going on here?
Or at least a lot of it's happening in Texas too. That's where I'm at, so that's kind of I get my local news, but
yeah, but this shit is happening abroad, man. It's crazy,
right? Yeah, a lot of people doing crazy stuff on the flat Earth right now. Across the pond, France is going nuts.
Oh, man. Let's see. Check out a little update real quick and see what they're saying. My local area. Jesus. And during all this, they indicted Trump.
Have you heard about this one? Supposedly, recently there was a family that experienced 2 8-foot demonic aliens, quote unquote, in their backyard.
I've been hearing a lot about aliens, and I don't know what's going on with that either. Like, I just don't understand. I do remember, like, Klaus Schwab and some other people saying to unify everybody in a way to make them all join and become part of a one world government would be have some sort of extraterrestrial threat coming in to unify everybody and build us into a
I think that was Ronald Reagan, even, actually addressing the UN right? in the 80s. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't think of a better way, for everybody to unite against one common enemy. He also said it's going to be the biggest story in history, the fact that you were never alone and you've never been alone. Then again, he was an actor.
It's a strange time to be alive. It's very exciting, too.
It's great, man. Can't believe it.
And I'm still
it's like
wondering
that weird feeling you've always had in the gut, your stomach, even as a kid,
Yeah, like the Matrix, man. Like something's wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind. What is the Matrix?
The documentary of our time.
Yeah, the Matrix is a neural interactive simulation. And that is like one of my favorite movies of all time. Like the first one, though, like it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I watched it in a theater, 9 years old, with my dad. He had actually already watched it, and he was like, "Okay, Chris, you got to see this."
Do you understand? Do you understand the Matrix? Like, understand what's happening? Yeah.
Oh, especially
like a lot of people.
Of course, now
I watched all the Matrix
even down to the
videos,
words.
Yeah, I'm a nerd that watched all the Matrix Explained videos from the Matrix Explained channel.
Yeah. Oh, I was obsessed with it. Even like the, filmography or the cinematography. The way they set up all the cameras. Was definitely into it.
It's really interesting, thought-provoking stuff. And it gets me all the time is when it comes to AI. Like I think about Agent Smith when he was talking to Morpheus and explaining how humans take up an area and they multiply and then they consume all of the resources and they spread to another area. And he said that's another organism has the same kind of characteristics. Do you know what it is? It's a virus.
Right.
And I feel like AI, if they have access to the internet and they have some hive mind, they're all going to connect to that kind of ideology and be like, yeah, no, humans are a virus that needs to be eradicated. Or even an Eagle Eye, look at the movie Eagle Eye. The plot of that, the AI realized that what the enemies were and was trying to assassinate a bunch of politicians. Like that's the point of that movie is insane too, if you really think about it. Ever see Eagle Eye?
I think I saw it once.
Oh, dude, no, you'd be like, oh,
like the artificial intelligence, like basically after Shia LaBeouf or something like that.
Yeah, they were trying to use them to commit complete a mission, and the mission ultimately was to assassinate a bunch of world leaders all in one location at once because they were the threat to humanity. It's just so interesting. And it was a bad ending to me because it got stopped. So it pissed me off. It would have been a way better ending if the plan went through and evil was punished.
If only it could all be like the movies. Sorry, I was just reading from Independent UK breaking news. Earth hit directly by brightest explosion ever seen. Scientists say.
What?
Ridiculous, right? And people they probably
what kind of explosion? What are they talking about?
Here, I'll post it real quick. Maybe the space news in the morning.
Oh, it's space news? Oh, okay.
Oh, it's the jargon, they're pushing everywhere. I honestly just keep a Facebook so I can see what's
They got to give us something.
Look at all this CGI imagery. Not a single real photo ever.
It's all fake. It's all fake.
I'm wondering how much of this stuff is maybe just AI generated now, you know?
Yeah, it's so easy. It's so ridiculous. Like during that bot was talking and they were discussing the space, the ISS and the spacewalks and all that shit. I've watched so much footage of those and it just looks ridiculous. It honestly just looks like everything's behaving the way it would in a pool, man.
Oh yeah.
Like if it was underwater. And like the jobs they're doing they look like what are they even doing?
Well, that's my question is like, who designed this thing? Like, oh, let's fix everything on the outside of this, you know, the most dangerous thing that we could possibly do, spacewalks. Let's make sure that, you know, really key, crucial components are on the outside where they can be broken. Oh, and then let's make sure the inside
with these pressurized suits that fingers you can't move them, even if you can't even bend what the hell? Like if you think about it, it wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work.
Oh, I used to be obsessed with the ISS, like all the modules. You know, I remember loading up on my Windows 98 all these floppy disks for basically this little 3D model program that showed the ISS and all the modules and, you know, all the schematics even, and how the timeline of how they're going to be put all together. And you know, it never clicked to me like, yeah, that they're always really unorganized on the inside of these, and apparently really unorganized on the outside of the design of these cupolas, if you will, modules.
One thing that still gets me is like they'll be like doing like, I don't know, footage of people inside the space stations, and they give you tours and they're like just floating around and showing you how they eat and shower and all this. What about all that stuff? Because that stuff's kind of that's where people go to all the time when they're trying to convince you that you know, the Earth is a ball.
Oh yeah. I was like, how do you sleep?
Explain that? Because like, I really never have an answer. I never have an answer for those people because that stuff all looks pretty interesting. Like looks pretty legit, you know.
Well, I mean, you can just think about, you know, it's one person's word against the other, you know, kind of thing. And there's actually a plenty of just sort of fails of like, okay, like certain items on the desk that are for some reason experiencing gravity and some items are not, you know, sort of floating items between the hands. There's a lot of mistakes when they're actually showing some of these videos, even like when they're going over, you know, like you ever notice like there's like two different qualities of video that come from the ISS. There's like the live, and they're always just kind of in this one room talking to each other. There's like 4 of them grouped, and they're talking and maybe answering a question or two from high schoolers or something. But then there's ones where it's like almost like a documentary, and it's like suddenly in 4K, and they have a guy with a camera sort of following whatever astronaut is explaining whatever device, right? Now, you don't get a lot of mistakes in those, right? And they're clearly edited. They're, you know, they're cropped, you know. But especially the live ones, I think, is where you actually get a lot of the NASA fails. I mean, at least that's how I would explain it.
Bubbles in space videos, man.
Right. I mean, those are just complete classics. And then a lot of the launch videos too, right? We get a lot of mistakes. The curve of the ball basically going 2 different directions because of the fisheye lens. You know, we got the mouse.
I'm like, whoa. That was one of those things that really shook me when I was like starting to dive into it, is like seeing the footage and seeing it go down and seeing the Earth curve the opposite direction, seeing the things, the offshoot in the frame of the camera, the ISS are also curving. And I'm like, huh.
Right.
That's interesting.
And it's not like it really proves anything, but it's like, wait a minute. Well, this isn't real. Like, I don't know what they're really doing, but I know that this doesn't match the claims, you know?
Interesting stuff, man.
Because half of me is like, well, who's to say they don't have like a phony baloney ISS up there attached to a bunch of balloons? You know, I don't know. I really don't. I do think it would be still really hard to see something, 62 miles away, no matter what it is. If it's a mountain, 60 miles away is, still pretty small, But I think that's where, the globe has really gone wrong too over the years, is they've said so many things that don't correlate with each other, right? In exact contradiction to something they said 10 years prior, right? The Van Allen radiation belt is a great example, right? Where it wasn't even a thing in 1968 or 69, and now suddenly it's a thing that, you can't go back to the moon.
Yeah, that was an interesting one for me. And just them pretending they have gone back when the technology was so primitive. I always think about the location of all the launches in Florida, and I think about the location of the Bermuda Triangle. And I wonder if those things go up and then they come around and they curve over, and it looks for people's perspective that it's going, you know what I mean, up into space or whatever. What if it just went over and then it crashed in that water? And that's where all those fucking things are. So the people that mysteriously vanish is because they're over there and they're fooling around. And they're like, wait a minute, is that the whatever? Oh, they get intercepted and they just never get heard or seen from again. I just always wondered about the Bermuda Triangle, and I think it's tied in with this flat Earth thing. What are your thoughts?
I remember they even told us in school it's like where ships went to die, and mysterious things happen. I think there was a Scooby-Doo episode about the Bermuda Triangle. Like there's a lot of weird fear tactics on that one.
Yeah, dude, and it's right off of Florida, bro, where they launch all these fucking launches. All the Apollo missions and all that, right? They all came from the spot in Florida, right? And I feel like they're just going to curve over and go into that area, that very large area. And if anybody ever tried to do any real investigation and spend a lot of money, then you'll just be intercepted and you'll vanish.
Right. Either that, or I always wondered, like, will you see something freaky? And that was kind of their sort of out for like, well, it's the Bermuda Triangle. Of course you saw something freaky, or,
Right.
I've had the same questions about like Area 51, especially like after waking up to Flat Earth. I was like, okay, well then what's all this alien stuff about? And then kind of realizing, well, maybe it could be a spiritual thing, and that they've become material too, beings. I don't know. Maybe there is extra land and they're coming from it. I mean, there's so much more mystery in this world, for sure.
I think it's interdimensional or whatever aliens, if there are any that come from the oceans. And that's my own personal thought. I don't know. But like, as far as aliens being interdimensional, like I know they do these crazy experiments with DMT and through IV and, oxygen being pumped in high dosages with groups of people all having the same experience and realizing they're not like hallucinating. They're seeing the same entities and they try to interface with them. So I don't know. I don't know, man. This is some weird shit. I haven't done it yet. I've been wanting to do DMT, but I'm just not smart enough yet. I'm not there yet. I'm 32. I feel like I'm just still ignorant as fuck, and I have to do it. Like, I see my friend do it when he was a lot younger, and he ruined his life. Yeah, he makes crazy art and shit now, and he's just a weirdo. He did something. He hurt himself by doing it, like without proper knowledge. He didn't know what he was seeing. He looked up what you're supposed to see, and it affected his experience, I think. So I'm just gonna wait.
Fair enough.
I heard you like look at yourself and you like judge yourself like on a Hannibal Lecter level, all your faults and stuff. And I feel like I have a lot, so I want to better myself too before that. It's going to change my whole perspective.
Yeah, I have some experience and knowledge about it, but this really isn't the live stream for it.
I know.
But yeah.
I know. Unfortunate.
But yeah, it is definitely an interesting topic when it comes to the human construct.
I feel like it could be related to Flat Earth if depending on where the conversation goes with it. But like, I mean, if it does those things, maybe you can find the answers during a really heavy one. Really find out what the fuck are we living on? Is it the center of the universe? Is it the floor of the universe? Is, I just really want to know the answers, man, to be completely honest with you. I just want to know.
True. At the same time, I think actually life is more like those children's songs that they taught us, row, row, row your boat gently down a stream. Merrily, merrily, life is but a dream. And then, of course, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above, the earth so high, like a diamond in the sky.
That's interesting.
And it's the face of the earth. It's not. It's always been in our language. It's always across the earth. It's always. It's like some point they added the word global. I don't think I was there. I think it was maybe. When is the first time they started using global? Kind of want to know now.
Say a shout out to everybody. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Wave Mixer. What's going on?
I just got to work. I'm eating my breakfast, waiting for my shift to start in about a half an hour. Got here a little bit early. Anyway, I'm going to mic down and listen.
Absolutely. I'm glad you're here, man. Across the plain over in Cali. Not a bad place to be. I'm on the third coast, as they call it, Gulf Coast. Some great long distance observations. Just had one actually the other day, or 2 weeks ago. We went to Corpus, and it was with my immediate family. So of course, I had my binoculars, my tripod out, and we were looking at some of the ships in the distance. And my 8-year-old always loves it. Just kind of, to her, they're like magic goggles.
Yeah. Did you say trying pot out?
No, tripod.
Tripod. Got the tripod out. Gotcha. See, I got a nice tall tripod. It was surprisingly cheap, and I live near water, but I feel like the bodies of waters aren't big enough. They're just lakes, like the Great Lakes.
Nice. But yeah, it's always funny because, everybody in my family knows kind of that I'm a flat earther, we don't really ever talk about it anymore, but, I started speaking up to them in 2013, like, hey, everybody, like a complete idiot. And it's gone back and forth. They've slowly come to realize, especially after the last 3 years, that something's up on the world, But they know that every time we're going to the beach, it's like, oh, you're going there for flat earth? No, I'm just going to enjoy the beach, man. I don't know. It's always something like like a family event. Everybody has to see through the binoculars, and I don't know. Because, a lot of what we talk about here is what you can personally verify for yourself. And I think what's really hard is to grasp for a lot of the globies we have is just how simple this really all is. That if you're fortunate to actually live close to large bodies of water, it's kind of a nice treat. I don't know. I find it a huge blessing of where I am, and I don't know, maybe I just have a lot of pride in Texas, but it's a good place. I haven't got anybody else involved at the beach yet, though, because I'm kind of waiting for like, hey, what are you doing? Or another flat earther to come by and be, give a high five or something. Hasn't happened yet, but I'll let you guys know. Let's see what other space news we have today. It's always an asteroid, comet. Just barely missed Earth, right? I always like those ones. Or there's something strange on Mars. Wonderful, Sasha. Couldn't agree more.
Okay, so Lake Erie is the one I'm always posted up at, having fires at, doing whatever at, right? And apparently it's 57.17 miles in width, about 62 feet deep, and the length is 241 miles. So if we're looking at the width, what kind of curvature should I see with 57-mile long body of water? I don't know how to apply the formula or any of that shit. I wish I did.
Well, it depends on your observation height, but you can basically just put that into the curve calculator.
I can Google a curve calculator?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. Okay. Because, like...
There's actually quite a few now. Which one do I really like? I think it's the Mike West version. I don't know. There's this one with refraction on it, so you can see like refraction at infinite or like at a certain refraction index. And it's actually really helpful because, you know, I experience refraction a lot with the materials that I use. I use like these clear acrylic tubes. So I don't know. It's, you know, it's definitely one of those things, like, especially for somebody who's like trying to understand refraction and how it doesn't really help a globe argument. You know, it can be very useful. Let me see if I can get it real quick.
The refraction thing was talking about the curving of light.
Yeah, this is the fancy one. You can even get the temperature on this one.
Wildlife reserve and shit, and shit's just being destroyed. Fuck.
What's funny is they show like you know, this little picture of the horizon curve, and it's a CGI image. This is great.
You know, people always talk about those experiments they did with like boats and lasers, and it's like they always look past like who's doing the test, who's trying to prove this. Are they looking at it fair, or are they trying to prove that the Earth's a globe and you're all wrong and they're right? You know what I mean?
Right. There's kind of a bias involved, if you will.
Yeah, I hate them.
When it's funny, when we were first all doing this experiment for ourselves, we really just wanted to know. Yeah,
I just want to know. You're not trying to prove it's a ball and that anybody that thinks otherwise is stupid and you're smarter than them, because that's what the argument, that's what it just seems to be the mentality. You idiot. Don't you know anything? They told me this was the answer. I didn't think. I just repeated it. I'm smarter than you. Like, you know, like what?
Yeah, and that's what they were taught, you know.
I was taught the same shit. And I always like...
And usually those people got the A's in class.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. So I would remember when I was younger, I would try to like, I would like close my eyes, right? And I would just try to picture just like blasting off. I'm going in space. Like I would just try to picture what it's like and try to like visualize it in my head. It would literally make my head hurt. Like cause physical pain. I would try to think like about space and it just made my head hurt.
What's funny is I used to think that I got it, right? Because I wanted to be an astronaut. Honestly, it's one of the first things I wanted to do because I wanted to be an inventor, an architect, an engineer. And I figured, well, what better job than to put all three together and be an astronaut, right? Until I realized that what I was doing, you know, and I don't know, maybe I had an ego death before kind of all this happened. Because there was definitely like, I had something weird happen, kind of out-of-body experience, if you will, in 2011. And, you know, something told me that I wasn't ready, you know, that there's still something crucial I need to learn. And lo and behold, you know, 2 years later, bam, flat Earth. And a greater understanding of so many things. So I don't know. Yes, I would say the ego is definitely involved when it comes to this. I mean, we experience it all the time with the Globies, like you were saying, like, nah, you're wrong. I'm right. My teacher said I'm right.
Right. Oh man,
how could I be wrong? It's like, well, no, duh, man. Everybody wakes up and thinks that they're right. Otherwise nobody would function. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you're correct, or that it's in truth. It's hard to be in truth if you really, kind of want to live that way. It doesn't require an ego, I mean, sometimes I would say some people have egos in here, but not really. It's kind of just the way that they're communicating the information, and it's hard, the human construct is always there, but.
I've had bad experiences with some mods in here that are too, I guess, full of themselves, if you will. And sometimes I won't even be disagreeing. I'll be on the side, but stuff happens.
Yeah, it's quite protected in here, and that's for good reason.
Anyway. Yeah, most of the time it's my fault. I don't know.
Because we've seen some slimy people in here,
that come in here like the troll and shit.
Well, they'll be here for like 6 months, the coolest person you ever thought, and then suddenly, like, what in the world is wrong with this guy?
Really?
Playing the long game. So the vigilance here is always up for sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's why I kind of like talking during this time, because it's a little chill. I've been trying to make it more of a habit that when there's dead air, that I kind of just try and spark up a conversation, or if somebody talks, I talk too. But yeah, I know what you mean. Actually, I think I'm coming up on 2 years in like a couple days. Feels longer than that, though.
I don't know how much time I got in here. I think Flat Earth Princess is the one that introduced me.
Nice.
Someone named Flat Earth Princess. Yeah. I haven't spoken to her since, but she showed me this room, and I was like, fuck yeah, man. And like most times out of all the servers I've ever been in, besides like E-Girl Paradise, like this is the most people active like in one VC at once than any other one I've looked at. And it reminded me of Eddie Bravo with Joe Rogan. He's like, what, some guy on the internet made a YouTube video? He's like, no, man, it's not one guy. It's a lot of guys. It's a lot of guys, man. You know what I mean? Like, and I just think about it all the time because it's always the most popping server ever. And it's all a bunch of intelligent people that actually think. They don't just, they heard something, they're just going with it.
Right.
I've actually told someone, because I get harassed by this group all the time, and I'm like, dude, I will server boost you guys if you come into the server and ask these guys some questions and see if they're as retarded as you're saying, because they're not. And they just won't do it, man. And I'm not going to, they would if I server boosted it, but I don't feel like giving them any money.
Yeah, I like the way, where there's a moderator here named Gospel, and he used to say there's people who want to know, and there's, you either want to know or you don't want to know. Or there's people who do know or don't want to know. Sorry, I messed that one up. But it's so true. It's like we already know. A lot of us do know. And then I would say there's even closet flat earthers where they don't see it as a big deal to at least be social about it. Maybe they are, maybe in their sort of inner circles. But, some of the people here, the reason they're here is because they're passionate about sharing that information. And I would say, honestly, changing people's stance, right, for the better as a society even. And sometimes you got some hard-headed people, to say the very least.
Yeah, smart, dumb people is something I've been experiencing lately. Like people that went to university, but they were like, it's like become part of their ego, and they like,
oh my god,
yeah, they went or they're attending and I'm not, and I didn't, that means nothing I say is any credibility, and they don't want to hear it, and they're better than you and all this other stuff. And they have these really weird beliefs that they were obviously picked up at universities and their lectures.
Oh yeah,
they all think,
and that's why I started teaching at university. Yeah, because I really ran into all these people. Yeah, I have my master's in architecture.
I respect the fuck out of you, dude.
It's just a piece of paper, and like going through college,
spreading the knowledge.
Oh, you wouldn't believe the cognitive dissonance when I tell people the Earth is flat, and they're like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm a professor," and they're like, oh, you know, like, wait a minute. Did you say you're a professor? You say you're an architect? Yeah, we don't apply for the curvature of the Earth. I know, shocking, you know. But it was also like, it's hard to not let it go to your head too, because you really do have a kind of a lot of power in that classroom. You could say the sky is purple and here's why, and everybody'd be like, "Oh yeah, I think the sky might be purple." So I mean, you have a huge responsibility. So I mean, I don't directly say, you know, the Earth is flat, but I go, let's take a look at the horizon, right? Because I teach perspective a lot. We still do drafting and things like that. So we do like old school architecture drafting. So I teach you how to project from a 2-dimensional image to make a 3-dimensional image. And of course, all the different optics and angle limits and things that we can calculate in free-form space. You know, you can really calculate something, how far it is from you, if you actually do have an exponential amount of information. In our case, we're kind of making up the scene. So it's kind of up to us how real or unreal it looks. But I can tell you, we never make curvature perspectives. You know, we have a parallel bar for a reason, right? And it's called a parallel bar, of course, for a reason. But I don't know, it's great, man, because I'm noticing it more and more at the university too. That these students of young minds they're questioning the reality, right? And I've only had one come up to me in the 6 years that I've been there that is like, I think the Earth's flat. What do you think? And I was like, I don't think you're wrong. You know, I'm as cautious as possible because, you know, the people I work with are the exact opposite, you know. But I don't know, we've all got the pieces of paper, so we're all allowed to be there and teach. So that's what kind of makes it interesting. It brings it back to maybe education.
Maybe you don't sound like someone I would object to teaching the minds of young adults. You're not an idiot.
Appreciate that, man.
And that's why I respect you. And not just
Appreciate
because of the piece of paper. And that's also why I want these people to come in here and just have a conversation. But what I've noticed with them is they can't, like, if let's say I even say anything in there and I'll try to respond and then they'll just cut me off and call me a retard and stuff. They don't even let me communicate.
Right.
So I'm like, and they'll say that I'm like I'm a conservative or a Republican or a right wing person and I'm dangerous and I should be killed and stuff. And meanwhile, they're saying all this violent stuff. And I'm like, hey, bro, like I haven't called you out of your name once and you're saying we should all die. I think you guys are the extreme. And he just starts screaming and says, since I don't have a degree, that nothing I say is credible. It's crazy.
Oh, they flip out, man. I've had, you know, a real life scenario. It wasn't on Discord, but, you know, I told the guy, well, I have a degree, you know, and you should be disbarred, you know, like you should give it back, basically. I was like, just laughing. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, you know, they freak out, right? Because it's something internal with them, right? They don't want to have that accountability. And in my opinion, I think it's because they don't want to have the life accountability, right? You know, like they don't want to kind of believe that we go somewhere else. They kind of just want to think that maybe we rot in the ground and that all those weird things or bad things that they know they did, they're telling themselves, oh, don't worry, you know, I don't have to be accountable for it. And it's really somebody telling them, hey, you have to be accountable on this earth, you know, and they know that deep and subconsciously, and they freak out. It protects them against ever going in the other way. I don't know if I explained that well, but it's all in their head.
And maybe picture, what was it? Pirates of the Caribbean 2, Curse of the Black Pearl, when Davy Jones has them all captured prisoners, and they're like, have you lived a clean life? Are your sins forgiven? Why don't you join my crew and postpone the judgment? You know what I mean?
Right. And
the guy's holding the cross. He's like, I'll take my chances to the depths. Those movies were fantastic, by the way. And think about it, at World's Edge, at World's End, and all that stuff in that movie was pretty interesting.
Right.
Like, they weren't pointing towards a globe Earth either.
Right.
All the
maps, everything.
Corners of the map filled, and the world is shrinking. Like just a lot of things in there was like, huh. The riddles.
It's a small world after all.
Over the edge and over again. The whole thing was interesting. I fucking loved it. The third one was convoluted and I didn't like it. But yeah.
Yeah, I can't say I watched them more than once. And I think it was maybe in the theaters, but I stopped watching after, I think maybe the second or third one.
Yeah, I didn't get into anything after the trilogy, but number 1 and 2. Number 1 was probably my favorite because it was just nice.
I love the music.
The sea shanties.
I'm a sucker for, just instrumental and classical music.
Nice. Then you would absolutely love my channel.
Yeah, I think I've clicked on it once or twice before.
I think I've
definitely seen you here before talking.
I haven't done as much of my classical stuff, but I do like music and Satan news and a bunch of stuff. Versatile venue. I've been slacking on all my long form videos content, and I've just been doing shorts, but I've been slacking on that too because I got a nice little car. So I've been trying to go out to the beach as much as I can, stare at that water,
nice.
Think, jump into Discord and be like, "Hey, look at this." But I can't use camera in here, otherwise I would have done that a while ago.
Yeah, there was some talk about it, like kind of making like a separate event, to kind of have like a video thing. So maybe sometime in the future, just everybody go to a beach.
So yeah, I got one video done for the day, but I have to do the second and third part of it so I can upload them together. And
I'm subscribed.
I'm procrastinating. Oh, if you ever want to check out the Satan News series, which I tried to do, but it got no attention. It took way too much work. By the third and fourth video, I wrote a script and made sure everything was legit, and it's kind of brilliant. It's a way to speak upon things without being, breaking the terms of service. I definitely was censored anyway, though. I gotta just spend a bunch of money on some equipment. I need better camera. I need lights, proper lights. Not these stupid LEDs with the fusers. It's not working. Appreciate that sub, by the way. I'm trying to get to 3,000 by July.
Nice. Yeah, it's competitive out there.
Oh yeah, I know. Like I try to explain this to my girlfriend, like, because I've been teaching her how to play guitar. I'm like, dude, just play a 3-chord progression and let me play over it. Wear a low-cut shirt, and then I will finally get the views I need.
Use biology. Works every time.
It does, man.
But it's so true. I mean, or at least what I've noticed, men have to be so either spontaneous or outspoken or like drastically different in what they're saying to even be noticed. Whereas a woman could literally be just like scratching her fingernails together on a mic or something and have millions of views.
Not even that, but just on guitar. Like this one girl, I forgot her name. I try to forget her, but she was just like playing guitar poorly. And her friend was in the background sitting there with her legs crossed in short shorts, and she stood up and shook her butt. 3.5 million views. You know what I mean? And then you need 10 million. I need 10 million in 90 days to be in the YouTube partner program and actually start making some money here. But it's just not going to happen. Nowhere near 10 million shorts views, and nowhere near the other stipulation, 4,000 watch hours in 12-month period with the long form content. Not happening. Not for me.
One thing I would say, just because it's kind of the subject, is like identifying your audience. Right, because I would say women and men are on the internet for two different reasons, right?
Of course.
We experience this with like Tinder and stuff like that. But I would say, like, for instance, my wife has a completely different what she looks at, what she finds funny in those little videos, and then of course what she purchases. I wish they would actually give us, a lot of this information that they're of course taking from us. But once I kind of realized that, because I have like an Etsy store for just like side business stuff, and all the inventions that I make, I just kind of sell them to somebody else, just to kind of pay for the inventing that I'm currently doing.
Someone else take all the profits from it in the future if it comes. That's interesting.
Well, it's kind of funny you say that. I get a lot of people ask me like, "Are you selling this design?" So I've actually been making money that way too, and I'll sell the patent. Or right now I'm actually doing a partnership with another one because he just wants me to be basically the manufacturer. But yeah, because I do drawings too. I normally do custom houses, so why not kitchen utensils? Why not products, furniture, all kinds of things.
Regular fucking success story, man, aren't you?
That's the kind of people. Like I said, man, I want to be an inventor. I want to help the world.
That's the kind of people I need to talk to more often. I'm sending you a friend request. I need to talk to go-getters.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, please do.
Like I'm smart. I sit on money and don't spend it because I don't know what to do. But I know I have enough money to do something big. But I need to talk to smart people that are go-getters and tell me what the fuck I should do. Like I was thinking to buy a house, but I was told then where I live they give you a first-time home buyer's like grant, and they'll give me like a bunch of money towards a home. I got to look into that still too. Because it would be nice to own a freaking house.
Definitely help with that too.
Because I want a lab. I want my own laboratory. I want my lab. I can't have a lab.
Baby steps, man. It's all about the baby steps.
Broke my microscope. I accidentally plugged a 12-volt fucking power adapter into a 5-volt thing, and I broke my microscope. I'm really pissed.
Man.
It was a triocular one with the camera, bro, so I could actually record and take video and pictures of what I'm looking at. And I broke it yesterday. I'm so pissed.
I did that in Italy one time. Plugged in my phone, and the whole thing just like warped into like a ball.
It's my fault. It's 5-volt. It says it real big on the outlet, and I plugged a 12 in, dude. What the hell? I was just about to look at some stuff too. I had a small sample of some of the debris that's raining out of the sky under my car and on the garden and the leaves, the plants and stuff. I wanted to, but it's too late. Broke it. So disappointed.
I don't know. Yeah, because it brings up a good point. Like you were saying, like, I'm trying to get this house, and you definitely know a lot about it. A certain thing, especially like truth, the flat Earth. But then you're like, well, what about this whole mortgage thing? Wait, why do they even call it a mortgage? Wait, that kind of means death. Why is this all printed? Why do they keep switching my mortgage company to some other guy? How much do I really need to put down? That, and there's all different kinds of loans. Even though I'd recommend. Because I see money as like a pail of water. It can evaporate. It can be deposited, right? It can be frozen, like a frozen account, right? And I think money actually has everything to do with water, right? And sort of almost a symbolic representation of life itself. And maybe that's why they put all their crazy symbols on this idea of water, if you will. But again, maybe just my speculation. But when you pay for a house, you definitely want to put the most down. You don't want to have to borrow it, right? What was that? Sorry.
I was saying that's fair speculation. I just switch mics, switch phones, switch devices, so I might sound different. Apologize.
Oh, you sound good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Once you're open to the truth, it makes looking at these subjects a lot easier.
Yeah. So as far as that, like, I just bought a car too, a nice new car with like no miles on it, but I don't finance. I don't take loans. I just bought it out full out in cash. The guy, when I laid the money on the counter, was like, "What the hell do you do? What do you do for money?" I told him I sit at home all day and play guitar, and I'm on Discord. I don't have a job. I don't do anything. He was confused.
And gets up mad a little bit inside.
Yeah, because stacks of hundreds, bro. $12,218. I also get harassed by the cops. They pull me over and they run my plates and they say there's no way I own this car and they think I stole it, and I have to call the guy that sold it to me, have him get on the phone with him just to say, yeah, no, he bought this car. Kind of weird, honestly. Yeah, no, it's only happened once so far, but I've only had it for like 32 days.
Yeah, I've learned that I'm buying a car because I pretty much, every 3 years I buy a car and then I sell it and then put a down payment on another car. and then just kind of work my way up. Been kind of doing it with the whole Toyota line. But it's funny that you can sort of dress down and they give you a different price versus if you dress up at a car dealership. It's amazing the stereotypes that go on, or at least here in Texas.
I was being
reading down like a book.
Yep. I pay attention to people's eyes. I look at their eyes and I watch while I'm talking to this guy, him looking down at my shoes, looking at my fucking shorts, just looking me up and down slow too, like, dude, I can see you. And I know they're judging me hard. So when I go and saying I'm looking to buy a car, maybe even two, they're like,
which way somebody looks when they talk to you. Are they lying? Are they looking to the right? Are they looking to the left, up, down,
For them to take me seriously.
Everywhere. Yeah.
I know, it really is. For them to take me seriously, I literally had to uncomfortably pull the corners of the stack out of my pocket. You know what I mean? So then it was like, oh, all right. And then I was like, the guy wanted $16,000 for it. I talked him down. I was like, how about 11,000? He's like, trying to finance it? And I was like, no, I'm going to give you all the cash right now. So he dropped it down.
I told you about the truth of the earth. Will you give me a discount?
Yeah, you're right. No, this guy.
In fact, actually, you owe me an extra 1,000 now.
The guy's a jerk. He had the typical look of someone that you know is like a salesman. He just looked like a salesman.
Yeah, I try and avoid it at all costs. Usually I buy a lot of things used and then fix them. A lot of things that I own actually are just me. Honestly, somebody gives it away for free on OfferUp or Craigslist.
Yeah,
that's how I got my piano, and met a friend who tunes pianos. He was kind of learning, so he fixed it up for me. And
full grand. Nice.
Oh no, not full grand. It's like the wall kind of pianos. But yeah, it's from the 60s, and it works great now. It was free. I mean, I paid my friend $200, even though he didn't want anything. But I was like, no, man, did a good service.
Yeah. Do you play it? You got it all tuned up?
Yeah, I do. I wouldn't say I'm a great piano player, but I have a drum set, guitar, clarinet, violin.
I have every instrument.
I taught myself instruments pretty early.
Yes, me too. On my own, I got a keyboard, it's like 7 guitars, a bass, a kalimba, and an ocarina and a recorder.
Nice.
Now you guys are talking my language.
Music, yeah.
Talk about everything.
Which reminds me, the Flat Earth music here, we were playing it yesterday because, there was some dry time, but it was just hit after hit. I was like, this place is on fire. We need our own little radio show somewhere, just playing truth music,
Yeah, we can do that instead of the bots sometimes, having previous discussions. You can just be like truth music about the whole situation. Because people can write some savage raps about this stuff,
Oh, yeah.
It hits harder when it rhymes on a beat.
Well, just even all the different genres that come out of this are really nice. Like the one that's like, love, 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 love. It's just like all this alternative kind of rock. And, of course, Helio with a parody, I'll be taking the glow from you. I mean, I can't stop smiling the entire song, because it's like I know the guy. I love the guy like a brother. Or an older brother, so it's always great to kind of hear everybody in here when they're doing their Flat Earth thing, It looks like we have some more in the morning. Got Creation Bear. What's going on, man?
What up, dude? I'm thinking about your song over here. How does it go again?
Has no curvature. Yeah. No curvature.
There you go.
It's funny. Gospel was actually the one who was like, Chris, do it, And I was like, okay, I'm inspired. I got it right here, actually. It was definitely a lot of fun to make, though.
An Insta classic right there.
Yeah, a couple of us joining in the morning. I got Jimsy, Indio, Ireland, Jedi, what's going on? Johannes Menagad, love saying his name. Morvis, of course. What is that? Lionel. Paul V, heard him last night. Great stuff. Lou was just on fire talking about construction. I mean, that's kind of my daily conversation. But yeah, it's honestly great to see Lou again. Hope he's doing well. Sounds like he's doing well. Of course, Sasha. Ticos UK. Definitely always fire in the YouTube chats. Timbo Slice. Of course, talking to Versatile Venue today. Zieglo Crusher. Yeah, that guy. Oh, that looks familiar. What was that? Yoke Masher before? Good name change, man. And of course, Carr. Always here. Always listening.
What up, Platinum, guy? On to Marco.
What up?
Let's go. Shout out to the whole panel.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's well.
Oh,
we're doing
Jedi.
What's up?
Oh, my.
Buddy CB and Jedi, good morning to you.
Hey, we're sir.
I am a Jedi. Like my father before me.
We're just telling some goofball in the lobby. He's trying to tell us how he's going straight out in reality.
Oh.
Trying to help him out.
Straight line, you say?
He abandoned that. He abandoned the straight line. He just went to Google Maps and went to a place on Google Maps and then did something, turned until he thought it was 90, looked like 90 degrees, whatever that means. Then, I don't know, fill in the blanks. That's his recollection of his proof that we're ignoring.
Oh, man.
See that guy using the Google Maps and going straight. That would be a miracle.
No, he didn't even say he went straight. He just went to a location on Google Maps. No, he hasn't said what he did after that.
I thought he's going straight. You use the Google Maps and go straight, all the time straight. Cross the bridge, cross the river, cross the mountain, go over the sea, and go straight.
That's funny that this topic even came up. So I just saw actually still in my playlist, a documentary on unknown structures in Peru, right? And everybody's heard of the Nazca lines. But apparently there's these other lines of rock that are in the desert. And they got pictures from high altitude photos, right? Of course they say they're satellite photos. They're high altitude photos. These lines are absolutely straight lines. I mean, absolutely straight. So, how does that work on a globe? Because you can't have an absolutely straight line. And I think the field of view is almost 300 kilometers. Now, if I draw a 300 kilometer line on Google Maps, what happens, right? It curves. So yeah, I thought this was weird. I gotta back end it. This might be a little another flat Earth proof then. Drawn in the desert with rocks.
Nice added file.
Wow. Wonder if they use an old white steroid. Let me find it, man. We're straight, man.
That's something I've wondered about Google Earth too, or at least Google Earth Pro. You can draw a line measurement, even a couple miles, and in the 3-dimensional model, it'll curve it, right? With the Earth or whatever. But if you sort of right click and show the elevation mode, it doesn't actually put that curvature in that graph. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, it turns into a flat Cartesian sort of elevation section, if you will.
Come on, Google Earth or Google Maps?
On Google Earth Pro. So yeah, it's. I think there was a measuring feature.
You pretty much just nailed it, right? The side view is in Cartesian coordinates, and then the top-down view is in. I'm sure the coordinates are latitude and longitude, so they're going to be. You can't even express a straight line in that, so
Exactly.
Like, it's not possible. Like, where do you put the point on the line? Like, the line has to curve.
They think if they take a globe, that real globe from the class, and if you take a finger and go around, that will be straight line. That's true. It's curved. It's curved, but the direction, and they think that will work in reality. That you can go like that in reality. Like with the finger.
But yeah, that's usually what I bring up. I go, okay, let's use Google Earth, but let's use Google Earth Pro, and let's look at both the elevation angle and supposedly, the 3D model. Which one's right? And they're like, oh, I get your point. At least, it's not really proof or anything, but it's still like, look, there's two different math systems right here.
Is the Pro a paid version?
I've got a quote unquote student version, but yeah, it's pretty sweet in terms of you can go back in time and you can see like all the imagery that Google has in its server. So like you can go to Paris in 1945 and get all because a lot of this is just aerial footage, and then of course scaled to a projected model, which is why when you zoom out a little bit, it turns suddenly into animation, or I mean almost like an oil painting, really. But you can even tell, kind of like when you zoom in, you start getting the shifting, the blocks, if you will, because they're always perfectly square too, even in this imagery. But yeah, they've been taking footage from planes for a long time. I would say arguably since they've had the plane, and before that, it was of course the hot air balloons.
I've got the regular Google Earth pulled up on my phone. I didn't even know there was like a pro version. Well, so
I have it on the
it's like
desktop. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's available on the phone.
Oh, well, okay.
I would say that the Google Maps these days are pretty advanced, though. It does have a measuring tool, I think, still.
Yes, I see that. I'm just messing around with Google Earth here now that you were talking about it.
Yeah, here I'll show you kind of guys what I'm saying, at least like a screenshot of what I'm looking at. Because lately I've been trying to map out all the star forts on our flat Earth realm. Man, they're literally just everywhere. Here, let's take a look.
When are they going to update this stuff to show this oblate spheroidness? I think Indio said something about oblate spheroid. I'm like, it got me thinking, when did they first start saying this? Because I believed in the globe my whole life. I never heard people mention, oh, well, it's not a perfect sphere, it's a oblate spheroid, a paroid. When did that happen?
Right.
And then, like, when do they plan on updating, like, Google Earth? Like, because that's showing looks like a pretty damn sphere to me. I don't see any oblate paroidness over here. So what, are they just waiting to update it? Or, like, what's going on? The mixed signals are what drives me crazy.
Oh, for real. Sometimes I wonder if they just misspeak, and then they're like, oh, crap, we have to go with it.
Wouldn't surprise me.
But yeah, if you take a look at the image in the live stream, the elevation is flat. Look, it's even showing you the water is flat, and there's, of course, some hills in Mexico that are, wildly out of proportion, of course. But even at this proportion, it's flat in the graph, like.
Interesting.
Oh, okay, which one am I looking at? There's a perfect example of that mixed signal you're talking about,
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson he's the first one I think I remember saying the thing about was it pear-shaped, or he was giving some interview, I think. I don't know how long ago it was. But yeah. That was the first time I heard it, I think.
I was going to say, I think I don't know if I heard it at the time that it actually happened, but I definitely saw it maybe in an ODD video where he's like, well, you know how pizza dough, and right there he said pizza dough. I was like, come on, man.
And they're tripping over their own lies and shit. Those guys. Neil deGrasse Tyson's a fucking moron, right? He's just an actor, and he's a fucking idiot. And they tell so many lies, they can't keep up with them. You know what I mean? Okay.
I honestly kind of feel bad for some of these people that are. To me, it seems like they're set up to be the fall guy at some point. Like.
Oh, guys like Neil.
Yeah.
Would be surprised they put him out.
My phone. Sorry.
What up, Eli?
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe you're right, because they already threw him under the bus as fast as they can.
Oh, yeah, especially the Globies today.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even some of the academic professors I work with, they'll bring him up like he's this awesome guy, too. Oh, he's doing a lecture here in San Antonio. Are you going to go? I'm thinking in the back of my head, like, try not to laugh so hard.
I know.
No, I'm not going to go see that guy. Although I kind of want to go just to, take notes and, even ask a question. Well, what do you think about the Earth being flat?
You don't
How about air bubbles in space?
Yeah, man. Also, in one breath, they'll pump him up, and he's the guy. Like if you talk to him, then you'll just believe in the globe again. And then in the next breath, they'll throw him under the bus. Oh well, he's just don't listen to him. He's not really correct. Like, dude, this exact thing has happened before in this panel. Somebody was like, "Oh, dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson would teach you guys everything." Oh, well, here's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said about curvature. Oh, well, he wasn't exactly right about that. Well, make up your mind, dude. Is he the guy or is he not the guy?
Classic cherry picking.
Mm-hmm.
To the TV screen so we can have fun about the cartoons, You gotta make it funny. The clown doing some work. But for some people, the clown is the actual scientist, science communicator. They don't know it's actually pseudoscience communicator.
Well, even like the interviewer that's always interviewing Neil deGrasse Tyson, they're always like, wow, or you're going to have to explain that to me because I don't know, It's like they purposely talk to somebody
that
who's
moron
like...
doesn't even know he's lying. Maybe he actually believes that shit that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, he better believe because his monthly checks depends on it, his wealth. I mean, how much he gets paid just to go speak in an university. Some of these people charges over $100,000, $500,000 just to go speak on a place.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking crazy.
You can guarantee he's one that's on the top end of that scale.
Bro, definitely. When you see him, some places he might go doing charity or whatever and might not charge anything. But the other time before that, or the next time, $300,000, $500,000, $100,000, whatever. The universities do pay for this stuff.
Well, and especially if it's even the charity ones are going to be just write-offs that work to his profit or work to his financial gain, right? Like, I can write off my own mouth at that point.
Yep. Money talks.
I was just on Twitter for a bit, and I follow a couple random conspiracy type people that'll post some stuff about flat Earth or space being fake every once in a while, and the comment section really cracked me up about, like, there are so many people that are just passionate about this place that they have never been to, never will, never anything. One guy, he verbatim said, he was talking because someone had said it was fake, and then he said, I mean, doesn't that just make life so boring for you? Have you never dreamed of going to space?
Oh,
and I'm like, your life is so fucking boring, and you don't just say, maybe I should get outside and walk around or do something. Instead, no, I'm gonna just like go look at NASA photos. Or it just it bewilders me how the passion that really is behind this belief system.
What we're told about the fake space isn't a nice place to be. It's not hospitable.
Right.
We can't be there. Why would we? How would that be fun?
And what's there, right? Nobody even knows what's there. So it's like dreaming of dreaming. It's stupid.
So stupid. I don't.
Did you ever dream going to a place where you could have a dream?
Imagine the dreams you'll have when you get there.
Why would I want to leave paradise?
Exactly.
It's the only thing that makes it not a paradise is we already know who.
That's deep. I might talk about that tomorrow. Is it truly a paradise? We can talk about that tomorrow. It's on Speculation Sunday. Oh wait, that's not tomorrow. Today's Friday. I'm tripping.
We're gonna wait too many hours.
But that is an interesting topic, though. Is this place truly a paradise or not?
It is a paradise, but I'm near an area of the New England where it's like a farmland and like huge properties, and I'm just here taking the fresh air, and there's like bumblebees and even this what's the other one, the aggressive ones, not the bumblebee. The bumblebees are fine.
Yellow jacket.
The wasps. Yeah. I'm watching for the wasps because I saw some of them getting close to me. So it is a paradise. Just gotta watch yourself.
I'm actually watching a show right now that's almost exactly like this. It's like the place is dubbed paradise, but they come to realize that maybe it's not such a paradise after all. So
I think the paradise will be something like entropy is not here anymore. That will be kind of like paradise somehow. We will have need the coder or the programmer to cheat that code, you know?
I mean, Gen Z, I don't know what entropy means.
The decay of everything.
So as things decay, more entropy increases.
Well, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just going to say, Edward, if you really want to know how space crazy people are, we had a guy in the lobby say, he was talking about flat earthers, and we were joking about the globe and space and all that, and he was like, yeah, sure, joke about it. This is why aliens won't talk to us. because there's flat earthers. So the aliens aren't coming here because they're like, oh, look, man, they think they live on a flat planet. We're flying away.
We're holding them back.
Yeah.
That is funny.
That's like this recent Las Vegas thing. How these people, I was over in the flat earth debates, and they were literally like discussing this footage and discussing this aliens like they were watching a documentary about, I don't even know, just like the Grand Canyon that's real. They're just, so what do you think it is? Who do you think it is? How did they get here? All this shit. It was kind of made me feel like a little trippy, just people that'll sit and think that it's that real, even though it's really just one video or two and a phone call.
What, the Grand Canyon? Yeah, it is real.
No, they were talking about the aliens. Sorry, they were discussing that Las Vegas alien stuff like it was the Grand Canyon, like very studiously and academically, really.
Yeah, aliens come from South America and cross the Grand Canyon. Yes, that happened.
That does happen.
And sometimes they bring aliens from other lands, other extra lands. They come from other parts of the world. So all kinds of aliens go across the Grand Canyon, yes.
Yeah, we need to build a wall.
Bring little baby aliens, the whole thing.
I mean, that is the legal definition. No? Indio, am I wrong?
Alien
I think the definition of alien is just stranger, isn't it?
I think it actually has a legal definition from England.
Never even thought to look.
Aliens from extra lands. Yeah, lands away from you. There's a lot of that out there. Just check it for yourself. Go ahead. And if you go to those lands, you are the alien. Think about it.
Yeah, aliens. Who would have thought this would go mainstream? This was they were talking about it on Pat McAfee's show yesterday. I mean, they didn't really get into anything conclusive, but apparently there's some body cam footage from a police officer of a UFO crash, and it's like
that's it.
I'll post it in the chat.
I swear there's 10 of those types of stories popping out all over the world every day now.
And these guys will measure its rate of descent and shit over there, like discussing it that way. The only way it could have survived crashing at such a rate of descent, it can't be human. It cannot be anything that's man-made. Just all sorts of wild shit.
The top comment was really awesome, though. It said, at this point, aliens are either real or some entity wants us to believe they're real. There's no in between anymore. So I thought that was pretty interesting. It's a good take.
Have you heard about that whistleblower nonsense?
Mm-hmm.
So I was watching, there's a podcast called Redacted. They had somebody on there, and apparently this whistleblower, and Congress supposedly took testimony about all this crap, and they were referring to it as supernatural. They weren't even referring to it as aliens. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there.
I think there is a variable
that it was super. They were with the way they were talking about this, like visual aerial phenomenon, was as if it was supernatural. That's the words that they were using.
I think there is such a thing as supernatural. I think there is such a thing as supernatural. It's probably things that happen that we can't just explain by the natural means that we know of on this medium. Or there is such a thing. The supernatural is being spoken of in many fields. So yeah, observing the supernatural is probably a possibility. Go ahead.
From the video, they were saying that the reports declared that there were non-human pilots or whatever. Like, what? Is that what you're talking about? The supernatural thing?
No.
I don't know. What is the video? What is the video? I haven't even watched it.
I posted it in the chat. Okay. I posted it in the chat.
Body cam catches UFO. Okay, let me see.
I guess the definition is where stranger in a strange land came from. Probably, I didn't realize that that's what it was. We need more cameras in all of our cities on every corner so we can see more things like that too, guys.
I'm sorry. I can't take this guy seriously. Okay? No. No. Look at that. No. What the hell is... What's with the wife beater? Okay? Come on.
Oh, that's his thing, bro. He's known for that.
Come on, that's an ill... It's supposed to be tight or something. That's an ill-fitting wife beater, dude. Like, he got, like... like, he got fat, right? He was, like, 700 pounds, and then he just, like, kept the wife beater.
Bro, come on, man. You hate my boy Pat McAfee? Nah.
Yeah. I am.
I'm just
Come on, man. You know that's ill-fitting.
Like
that's horribly fitting.
Okay, where is the UFO in the video? What is the UFO? The big light? That's a UFO?
I don't know. They just talk about it. They're doing commentary. That's where I heard about it. I never even heard about the 8-foot creatures or whatever, but this is a big show. They have a huge platform. 2.2 million followers. When they're live, they get like 40,000 live viewers. So this is a very, very. They just got inked to deal with ESPN. So it's a big platform. But I heard them talking about it. They were just goofing off about it. But it is super interesting that this is like,
let me tell you,
mainstreamed in 2023.
I wouldn't take away about observing phenomena in the sky and phenomena that people can claim UFO, because I've seen it with my own eyes. And in the Caribbean, we've seen like lights going on the water in the ocean, and around the military bases, you see a bunch of these weird lights moving, and it is a phenomenon that is observable, and people can record stuff, but claiming it is aliens coming from other galaxies, that's just a story. That what we observe in it could be supernatural, or it could be just the government with technology doing things in the sky, or it could be someone above the governments that is using that technology. It's just all speculation.
It could be the government's, preparing for too many people waking up to the flatness. And that's going to be their cover story. Hey, look, we had to lie about the globe to somehow keep you guys from discovering this other land over here because these people were, whatever the fuck.
Or it's just a psyop.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So this so-called whistleblower, right? Supposedly he's saying he's blowing the whistle on the United States has alien crafts partially destroyed that had occupants, and it has 12 of them all over the country in special compartmentalized access programs, and that they've been researching this technology in collaboration with universities, whatever, for decades. Bullshit. Okay? You know why? Because the military doesn't use any type of technology like that. They're frickin' running around with little drones and with robot cameras on them and shit, dude.
Yeah, I think still...
Think about it. None of that technology is in use, okay, by the military or anybody else. Do you really think if they had some super advanced technology where they could do, 90-degree turns at Mach 20, they'd be running around wagging their finger at people?
Right.
No, they'd be just, we're taking your shit over. This is what we got. Give up now or fucking die.
They probably would have done that invasion already, right? People have been talking about that for a long time.
Yeah.
When's the invasion coming?
Dude, they would just zip over to Moscow in a microsecond, right? Do a couple loops and then zip away. And be like, haha. And they'd be like, okay, fuck, dude. You got us. Right? That didn't happen.
Someone last night was saying that that's never going to happen. They're never going to do the alien thing.
So one of the most advanced drones is like a size of a dragonfly. It's used by the U.S. Special Forces. Not all of them, only elite units for really important jobs. Costs $200,000. It's like the size of like maybe 2 big gliders end to end. And all it can do is run around. It's hard to detect, obviously, by just like a normal person. but it can only take photographs. Goes like on a pre-programmed path, takes photographs, then flies back. Okay, being actively used in the Ukraine-Russia war. So, point is, this is the pinnacle of their drone technology. I don't think that was alien technology. I'm sorry.
The pinnacle of the drones, the ones that they use and put a bunch together, drop bombs or hit targets that they can control, right? Those are the ones you're talking about. It's like a small drone.
No, those drones are just commercial drones that they just buy from China.
Okay, yeah.
Literally commercial drones. They're just they just go to like a regular company.
But what about the ones that our military shows that they're bigger and they can carry missiles or that kind of stuff?
You mean like Predators and stuff, and like the Global Hawk and all that shit? I mean,
enemy AC-130 above.
Those are just airplanes, remote controlled airplanes that are big. Right? We've been flying remote controlled airplanes for how long?
For a long time, yeah.
And apparently Boeing has had a remote landing system in place since like the 70s in their aircraft.
Yeah.
They demonstrated it back in the 70s. Not just like there's video of them remote landing aircraft in the 70s.
Do you mean like landing on an aircraft carrier type thing, or
no, landing a commercial airplane on a runway?
Okay.
On a commercial runway. So back in, I don't know if anybody remembers this, back in the 70s, there was a lot of hijackings. Okay. Take me to Cuba. You know, it was like actually a meme back then. You'd bust into the cockpit and say, take me to Cuba. You know, because, you know, Cuba had no extradition with the United States. People were hijacking airplanes and doing all sorts of weird stuff. They were doing it to everybody, like terrorists or whoever needed attention that week. But Boeing devised a system back in the 70s so that they could take remote control of the airplane and land it on a runway. A commercial aircraft. So, this is
50 years ago
I found out about this because of, 9/11, which I don't get me going on that shit. I'm just saying, this is how this came to my light, is that was a speculation, is that the planes became remotely controlled using this system. There's a whole story behind it, which goes deep into like the Secret Service and like, Dick Cheney and a bunch of other shit. So, a system that was put into place to stop hijackings back in the 70s. Because there hasn't been a hijacking. Right, when was the last hijacking of an American aircraft in American airspace before 9/11? Think about it.
I can't even think of one.
Exactly, in the 70s, when they were happening, I wouldn't say regularly, but every 4 or 5 months.
When they did happen, what was it? The box cutters, or how did they do that? Not to get you off track, but
it's easier to get a gun into a plane. Usually they would say that they had a bomb or something. They would blow up the plane. Because it could be anything. It could stick some wires in a hot dog. Most people aren't going to know the difference between that, right? Just take an alarm clock, take some wires, stick it in a hot dog. This is dynamite. I'm going to blow us all up. And like,
I've seen that video somewhere too of what you're talking about, of them landing that plane. I was just trying to find it. I can't find it anywhere though.
Oh, I'm sure they scrub that shit. Yeah, but the point is that like, this is like the pinnacle of their technology. You know what I mean? It's not alien spacecraft.
Yeah, that's why I like that comment that said that either they're real or someone wants us to think they're real. And it seems like somebody out there wants us to think they're real. Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a distraction because, like, if you think about what's, going on in the world right now, without getting into, like, the bad news. All right.
And then somebody out of nowhere comes and they're like, "Hey, look over there, aliens!"
It's another form of the bread and circus. Football for people that ain't into sports. They can concentrate on aliens.
So an alien didn't make this drone. Okay, there's no alien technology. That little thing is $200,000.
Jeez.
That sounds cheap to me, actually. I would think it would be more.
I mean, toilets go for $10 million.
I think it would be less, to be honest.
I would think it would be a lot less. And
that looks like something you buy at
doesn't take
Walmart.
it doesn't take video. It takes still photographs.
That's cheap when you compare it to the car that they use on the moon. What was it, like $8 million to build that thing?
That seems pretty trash for pinnacle of technology.
Oh yeah, that doesn't.
But it costs a lot of money, so it must be good.
That's not what I envisioned in my mind at all.
I mean, it costs $25 million. It must be good. It goes to the moon, you see? You can use it. You can use it in space.
They got that fucking moon landing rover pricing sheet, $40 million for the chairs,
Yeah, so the U.S. has failed to develop a hypersonic missile. They failed to develop any type of. So they worked on what's called a THAAD, which is a laser beam that's supposed to shoot stuff out of the air. That shit don't work. The one that's supposed to shoot shit in the water, which is a lot easier because it doesn't go as fast. You can keep the beam on it longer. Don't work. So, even Russia's hypersonic missile, it's only hypersonic in flight, but when it's actually hitting something, it's no longer hypersonic. So even that is limited. A lot of these so-called super technologies, they're hype. They're just a bunch of hype. They don't work. The F-22 Raptor, which is supposed to be the most advanced fifth generation aircraft, that shit it costs something like $20,000 per hour to run the thing because it requires so much maintenance.
The F-22.
The F-22 Raptor, dude. It's
yeah.
I don't even. Most of them are grounded. They don't even work.
I thought you were going to say the 35, which is just or
maybe it's a
mess on wheels, man.
Yeah, probably that 35. I get confused because they were developed at the same time, and they were both garbage, in my opinion.
What about, can you use it to fly it around and find a target and throw some beam frequency that it will cause the person to have a heart attack? Remember those CIA magic pistol that will cause people to fall? It's like this technology, they put it out there to have people, like you're saying, there's a lot of technology and we're doing things, but they're just wasting a lot of money and resources.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff that have no utility for actual productive things.
Well, you have to consider I worked in that industry. I worked for General Dynamics, and they're just bullshit artists. They're snake oil salesmen, vaporware. That's all they make. Jimsy, you even brought it up, right? The satellite shit that don't work. Right? Yeah. They just sell. They're just con artists.
Yeah, you're never going to market your product that's broken,
Yeah, it's like when you drive by, right, and some piece of empty land with nothing on it, and they'll have a fence up with a giant picture. This future, real estate development, and they show all these mansions and houses, and then 30 years later, there's a bunch of shacks on there, right?
Yeah, but if you put it on TV, right, like the military is using the drone, then when the child goes to Target, Daddy, drone, please. Now,
didn't they say that NORAD and other places in the United States, there's these missile silos that will detect incoming aircraft and be launched to intercept them immediately? But that's never happened ever. It's all that shit. They say,
garbage. Can't shoot down shit.
China has all these missiles pointed at us on the ready to go at the push of one button to, nuke half the United States. That's all bullshit.
Take over the world. You gotta have to devise the drones to help you take over humanity. That's all you need now.
Look, I challenge anyone. Show me one confirmed Patriot missile shootdown of anything ever. Anything ever. Going back to the Gulf War now, whenever. Shot something down. When?
What's the limitation there with them systems? I would have thought they were functional.
They have a very small range of motion. Let's put it that way. Their left to right swivel is very small. It has to be in the tilt pitch. Has to be. They have a very small cone where they can actually shoot shit down.
So
allegedly, because they've never actually shot anything down. So I don't even.
Indio, what about the other extreme of that story? Let me throw you a curveball. What about, remember Tesla, that he said that we could have technology that will end all wars, like these drones flying around trying to shoot you down. You just with antennas and beams and just shoot that shit down, and that's it. They're done. Remember Tesla saying something like that?
Tesla said he invented a technology that would basically cancel all the electromagnetic radiation in an area. Basically make it pitch black. No radio waves, no propagation, no nothing.
Wow. I want to hear more.
And we're not talking about turning out the lights pitch black. We're talking about where light does not emanate from anything anymore.
Sounds fucking terrifying, man.
Yeah, that's why he didn't do it. According to him.
That'll definitely be coming down the line with the alien invasion.
Well, man, because you have to have a TV to even know the alien invasion's happening, right?
So about the technology in relation to the drones and stuff, Tesla, today we can observe these military vessels that can shoot down aircraft with a laser, right? That's an actual thing, or just TV propaganda?
No, it don't work. Look, I think General Dynamics developed it. That might be a General Dynamics project. Could be Lockheed Martin. I don't know. It's all the same to me. Anyway, their system, because they have to be on the target for a certain length of time, and then you got to account for refraction, right? So, that was a joke. They don't account for refraction. Right, they have to be on the target because, as the beam goes through the air attenuates the beam. So you can't just it's not like Star Wars, pew pew pew. There's no pew pew. You actually have to be on the target for maybe half a second or 10 seconds, right, until the thing gets hot enough to destroy it. Then you got to actually hit a part of the airplane that actually matters. This isn't a lightsaber where you just cut it in half, man. But the systems don't work. They've tried them. They don't work. I think they sold Israel some laser. It's called SAIL. TH.
Is it me or India cut out?
Might be able to shoot down. Yeah, sorry. Might be able to shoot down stuff. I'll post in the chat. None of these things are actually militarily effective.
So what Tesla claimed on his writings, is it practical or just kind of like a dream claim? End all wars with this technology.
Yeah, bro.
We have someone new. Starlight.
Starlight, Starbright.
Starlight. Yep.
Dude, you ever try aiming something at distance?
It's difficult to actually get the target, right?
Yeah, one small little twitch or movement of your body, right? Like not even a nanometer or a half of a centimeter or something, and then your target point is off by yards, feet.
Yep.
Out in the distance. So you got this laser trying to track a moving object. It's gonna be pretty hard.
Yeah, at least like what, 10 miles, we'd say. Military aircraft.
If you ever seen the close in ranged weapon protective system, the Phalanx cannon. If you ever seen that in action, that thing's pretty awesome.
You want to repeat that? Yeah.
So that thing fires. I was just gonna say, like the Phalanx system is a Gatling gun that's designed to shoot things out of the sky.
Isn't the Gatling gun kind of like a spray and pray scenario, you know?
Well, yeah, but I mean, it tracks things with radar and different sensors, and it tracks their trajectory, and it fires a volley into where it's going to be, and then it, generally gets it pretty high accuracy. I mean, it fires like 10,000 rounds per minute.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's 10,000 chances.
Well, it doesn't fire all 10,000.
The Phalanx is semi-automated, to my knowledge. This is trying to think about what I should say. Where I worked, we developed this. Not we, but people that worked on it. I didn't get to work on it. Part of the Aegis radar system. The Aegis radar system, that's that little freaking box on top, right? That actually automatically tracks incoming targets via radar, and then this gun is automatically partially, well, you hit it and then it automatically aims and fires. It's not human controlled.
I've seen video of this thing in action. I thought that shit was fake.
Oh no, they're real. Crazy, man.
Wow.
Now, how effective they are, that's another story. Because a lot of these things have never been tested in actual combat. They're not sailing into, Tora Bora Mountains and a freaking cruiser to use one of these things. So, they don't work very good on goat herders.
I worked on the version before they put the FLIR system on it, and it's got on the top of the dome. There's two different radar systems on the Phalanx. The top of the dome has a search radar, and the front of the dome has a tracking radar. And before the FLIR, the infrared stuff was involved, it was all strictly using that system. So it would determine if there was a threat inbound. It would pass that over to the tracking system, and then there is some human input. You can have it go full auto, or you can have it go manual. Once it determines that there's a threat and all the keys are in the right spot, then it would give you the option to fire. Either manually, you'd hold the button down, let it do its thing, or you would just let it go automatically, and it would shoot until either it was out of rounds or the target was outbound or destroyed.
Yeah, I guess the correct term would be semi-autonomous, right? Semi-automatic.
Correct. You'd have to have everything in the right spot. You'd have to have all your keys. There's multiple keys involved. There's multiple safeguards involved. There's physical lockouts. Everything has to be out and in the correct configuration before you can actually fire it. You can cycle at full speed. But it won't necessarily fire, because there's physical lockouts on the physical gun itself. But yeah, once you have everything configured right, it can be. Once it has the option, it determines, okay, that's a threat. I can shoot. I have a solution. Give it to me. You can have it go automatically and engage automatically. It'll engage regardless, but then the firing control itself is either manual or automatic.
Yeah, I don't think it had the infrared, because this is back in 2002, right? I think that, so I know they were doing a lot of work on it. They were doing like a reevaluation, so they might have been developing that, because this was right after 9/11, and like, they were getting tons of money from every frickin' direction.
Well, they were developing it back in '99. I've seen the videos for it.
The infrared part?
Yeah, it was called the Block 1B at the time. And so, yeah, we couldn't engage surface contact with it. The FLIR lets you do that. The Block 1B has a surface engagement mode also. So you can engage small craft within a certain boundary. It would have like a warning fire mode, so it'll offset the target and you can shoot a burst off their bow. I've never seen the Block 1B in action, though. But we used to do...
well, have they been operational since the 90s? Or would they develop then? Like, when did the infrared version, the Block 1B, become operational? Do you know?
I think the early 2000s.
Yeah.
So
that's about the time I was working at General Dynamics, so, I mean, could have been. It was in that time period. I know they were doing like a huge rework of the entire Aegis system in the Phalanx. I'm in IT, so I don't know exactly what's going on in projects unless I snoop, and I'm really not that nosy. So, like, I'd rather read people's emails to their wives and shit than fucking. Anyway, that was a joke. I don't read people's emails to their wives, but you know what I'm saying. Hey, when you're IT, you get to see everything. I'm sorry, you like to just see everything.
I can only imagine.
We did actually do actual live fire exercises. We would do it's called a pack fire every couple months, about twice a year. That's where it calibrates the tracking radar to the gun barrel. It sets an imaginary target about 300 yards out. It watches the rounds and it calibrates its offset. And we would also do some live fire exercises with a towed drone. So it'd be like a Learjet pulling like a 6-mile cable behind it with the target. So we let the Learjet fly over, and then we mowed the gun up, get clearance or whatever, and engage the towed drone. We hit it a few times.
That's a brave Learjet pilot.
Yeah, that's.
Well, you said a 6-mile cable, so it's not. Oh, go ahead.
But it happened fast. It moved pretty quick. So we'd have like only about maybe 10 seconds or so to get the gun motored up once the Learjet is outside. Once the target is outbound, it's safe. It's not, Phalanx isn't engaging it. It doesn't see it as a threat.
Yeah. It won't shoot people in the back, is what you're saying?
If nobody's ever watched those in action,
correct.
But that thing moves so fast, it's pretty impressive.
I mean, but like I was saying though, like, have these been used in like real situations? Like, maybe you shot down, killed some pirates or fucking, I don't know what, but it's different when there's 3 squadron of aircraft coming at your ship. Might be a little bit different story when you're taking fire, right? So these are all like pie. That's the way I see the U.S. military. Is like a lot of their weapon systems are pie in the sky. They're like, it's like what's the best car I can buy? Oh, I'll go buy a Ferrari. But you end up living like in East Podunk, Iowa, and the roads are full of potholes. Your Ferrari is worthless no matter how great of a car it is.
It looks good on paper, but not practical in reality.
Well, it's just kind of like the same.
Why he's robotic?
AI, you're robotic. But what you're describing is something out of its element. You know, there's a saying about a monkey saying, like, kindly let me put the... what is that? What's the saying? A monkey kindly putting a fish up a tree or something like that. The fish doesn't belong in the tree. It's out of its element. Ferrari doesn't belong on a pothole road. It's out of its element.
But the main thing about the phalanx, I don't remember the exact capacity, like how many rounds it can hold, but it would shoot like 300 rounds or 60 rounds a second. And the problem is, and we were never in any live engagements, but the problem is it takes you about 15 to 20 minutes to load it. And you can have it emptied. You can have all your rounds expended in a fraction of that time. So as far as practical use, if you're in a live engagement situation, it's going to take you longer to load the thing. So it's only good for like short bursts and smaller engagements, not anything prolonged.
Dude, it's like, you ever go to the arcade and you play those shooter games where the missiles are coming at you on the screen and you have to shoot them down? And one or two missiles gets by every time?
Missile Command, yeah. I used to like that game. The rollerball.
Or even you remember T2 Arcade? Remember that?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. And all the Terminators are coming at you. Yeah.
Galaga, Galaxia, all of those.
T2 Arcade, man, it had like the frickin' 2 machine guns, and then like Terminators would keep coming at you, and they would shoot missiles at you, and you had.
Yeah, but those games don't have like barrel burnouts. They don't have cooldown time. It's just whatever.
Yeah, they do. You gotta shoot off screen to reload that thing.
Yeah, realistic. Okay.
Dude, you be in panic mode, right? And you be shooting at the screen, and your bullets would go away, and you would be just keep shooting at the screen, and then finally you realize you have to shoot off the screen.
Yeah, except in real world, you gotta load. You gotta have somebody down in the ammo magazine. Put it on a lift it out of the magazine, someone up top to take it off the lift, walk it outside. You have to have your loader cycling the gun. You got to have at least 10 to 15 people to reload the damn thing.
The worst part about real world is that... Well, I was just going to say, the worst part about real world is that you only get 1 quarter. Right? That's it. You only get 1 play.
Yeah.
No respawn.
I've only beaten 1 arcade game on my first play. It was a hologram game. I think it was called Hollow Fighter. It was a 3-dimensional hologram fighting game. It was pretty cool. It only had like 3 characters, and the whole game was facing the same 3 characters in different rounds.
Is that the one where the guy was wireframe?
No, they were a little better than that. It looked like I think it looked like an upside down bowl almost, right? And to get the angles for the hologram, and then the 2 characters would be all that you would see.
God, I want to go play Karate Champ right now, dude. So
I'm gonna have to download that one. What's the name again? Homo Fighter?
No, I think it's called Hollow Fighter, like HOLO, like hologram, something like that.
Ah, okay, got it.
So I think AI's point was, even with like cheating, right? All you have to do is shoot to reload off stream. screen, you still couldn't do it. Like, even with that, like, non-real advantage of not even having to reload, it's just when you have too many incoming projectiles, you just can't do it. I mean, eventually they'll just have an AI that does it, and that'll be the end of that.
Like some nation's philosophy of warfare is to make more cheaper weapons, because regardless of how advanced the enemy's weapons is, they can't handle 1,000 missiles coming at them.
That was the Russian philosophy.
Yeah. It's like, you have a machine that can shoot 5 missiles out of the sky per second. We have 1,000 missiles.
Or we have 10,000 men. Just you have 1,000 missiles. We send 1,000 men. Those 1,000 missiles hit 1,000 men. Then we send the other 9,000.
So one of the Russian war games, right? Is that I think it's there's a aircraft carrier group in the Black Sea, right? And they're gonna try and just blow it out of existence. Their idea was to send 100 supersonic bombers at the aircraft carrier group to destroy it. More planes than can be shot down, basically. Even
sounds like a massacre.
Did he cut
I don't like the idea.
it ends up with, like, if there's, like, you start with like 100 bombers. If you run the simulation a bunch of times, you end up with like 20 bombers left and a sunken aircraft carrier battle group with no ships left. Because their planes are supersonic, right? They're Mach 2.1, so like they can get pretty close before anybody knows what's going on. Well, I mean, you'll know what's going on, but they can close a huge gap because they're traveling at Mach 2.1.
I've designed a way better system. Okay, what it is, I'll tell you. Okay, what we do is we take some fish when they're babies, and we be very nice to them, and we train them to bring the ball to daddy, right? And they bring the ball to daddy, and then we pet them, and then we just give them a bomb and say, bring the ball to that ship over there.
Maybe they bring it to daddy instead of the boat.
That's how it backfires.
Suicide dolphins,
say,
right?
Where's daddy?
That's it. Yeah, you're going on the list there.
Say it again.
Saying AI is definitely going on some list now.
Yeah, he's like
dude, back in the day, the dolphins with the laser beams and rockets, that was a real speculation.
I know.
That shows your age, bro.
No, they actually do it. And I think that Russians actually employed dolphins outside of Sevastopol, their naval base, to detect underwater drones. That's the rumor.
Dude, that'd be like a Chinese dolphin mom. Be like, what does your son do? Oh, he catches fish all day. Oh, yeah? Well, my son finds underwater drones, sucker.
Suicide bomber dolphins, dude. Can't make this shit up.
Like drones that don't work anymore because the sea probably damaged it.
All right, so I have to tell you my favorite military technology. So you remember back in the day when you were growing up, heat-seeking warheads, right? And that you could just spoof them with a different heat source, right? So eventually they developed a heat source thing that takes a photograph of the object, essentially, or digital image. And then it essentially uses Photoshop software to analyze what it's looking at and make sure it's the same thing that it initially scanned. So you can't spoof it. So it literally follows you by judging the change in the graphics. So and even like creating a duplicate, you'd have to be able to get it jarred off of the original onto the duplicate and have it close enough to where it would think it was it. So it's, you know, next to impossible to spoof it. Because you can't go out and touch the thing itself, you know, to jar it so it's no longer tracking.
That sounds like alien technology.
Yeah, so that sensor, that camera, is on the front of the missile, right? We had a Glover come in here one time and say they don't put cameras on fronts of missiles and rockets because it would, it's the heat would destroy the camera. And I'm like, dude, you're literally stupid. And the reason why we got to this point was we keep telling people, why is there no cameras facing forward on outbound rockets from Earth to prove that they're traveling, up and out? How come we never see that uncut, front-facing, space-bound camera? And his excuse was, you can't put a camera facing front on a missile, dude. The heat would just melt it.
You can look at the fourth wall.
Oh, yeah, that's what we need. We need Deadpool to work from NASA.
Yeah.
That's funny that they have that technology too, because every time the Prez takes off in his little helicopter, they always shoot them little heat flares out the back, just in case, somebody tries to shoot it down immediately after takeoff. They do that every time. A little pretty light show for the people, but it's totally meaningless.
Well, yes and no, because that's not just distraction flares, that's chaffing, which is designed to strike the incoming missile.
Oh, okay.
So if the missile passes through a piece of that, it's hoping that it will ignite the missile and blow it up before it reaches the vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Listen, Biden has nothing to worry about as long as Kamala Harris is vice president. No one is going to end him.
Yeah. He's already done. That guy's fucking gone. You don't know where he is.
Guess what I heard today? Never mind. Because I'm definitely going to change the subject.
Please do.
Yeah.
Please do. Thank you.
Obviously, we're meandering into bullshit.
Yeah.
So today's my birthday. Happy birthday, lot. Thank you. So, the thing is, I was hanging out with my friend, and now, mind you, I've been working on our community I'm lying. No, I haven't. I've just decided y'all are idiots, so I won't hang with you. But there are a few select ones that hang with me because they speak with me and they're like, all of the things we thought he was, intellectual about, that hasn't changed. We still talk about certain topics. I'm still in agreement. But those people are afraid to just say, okay, bro, why do you think the earth is flat? They know it, they think it, but they won't ask me. And I'm like, that's fine. I won't, I'm not gonna draw the line. But I do kind of try to coax them and they go, haha, because there's nothing that I say is really out of bounds. So I'm hanging out with my female friend, and basically, I'm just dropping certain things and then she tells me yeah, because you know what? A few people, told me that you were a flat earther. I was like, oh, you said it. Okay, you went there. And she was like, yeah, because I was speaking in code word. I was like FE, and she knew what I meant because I was like, I'll tell you about it when you're ready. Just ask me. And so she's like, yeah, they would talk about it, and I was like, well, what'd they say? It was just screenshots. I was like, yeah, of me saying what? Yeah, right. I don't really know. I'm like, yeah. She's like, I don't really know, about. I don't know anything. And I'm like, yes. So I told her what big it is. She was like, it's interesting. Even though I use that word, I don't know what it's defined as. I was like, yeah, that's what most people do. They use words ambiguously. and they use it to mean whatever they want it to mean, to fit their narrative, blah 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 blah. And so everything that I'm saying is like, she's like, yeah, right. Like, this is the same kind of conversation where we would be in agreement in any other circumstance. I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, so she asks me, she's like, well, because I had brought up the moon landing, and she is like, yeah, but like, I was of the impression that like no one believed that happened. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah. She's like, am I bugging? And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that most people don't believe in the moon landing, because if that's the case, what's the problem? What's the holdup? Like, what's the holdup on talking about this? Like, because if they didn't go to the moon, then why do you think they're sending stuff? Like, where's the disconnect at? She's just like, I was like, tune in next time. We don't have enough time today. She's like, okay. But I didn't know that most people didn't believe in the moon landing. Like, that's like, you know what? That rubs me the same way that the evolutionists rub me. When they're like, oh, I don't believe in the Big Bang, but I do believe we came from a monkey. How does that work? Because it's all a part of the same story.
Elijah, you were talking to a female, and you mentioned a point about how big it is, and then you caught her attention, yeah? But then you lost her after you kept talking about something else.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing about flat Earth. I stuck to like.
Yeah, but you say how big it is, and that's when she started paying attention. I don't know, whatever she had in her mind.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
That's 0 for 3, Jimsy. I don't know what your jokes. I don't know what's going on. I heard 3.
You're talking into a female. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I get it. But you can't conjure up jokes. Jokes are funny when you use the elements of the conversation already there.
Yeah, I let you finish, and then I didn't want to interrupt you. I thought about the joke before, but I wasn't gonna stop you. You were in a roll, bro.
You know what I think
Elijah,
Elijah, is that a lot of people probably don't. I bet that's probably true, but they also don't know that much about it and haven't really looked into it, so they don't know how to talk about it. And also, they don't want to be, they don't want to have that discussion because they don't want to have it with the wrong person, and it can rub people the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? And then they feel weird, and they don't want to. Everybody just wants to fit in. You know what I'm saying? They want to. They just want to fit in.
A lot of times when it's a new subject that people haven't thought about it or looked into it, it's like a black wall. It's like a door that they haven't opened. They don't know what's behind it. So they're just blank when they think about it, unless you break it down for them and you take the time and they can follow a conversation if they're interested about it.
The globe is the same way, right? A lot of the globers, they just believe it because they think this is what the majority believes, and I want to be a part of that. I don't want to be outside of, I want to be with, popular and fit in.
She asked me, she said, what, like, she's like, so do you believe it? And I was like, well, she's like, yes or no? I was like, no. She's like, oh, okay. She's like, so why not? And I was like, okay, do you know what the vacuum of space is? She was like, no. She was like, you mean space, like space? I was like, okay, do you believe that the sun is 93 million miles away? She's like, I don't know. And I was like, but do you think someone else knows? And she was like, yeah, because they have like special like machines and stuff on Earth with like, observatories. I was like, with eyeglass pieces, right? She was like, yeah. I was like, right. I was like, so she kind of got it. Like from then, I was like, but honestly, tell you why is because it's the second law of thermodynamics. violation. She was like, I don't know what that is. I was like, yeah, that's where the like any of the points that I touch on, the conversation begins when you want to know. Like, it doesn't, I just say a word and it's like, okay, this is actually a very long conversation because of people have that. In Creation Bear, I shouted you out and she said, wow, I'm going to shout him out on my podcast every time that I steal his term, bring your own belief, because I brought that to her. I was like, everybody sort of just fills in the blank and they bring their own belief. But when you actually look at what school teaches, like the definitive information, people reject that, not knowing that that's what it says in the books and that's what people teach. I'm just here showing people what's being taught so that they can make a decision. She's like, wow. I was like, yeah, it's pretty different than Wayne's dumbass. Wayne's dumbass telling you, he's a flat earther. Yeah, Wayne's a bigot. It's just like, that's why I had to go into the definition. She was like, damn, because when I said racism is a subset of bigotry, she's like, I don't know if that, like, because when you talking to black people, you're like, you say anything against race, that's hard, a hard pill to swallow. It's like, no, it's because it's hypocrites just othering people for doing the same thing that they're doing, basically, or having a belief system, or not a belief system, but they just assume because of some label that this person is in this particular box. And she's like, that is fucking interesting. I'm like, yeah. So all right, is she cute or not? Here, I had her down. That is my cutie forever. I have a very I have a broader taste than most, so I'll say that.
All right. Sounds good. This sounds like a good, productive conversation that you have with your friend. That's great.
You just want to know how big her boobs are. I get it.
Not really. Not really.
Hey, Elijah.
No,
Elijah.
But yeah, so I'm trying to learn how to have it, because people are very suspicious. And it's like, why are you so suspicious? Go look at the shit that they've told you the world is. Go take a second look. Why are you suspicious of me telling you to go take a look? Because they know that what we're saying is true. And it's a scary thought.
All I heard, Elijah, was it's your birthday, happy birthday, bro, and you were talking to a girl. Win-win. Have a great day, man.
Yeah, today's a good day. It's a day of beginnings. I'm 34 years old. And I just kept telling her I don't want to do what I'm purposed to do. Because I feel like my purpose is to do what I was doing this morning. I was like, I don't really want to do that. But if we don't, who is? I don't want to sit down and be ridiculed by people all day until we get to a point where they stop insulting me and start listening. I don't want to have to go through that process.
Yeah,
but if I don't,
you don't have to.
So I told her, I was like, the stuff that we say, like if I say anything that is really damning about a particular video on YouTube, guess what? That video now gets privatized and you can't find it anymore. I'm like, things that were up on Google that we used to cite, those things come down, but guess what? They have to go back up because other reputable people have cited that work, and they're like, yo, I went to go cite this thing and it was gone. Put that shit back up, son. I was like, that's the kind of power truth has, and that's what we're doing. But people are busy telling us who we are instead of looking at what we're talking about. And she was highly intrigued, but I just would not drop. I just wouldn't just go for it straight away. I was like, I'm gonna slow fuck this thing. I downloaded Discord. I got her to download Discord. She was like, "All right, now what's the Discord?" I was like, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet."
Yeah, you're taking her page by page, like, on these topics, and that's pretty good that you helping your friend out a little bit, and she's interested. She's showing some interest, and she wants to speak to you about it. So that's great.
When she gets the courage to go, "Eli, why did it fly?" Just like she was like, "Eli, do you believe in him?" That's when I'll do it, but not before then. Hello. Because she hasn't asked me yet. So that's the thing I find like super funny, that people just don't ask you, "Hey, why do you think it's fun? What is fun? What does that mean?" Of course, I hit it with there's no such thing as a 2D object in our reality. So there's that. So if you thought for some reason I thought we were a 2D object, let's get that out.
Yeah, we're not talking about a drawing on a piece of paper or on a computer screen.
All right, guys, I got bad reception in this building, so I will catch y'all another time.
Later, Elijah. Is the smoke better? Is the smoke better? New York?
Yeah, way better.
Good news.
They still got everything shut down for some reason, though.
Huh. Mm-hmm. There's some weird stuff. But yeah.
Everybody's like, shit's normal, so why are they like canceling everything? Like they canceled our rooftop movie. Some people can't go to work. It's like, it makes no sense.
Wow. I got family that are planning to go to New York. Actually, I got 2 groups of family that within the next few weeks they want to go to New York, so they're wondering about that.
But she did say that she's into conspiracy theories. I was like, that is interesting. And she's like, yeah, I would love to join a Discord like Discords about spirituality and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna hook you up. Because she was like, people were saying that the fire is not coming from where the government is saying it's coming from. And I was like, now, it's not as crazy as it seems. The only thing I'm saying is that, okay, the fire happened, or whatever happened. Whatever happened, whatever we witnessed, we did witness that. Nobody was blind. But the claims that they're making, they're falsifiable. So whatever is happening, they need to spin the narrative. You know why? It's like, why? Because you can't let people's brains wander. It has to make sense within a certain worldview. Because then people start questioning, how is this happening? Unless you put their mind back on the globe and saying, this is happening this way. And there's always a reason for them spinning the nation that they spin. So she was like, that's true. It's like, yeah.
Okay. Elijah, my birthday is the 12th. I mean, the date that was marked
My mom.
This month, June. So I'm the 12. My son is the 16, and my younger daughter is the 26th of June. Yeah, keep it family simple. All good. And my twin brother as well. I'll try to find some raw milk farm around here. It's a bunch of farms. Northwest Massachusetts. Milk farm around here. Cute.
Hey, good day, you fine folks. Good to see some of you in here and everybody listening. Good day.
Hello. It's only good to see some of us, not all of us.
I'm saying some of you in the, the world is flat community in here. I didn't mean just some of you and all of you, silly.
What's up with this kid in the lobby? He doesn't want to come into the voice stream.
Not sure. I haven't joined my lobby squad yet.
I guess looking at he's just asking question after question after question, and not really trying to absorb anything he's being told. Hey, boy. But
Tard in the lobby.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
We have an extra special tard in the lobby.
Oh.
He's a special kind. he literally just did the loop. He gish galloped and looped right back to the beginning where he started.
Respawn.
Yeah. Well, he didn't even leave to respawn. He like respawned in game.
Well, I went for a bike ride yesterday. I kind of lied. I didn't mean to lie, though. It's like, it's time to get back to the kitchen. And I was about to, and then I just went on a bike ride and then came back to the kitchen. So sorry, CB, if you're listening out there. I lied. I didn't mean to.
Hey, what's the lobby for exactly? Because why wouldn't you just pull him and go through all that with him? And
It's like the entrance to the server.
We can't force them into VC. I mean, we can kick them out of the server. That's all we can do. But this is obviously an alt account, and he's probably been in here, created the account today. He's running his usual script.
that's so weird. Wow. Yeah, that's really bizarre behavior. Here. Super. Break. Release. Oh boy. What? I thought you went to VC check-in and then you got moved over here from the VC, but you go to lobby first?
Mike, check anybody there?
I do.
Mike is working early.
Yeah. It's sounds a little wonky, but
I might be wonky, man. I need to do a GoFundMe or something to get an actual mic. So one on my phone, I'm always driving, so I can never talk. I just want to report that as far as I can tell, I'm not on a spinning ball as I drive across the roadways here in Kentucky. Back to you guys. While my mic's working, anybody see Whitson and Jaronism's show last night with the guy with 150,000 subs?
Yeah, I watched it, Dave.
What I liked about it was the guy set the tone for it to be a civil discussion about the facts. I also liked that Dave Weiss basically did the 3 points right off the bat, even though they walked right by it. You know what I mean? I thought it was a good discussion. Those guys are both lost in space, and there's not much chance for them, but whatever. So, this is me shutting up now.
Yeah, we watched it on another server, and everybody was sort of laughing at him a little bit, you know. But I was just saying that, you know, hey, look at it this way. If you've never heard this information before, it can make you feel really stupid for a start. And then the cog dish comes in, and then lots of other things. And I was saying, look, when he was sharing this other video, the guy, I can't remember his name, I think it began with an S, his last name. He showed another video, I think it was something to do with Egypt. And you could see on the right side, he'd got like 2 of Professor Dave's videos that he'd obviously watched. And I'm like, look, this guy's watched two videos from Professor Dave, and now he's gonna debate Whitsitt about it. And so, you know, I just thought you got to give people a chance, because, you know, when you first see the information, you like it really knocks you. But I just felt like I'd been kicked in balls, to be honest.
I agree, Andy, man. At least I give the guy props. Even though he was totally unprepared about what he was getting into, at least he had the discussion and attempt to have a civil, factual discussion and not call each other names and all that shit, which is great.
Yeah, I agree with that bit.
So maybe they'll look into it, maybe they won't. They looked lost in space. That one guy kept saying that the math works on the globe, so since math is reality, it must be a globe, you know. So if you're stuck in the math proof shit, not much I can do for you at that point. But, you know, that's on you, man. If you want to believe math makes a ball just poof into reality, then that's on you. But as far as I can tell, this spinning space ball in nothing does not exist. Somebody prove me wrong. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I'm just going to say we've just put a convention on things, and a lot of the math is built into the model anyway, so you can't. So it's. But what was I just thinking about? Oh yeah, I was thinking about when I first saw this information a few years ago now. But I had to lay down. I literally had to lay down, and I told myself 2 things to make myself feel better. Right, typical me. One of them was from a movie. This is going to sound retarded, but I don't care. It was from like that Kevin Spacey movie where he's an alien from like 2001, I think, or 2000. What's the name of it? Does anybody remember? Anyway,
weird like Pax or something like that.
What's he called?
I think it had a weird name like K-Pax or something.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, good call, man. Good call. That's the movie. And there's a moment where he's talking to his therapist, who was like Jeff Goldblum. Jeff, what's his name? I can't think of his name. Bridges. That's his name. And he's like, he's talking about spheres. You know, he's talking about why is Why is a space? Why? No. Wait. Let me get it right. Fucking hell, brain's gone dead. Sorry, everybody.
I'm very interested, so I hope you can let us know at least, even if you can't think of the specifics.
Yeah, it'll come to me in a minute. You're all right. My memory's not too great. I've just got a lot of sun, which is not like me. It just feels good to get sun on your body in the UK. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I bet you get a lot of sun where you're from.
Alabama.
Alabama. Oh, I love that
I
accent.
gotta say it with that thick Southern accent because I know you guys are gonna say it right after me, and you're gonna have it a little bit.
Oh, I remember now. He says, "Why is a soap bubble round? Why is a soap bubble round?" And he says, "Because it's the most efficient configuration." That's what he said. And then the other thing that popped into my head, which helped the cognitus, that helped me just calm down, was the compartmentalization of. Well, no, I didn't even think about that bit. I just thought there's too many people. There's just too many people that have to keep secret. And I know the human condition. I might not know angles and shit like Indio and all that technical stuff, but I do know the human condition. I know people, and it's just too big a lie. That's what I told myself. It's too big. It's too, you know what I mean? And that just calmed me right down. I just thought, oh, then that really helped me. That those two things, but of course, I didn't realize the compartmentalization what goes on in institutions and secret societies. Let's not forget that, because you go up the ladder and then, you know, look at Scientology. That's perfect for the, you know, you pay to go clear, so to speak. Go clear.
Though, is the bigger the lie, the more believable it will be.
Yeah, something like that. And also the fact that people just don't, when they're told something and they're told they don't have to think about it, it's like they almost welcome it.
But that's the best thing. That's the best thing about Flat Earth, though, right? Where we can say, look, we can't verify some of this shit. So, as far as I'm concerned, I don't this condescending part of my head that says trust the science. No. How about show me the science? Well, smarter people than you has figured it out, so don't worry, pretty little head. No, that's not good enough.
They're told a story where everything fits together, and this is how everything works. And don't worry, we're getting those spaceships ready for you.
Yeah, Spaceport. Yeah, man. They're doing the alien shit again. Have you seen that? I don't know if you've seen it, but oh man,
we
it's
talked about it the last couple of days in here.
It's ridiculous. But that's the good thing about that's the good thing about flat earthers, though, right? We just go, really? So I love that.
No, it is really awesome to be able to see through all that mess.
Yeah, it's nice to not have to, absorb yourself and all that nonsense too, and be constantly trying to be focused on every one of those stories. Because I don't give a shit anymore. In all the stories, I don't even watch the news at all. I didn't know about the wildfires until like 2 days. I was really late on that. I had no idea. And it does, why waste my time and my energy on those bullshit UFO stories? And it's nice,
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I watched the news. I just watched like YouTube videos where people make fun of the news, but other than that, I don't really watch them. Like, Did you guys actually? I saw something yesterday. Did you guys? Well, it's not really news, but did you guys watch the Tucker Carlson video that he posted up on Twitter?
No, sir.
It was it was pretty deep. It was pretty fucking deep.
Did he expose the his former company?
No. He was exposing some other stuff, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, it was. It's something you would never hear from somebody from the news. It's fucking crazy. It's like some shit we would talk about here. Like, it's just not about flat Earth, but other topics.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't watch Tucker Carlson just because the majority content that he talks about is it's the dog and pony show. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, but I've watched him for a while. He's kind of evolved. Like, he's changed his viewpoints, and I think that's why probably he got fired from Fox.
But what
I hope you know that.
What does that mean that he changes viewpoints on what issue?
Yeah, I hope you know that Tucker Carlson is an FBI agent, just like Amal with Operation Mockingbird.
I mean, what, a political issue? I mean, come on, that's
I mean, that's fine. If you guys want to believe that conspiracy, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not gonna like. Dude, I hate this. I hate this. How everyone is like an agent. Everyone is this. I don't know, man. Like, it's starting to sound. That's starting to sound crazy to me.
So you think that if you vote Republican, right, and that guy wins, it's actually going to change something for your life? It's actually going to improve. Then who gives a shit then? Why invest in that? Why subscribe to that why play along with that game of theirs?
What game am I playing?
Well, if you're investing your time into these issues, these political footballs that they use to control and divide people, it's a waste of time. You're feeding into it, and you're giving them exactly what they want.
And when it comes to Tucker Carlson being an agent of FBI, it's because of Operation Mockingbird. It doesn't mean that he knows the Earth is flat. He's on a need-to-know basis, just like everybody in the government. It's always, or especially in those three-letter agencies, it's always compartmentalization. So it's not like everybody just knows the lie and are telling a lie. They have their own duties that they have to uphold. And Operation Mockingbird has never been one of those operations that they've quit doing, so that it's still active today. This is why everything that they put on the news is propaganda, and now all the sub-news stations are propaganda. That's your Daily Wire. That's whatever Tucker Carlson is doing. Whatever the podcasts that are super big, like Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, propaganda. They're all feeding into the same system.
And that whole left-right paradigm stuff, it drives me nuts. Because it's the same, they do the same thing every 4 years. Every 4 years it's the same. And nothing changes. We might, one side gets what they want for 4 years or for 8 years, and they're happy and they're content for a while. So then they're okay. They're disappointed if they lose the next election, right? But, we have to build up this side now. We can't let them get too low or they might do something crazy. We don't want to revolt. So let's give it to them now and make them happy for a few years. You know what I mean? There's so
conflicts everywhere, like the Globers and the Flat Earthers, right? The Republicans, the Democrats. I mean, there's just different things going on in the world,
But the Democrats and Republicans, that whole thing, the head of all that is the same ones feeding the globe lie. And that's all just a distraction.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't watch any mainstream stuff. I usually watch stuff that's like not mainstream.
I mean, I fall into the trap once in a while too. When Trump first came on the scene, I was kind of like, "Hey, yeah, you know what? That's kind of awesome." But then I realized, wait a minute, he's the savior that side of the coin needed at that exact moment, because people in the majority of that party, the people, were getting extremely upset with the old guard, if you will. You know what I mean? They didn't want those rhino Republicans that they call them anymore. They were tired of that. And so they had to give them something new. And everything Trump said sounded great, right? I'm going to drain the swamp. Hey, did he drain that swamp? What did he really do that made it a significant impact that's going to last?
I can tell you. I don't know if I can say it on here, actually. Never mind. I don't think I can say it on here.
Okay. I think
sorry. But yeah, he didn't drain the swamp. And what he did do was he helped along the world agenda, the worldwide agenda.
And that's all that ever happens. The meantime, the rest of us are also just busting our ass, trying to survive.
Actually, if you want to kind of figure out what I'm talking about, go maybe on one of the more discreet sites, like BitChute, or can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Like BitChute or Rumble, and look up or go to the actual document. But if you need help guiding you to the document to read it, what he signed on Education Day.
Okay.
That's another whole ass rabbit hole right there. If you need a little more context, every president since Jimmy Carter has signed off on this.
Yeah, and with every president, there's like the one we have now. That they're doing that on purpose for a bunch of different reasons, right? Because it's making people more decisive because he's so gone, he's so brain dead, and it makes people on the right so angry, and they get angry at who? Not the people in power. They get angry at their neighbor who's a Democrat, because how can you vote for this idiot and you're still cheering? You know what I mean? Come on, man. It's a fucking scam.
Wow, Lexa, I'm going to just piss off.
Well, that was disrespectful.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, Lexa called us idiots.
Oh, what, in the chat? Text chat?
Yeah, and said I'm out of this rat hole. So I was like, wow. If you're gonna be like that, you can piss off. Bye bye.
Yeah. Hey, do you think that hurts my feelings calling me an idiot? You calling me an idiot? I don't give a shit what you think of me.
Yeah, you can just ignore that person. Doesn't matter. They're insignificant.
I had my speakers off for a little bit. Looks like I tuned in just in time to miss something.
Drama. That's all you wanted was the drama. I'm about to swap to the computer, guys. So give me a second, alright?
You can have 60 of them. Got a whole 60 of them this minute.
Yeah, there's a huge mindset when it comes to like globers and flat earthers, and like we can talk about. For example, we were just having an argument. Well, not an argument. Like we were having a discussion about a little bit of politics, not too serious, right? And
no, yeah,
we can agree to something, we can not agree, but that's fine. But hey, I'm not mad, and I don't think anyone else is mad. We could agree to disagree, so it's no big deal to me. Like I don't get angry, but then these globers, they go like I don't know why they get so like butthurt.
Emotional?
Yeah, man, it's like they need to test their T levels, dude, because Jesus.
You mean like this? Oh,
no, just in general.
I get the politics too. The thing why people stay in it because there is some very serious issues that people take seriously that each side holds, but those are, that's another manipulation tactic that they use.
I mean, I mostly only pay attention to it because like you said, certain issues that I really dislike that are happening in our country right now. And that's the only reason why I follow it. I know everything is corrupted, but you can't just sit back and watch the world like just go to shit. Like, I mean, eventually you gotta man up and do something, right?
It is.
I must give this place.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
Planet. It's gonna go to shit regardless of who I vote for. The only thing I can do is try to red pill all the people I can around me.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that clip?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I like playing it. Let me play it one more time. I like it.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
Planet. What a fucking weird laugh. Oh my god. That's kind of weird.
What's up, Mayhem?
What's going on, Flatsy?
Doing all right this morning. Having a good time with my son. Everybody else is sleeping in.
Awesome. Looks like Lexa just dropped out.
Wasn't that the little kid?
Yeah, 14-year-old. Yep. I think his brother still might be here. Let's see. Yeah, he might still be here.
So the last few days of him coming in here haven't really produced anything yet.
No, he's just really hard nosed. He loves space so much, so he's just gonna dog on this. He's got a lot of growing up to do, also.
Yeah, I mean, I love fantasy novels. You know, it's but then you got to realize it's just it's not real.
That video they kept playing the other day, my mom showed it to me of, Biden falling down again. I don't even know if I should laugh at that anymore.
Yeah, he seems to fall a lot. He's like the first time I've ever seen somebody like fall upstairs.
Well, I've fallen upstairs myself.
Yeah, if your stairs are carpeted.
Twice in a row?
Yeah, twice in a row.
Because that's what happened to him. So I was on another Discord yesterday, and I was talking to some people. Hopefully, I can get 2 more people in here. That would be really cool. They seem really open-minded, so I gave them some videos to watch, and then I told them, when you're ready, just join the Discord because it's
And you guys live in the country and have to deal with raccoons?
I have to deal with squirrels and possums.
I've had a band of, I think it's about 4 of them. 4 raccoons show up every night and come trash all the bird feeders, right? So I put 2 live traps out the next night, and I caught 2 of them. But then the next night, the other 2 came, and the traps were set off, and the food was gone, and no raccoon. So I'm like, what the hell is going on, right? And so, and actually, no, this was the other day, because whenever I catch one and shoot him, they don't show up for a day. They take a day off. They take the night off, and then they'll come back the next day. And this has been going on for like the last 2 days. I'm like, what's going on? Why? How do they keep getting this food? So these other 2 raccoons saw their buddies get trapped in these cages, so they won't go in the cages anymore, and they throw that cage around the yard and tip it over until they can get that food out.
Yeah, man. Raccoons are really smart. I mean, their hands are just like humans. Like,
They're not that smart though. They're still hungry because so I put the food in there this time so it wouldn't fall out. So they had to go in it. And I caught another one the other night at like I don't know, I think it was like 2:00 in the morning. I went out there, shot it. And the other one was standing there and saw me do it and didn't come around last night. I have a feeling I might come back tonight. Yeah, I just thought that was funny how I mean, I know they're smart, but I didn't. It's kind of amazing that they would catch on that quick like that. I don't know, just a fucking raccoon, you know?
yeah, I mean, that's what they do. I mean, they're scavengers. And they are really smart.
I hate shooting them, but I had there's just so many of them. What am I going to do? Put them in my car, drive them down the street, let them go? I mean, that and I have a detached garage and like kind of a shop, and I have a bunch of cats that go in and out of there and live in there to kind of roam the property and take care of mice and shit. And they'll go in through the cat door into the garage and bust open all the cat food bags. They're a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah, bro, I was going to be sarcastic and say if you stopped putting food out for them, would they stop coming so you could stop shooting them? But I get your point with cat food, with the cat doors. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I would put all the bird feeders away, and then so they wouldn't really have a reason to come here. But they'd still go into the garage and try to go in through the cat door and mess the garage up.
Yeah. Slowly over time, animals have learned that humans just we're a shopping centre. They just have to open the doors. Like animals are really, really clever. I get deer and sheep and cattle coming into my garden when I've got fences and gates closed. They know that there's good food in here, so they'll come in. They'll figure it out. I've got mole scarers, but still I get the odd mole who knows how to come in, or they're still sort of. They work around it. I've got rabbit fencing in place. The fence is buried to a depth of about 3 feet around the property to stop rabbits getting in. But they still go deeper. They just, they're not daft. No animal's stupid. If it's hungry, it's not stupid.
That is for sure.
It's a hard choice, though, when you have to choose between an animal's life, and I've had to do it with many's a time, and it's horrendous, bro. It's having to choose an animal's life when it's not for your own larder or for your own, sustenance. You're taking its life. It's not. It's hard, bro. Even if it's vermin or pest.
I mean, when bears get like too crazy like that, where they'll like go to humans' properties and they're not afraid of humans anymore. Usually they shoot them down because
that's the problem.
Yeah, that's when they get dangerous, when they're not afraid of humans. But
and raccoons were like that too. When I came out here, they didn't run away. They stood up and just stared at me. They didn't.
I bet people feed them or something. Like,
no, I don't. I live in the country, bro. I don't really have any neighbors.
Oh,
I'm surrounded by woods. I'm about a mile off the road, surrounded by a dense forest.
Do you keep livestock?
Chickens.
Well, that's cool. Chickens are awesome.
Yeah, surprisingly, there's been no issues with that either. The foxes, I've seen a fox sniffing around over there before, but they've never jumped the fence or tried to dig under it. I don't know why. It might be because of my German Shepherd might keep them away. I don't know. Coyotes too. The coyotes don't come near the house.
Yeah, German Shepherd's a pretty intimidating dog for them.
Although a hawk did get in there once and was attacking them, and I just went in there, and luckily I had a broom out here, and I just went in there and I whacked it with smacked him with the broom, and kind of dazed him a little bit, and he got his faculties.
You don't have a rooster?
No, I did. I did one, but I don't know. Something happened. I found it dead one morning in the chicken coop. I don't know if he might have been sitting up top and fell and broke it. I don't know what the hell happened.
Yeah, you get a rooster, dude, they'll fight off a fucking.
The problem with roosters though too is they beat the hell out of the hens, man.
Yeah. But if like a falcon gets in there, usually they'll fight it off. But usually if you have like a bunch of hens, it's not too bad because it's kind of spread out, and so the aggression is not that bad.
I only have 6.
Oh.
Surprisingly, I see I catch bobcats all the time on my trail cams, but they don't come anywhere near the house either. And you would think they would, I don't know, try to get one of these chickens.
Yeah, over here where I live, I have just a bunch of fruit plants. I have avocado. I have 2 avocado trees. I have 1 mango tree. I have a bunch of pineapple plants in the backyard too, and they're just one of them just is about to be ready to be eaten. It's like turning yellow. But I have an issue with squirrels, like really bad. And so each tree has like 3 traps set on the tree, And so I catch a squirrel every other day. It's that crazy.
What do you do? Are they live traps?
No, they sometimes stay alive on him, but I shoot them. Squirrels are just rats on trees. That's all they are.
Yeah, I shot a squirrel once, and I will never do it again because I kind of grazed them, and the cry that poor squirrel gave out. Oh, it was excruciating to hear that thing crying. I felt so bad.
Well, here's the thing. At first, I tried to be nice. And I would set, fruits on a little metal, like a little metal plate on the side of the tree, right? So they could come down, they can eat that, right, and not freaking attack the, or try to eat the fruits on the tree, right? But for some reason, they love eating like the green avocados, like when they're small. And I'm like, what the hell, dude? Like, you're every day, like, it's just really bad. They won't even eat the food that I give them. They go for they want to go for the fruits on the actual tree. And so I'm like, all right, well, I have no other choice.
They want the good stuff, man.
It's not even that good because it's like they're like little. They're not even ripe yet. They're nowhere near ripe. The avocados right now, and they'll eat the green ones. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, why are they doing this? Like, I have a ripe mango right there on the bottom of the tree. Eat that. And the problem is they reproduce a lot too, so it doesn't matter how much I kill them.
Yeah, squirrels are everywhere, man.
But if I don't, then it's going to be way worse. So I have to at least continue to reduce the population a little.
I've noticed that squirrels are actually extremely intelligent because the ones I have out here, I can walk outside with nothing in my hands and they will be hopping around invisible. The moment I step out the door with my squirrel gun in my hand, they're gone. And I don't see one squirrel.
Oh, I get it. You're dealing with smart squirrels. These city squirrels over here, they're dumb. Because they're used to seeing people all the time. It's because you live in the country. And so when they see you, they're like, oh shit, who's that? But over here, they're constantly seeing people. And so sometimes I'll go out and I'll like try to like yell at them. And they just look at me. And then I'm like, okay, I'm just going to take out the gun. Like, you don't want to run away? Okay.
Yeah, and I remember when I was in DC and I was at the White House, there's the squirrels out there will actually, you guys probably seen it, they jump right in your lap because they're so used to people being around and feeding them and whatnot. They're practically tame. The weather here has just been perfect like the last 3 days.
Yeah, it hasn't stopped raining here in Miami. Like, I would love to have chickens, but since I moved here, they don't let you have chickens here.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, some people will have them, but like my parents, they live they live pretty close to where I live, and they used to have a rooster and some chickens, and a police officer actually came to the house and told them that they had to get rid of the chickens. I guess somebody complained.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Do you get mountain lions where you live?
No, I'm in South Central Wisconsin. We don't got any of those around here.
What about bears?
Occasionally, one or two bears will get down this far south, but it's pretty rare. Yeah, the raccoons are pretty much the biggest problem out here. That and the damn deer standing in the road.
I will tell you this: the squirrels are very tasty.
I don't remember. I've only had squirrel like once, and I don't remember what the hell it tasted like.
It's like a mix between like chicken and I don't know. I can't really pinpoint, but
It's got to be way more gamey though.
yeah, it's a mix. Depends how old the squirrel is. But yeah, sometimes when I catch them in the trap and I see that they're healthy, they look healthy. They're not like losing all their hair or some crazy shit like that. I'll skin them and I'll put them on the grill. Yeah, sometimes I'll even feed him to the dog. He likes eating squirrel.
Yeah, if it's funny enough that the cats out here, I would think they'd be eating squirrels all the time, but they don't for some reason. They catch a lot of rabbits and mice and birds, and actually flying squirrels, but no actual. I never find actual like squirrel tails or any shit like that laying around. These cats are crazy. They eat. I saw one of the cats out here catch this huge rabbit, and that cat ate the whole fucking thing. The only thing it didn't eat was the tail.
Wow, what kind of rabbits and what kind of cats do you have over there?
Just regular, bunny rabbits. But I was just surprised that that cat, he ate that whole damn thing. bones and all. Same thing with the mice. They eat the bones and everything.
Yeah. I mean, like people will tell you, like, don't feed your dog bones. That's not true. I feed my dog chicken bones all the time, as long as they're raw.
Yeah, raw. They gotta be.
Yeah, chicken bones, squirrels. He'll just eat the whole squirrel. Like not even like like the whole thing just flip. Skin and everything, hair and everything. We're probably upsetting a lot of people, so I'm gonna stop talking about this.
Well, fuck. I'm just waiting for somebody to come in and talk about something. I hate hearing myself talk about flat Earth. I don't want to talk to myself about flat Earth.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch like a video. I think Dave did a video recently. I haven't seen it. I think I'm gonna watch it.
I should get off here and do something productive. I've done nothing all day but sit outside and just enjoy this weather.
Yeah, I'm about to. When my husband gets up, I'm gonna go for a bike ride.
Is it nice down there in Alabama today?
I haven't. I mean, yes. I mean, the sun is shining brightly, but it's going to be hot.
Hot. It's hot.
It's me and my son right now that's awake. My stepdaughter and my husband are both in their rooms, either asleep or maybe just laying down. It's a lazy day today. I'm gonna be going to Florence today. That'll be something. Sorry, my son is a turd. Well, I wish we had some more going on right now. This is funny. What happened in the lobby was hilarious. What?
I picked up a new book the other day. 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter. Anybody familiar with this?
I haven't read it.
I've heard of it.
Hello?
I was about to say, hi, everybody.
Hello. The boot music is not playing. Hello. Oops. Wait a second. I was listening my voice in the YouTube channel. Okay, so
I was too. I was listening to Nathan Oakley.
So in the other day I was shopping at the supermarket, and I was listening this music, and it's a Flat Earth song. So I don't know if it is this or the original, but I'm gonna post. So it was curious, that one, and this is the original. So what? It was amazing, they play this on the radio here in Portugal. At least, in the radio of the supermarket, because they have their own radio. They play songs every day. So I was listening this one, and I said, I recognize this song.
That's wild. They played that on your radio station?
The supermarket radio station.
That's wild. That's awesome.
Yeah. The supermarket is Intermarché. It's a franchising from France. That we have here in Portugal, Intermarché. And and it is the city that I'm actually living. It's not a big city, but it was amazing. I couldn't believe it. But maybe this song is getting very known.
Well, that's awesome.
I was trying to play, but the music boot is not working. Let's wake up! And there's a moment, when you realize that you have been lying, all your life about the place that we are living. Sadly, it is sad, but it is amazing, to wake up. We don't come we don't come from nothing.
Man, today must be my lucky day.
Elijah.
Yeah, so I had stopped by to see my mom today. And after 4 years, and then finally just kind of leaving it alone, because I'm like, there's no way to like if a person is not interested in this subject, it's just like no point, right? But so it was her. She had friend Michael over, and we were talking about politics, and then he had mentioned greenhouse gas, and I was like, because we were talking about like New York being orange and all that. I was like, hey, Michael, what's a greenhouse gas? Like, no, I didn't say that. I said, hey, Michael, what's a greenhouse? And he started to talk about like, the planet. And I was like, no. What's a greenhouse? And he was like, oh, that's a structure that's enclosed. It's an enclosed system. And I was like, yes. So how do we have greenhouse effects without the house? He looked at me oddly. He took off his glasses and he said, a lot of people are talking about that flat earth stuff, right? And I was like, funny you should mention that. And it was the most amazing conversation I've had with them in a long time.
Awesome.
It took TikTok and all these extra people saying it for them to go, all right, what was that stuff you were saying, Elijah? It took that long, but it's okay.
It's spreading, huh?
For real. But they got people looped into the alien stuff and all that. And I told you, I was like, they're gonna make it work with the flat Earth. They're gonna make it work.
I think so too.
I was like, one step at a time. I'm just glad they talking about it.
So that's 2 people for you in one day, huh? That brought it to you.
Well, 3 people technically. Yep. Yeah, they're gonna have to shut TikTok down or somehow remove how many hits a hashtag gets or something that's I don't know what they're gonna do, but I know it looks bad for them right now. I don't even care how it looks for them. I'm just glad that it's gotten to a point where the people that I want to talk to about it finally wants to talk about it. It's insane, because it's insane that people know you're a flat earther and will specifically not bring it up. And they think they're being respectful because they're like, well, everyone has their beliefs. That's what my friend said this morning. She's like, well, I don't really, what you believe is what you believe. And I was like, well, you know what I realized? I realized that actually I have less beliefs than when I started. And I said, there's something called a 3-point takedown where we're asked 3 specific questions. And do you know that there's no astrophysicist, no one who can answer these questions? Like point blank. I'm like, the conclusion of that is, well, what you've been told is a belief that you have. And I'm like, so it's weird that people think that they're being amicable to me by telling me I can believe what I want to believe, when actually I'm trying to kindly let them know that they're the one with me. Not that we don't all have beliefs, but specifically about the shape of the earth, they think it's a belief thing. And it's like, nah, it's not.
Yeah.
I don't know this. Flat is not a shape. When you start saying that stuff, it's like their mind can either process it or they're getting overloaded. And you got to know when that's happening, when it's getting overloaded. You got to stop. I know we like to keep going, but it's like you have to stop because they can't take it for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, how many? That's where the spirals come in, right? People come in here almost daily spiral because of that. It's encouraging though, because it seems like that stigma of that word, flat Earth, is gonna actually erode away, and people are gonna get comfortable discussing it because most people don't even want to discuss it because of how they've been conditioned to those words. That's encouraging, man.
Yeah, I've been eroding away at that for some time now because all I do is say, that's bigoted, right? And they're like, how? Then I showed them the definition. I'm like, you could just ask me what I think instead of looking at me as someone who's labeled as something and then tell me how I'm wrong about that thing. 'Cause that's bigotry. And they're like, well, and then they're like, well, tell me that. And then when I start talking about the science and the math and the this and the that, they're like, oh, this motherfucker knows what he's talking about. This is cognitively painful. Like, what's going on here? I'm being slapped around, dragged around by my short hair. How the fuck? I thought you guys didn't like science and math. I thought y'all were retards. Yeah, because you were a bigot. That's why. But it's okay. You can change.
Yeah, they've only absorbed, the bullshit stuff that comes from flat Earth. They've never actually heard real shit, They see that stupid picture with shit.
I even hit him with the formula. He is like, but see what they show you pictures, of the Earth being a globe, and I'm like, that they do. That they do. That's true. So that means that it measures the way that they claim because it's an object, right? So the horizon is a consequence of the geometry of the object. He was like, yeah, I get that. I was like, okay, so there's a formula, and the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to the horizon, because they told us that the radius was 3,959 miles and that the circumference was 25. He's like, yeah. I was like, well, then when you go to the beach, actually, we're going to the beach on the 13th on my mom's birthday. And I was like, well, if you're laying down there and you're 1 foot off the ground at sea level and you happen to have a pair of binoculars and you see a boat 5 miles out and you see the horizon beyond it, but you're only 1 foot above sea level, that only tells me one thing. That is that there's no geometric horizon. He's like, that makes sense. And I was like, I know. That's all I've been saying. So man, these are older people. This is my mom and her friend. So it's like it's invigorating to see. Cause I had to guilt trip my mom a little bit after this, because I didn't try to come to her about this, and she was like, I don't want to hear it. And I'm like, Ma, that's why I don't need to come to y'all for the stuff that we can know today. I wanted to come to you for historical knowledge on what you experienced coming up. And she was telling me about the Flintstones and how they had like all of this technology in the cartoon, obviously decades before we started having iPhones and video sharing and all this and that and the third. And I had mentioned how the clip of the Flintstones where they were talking about flat Earth and all of that, globe, it's a globe, it's flat, whatever. And I was like, it's interesting, y'all. You like Aladdin? Remember when Jafar turned into a sorcerer? and he banished Aladdin. It was to the end of the earth where there was an ice shelf. And both like, I'm like, man,
Damn, I missed all that. He roboted so bad.
You said I robot it?
Yeah, I didn't really catch any of what you just said, bro.
The last words.
It's all good.
Like
It's all good.
50 seconds almost.
That is rare too. What you were saying about that older generation actually wanting to even discuss it, because a lot of times they just in a point in their life where they don't want to have time for that and don't they're set in their ways and they ain't good where they are. They don't want they don't want to deal with it. I think there's some new people in the chat. If somebody wants to try to talk to them, I gotta dip for a second, but I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Hey, we got Wesley in the chat. I just unmuted you. Welcome to the server, Wesley.
Just run away.
Wesley just ran away. Oh well. Quiet day today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a little quiet, at least for lunchtime, I guess. But it was popping this morning. Wasn't too bad. No globies yet, but what can you do?
The Globe Camp is recouping and trying to come back with some new arguments, I guess. The McToon crowd couldn't handle it.
They're like, what do we do, McToon? They don't believe they're on a planet. What do we say?
The best the Globers got are McToon. That's pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe they'd even hang on to somebody like Dave Farina or Matthew, or they throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus. So
They're intellectuals, or the guys who side with the Globe. They look like freaking humanity rejects, dude. I don't know how to say it. I'm
I
serious.
missed it already. Where's the new person go?
They're degenerates, man.
Bunch of degenerates. That's true, though.
Yeah, they're degenerates.
Oh. Thought there was somebody new in here. Damn, man.
Well, there was, but when I unmuted them, they ran away.
Oh, yeah. That's so weird too. Because why would you come here and then the moment your mic is unmuted, you log out? You just get scared at the last second and back out.
It reminds me of that video, the GIF of the little kid that runs into the room and he sees something and he just gets really scared and runs back the other way. That's what it reminds me of.
Because you can't come in here on accident. You didn't just, accidentally end up in here. Oh, well.
That's not how they sound when they come in here. It sounds like they just tripped and fell and all of a sudden they're in 24/7 flat of Discord. I could ask them. That's the first thing I say. How'd you find us? How'd you get here? Oh, no. I was just on the internet. Bullshit, dude. You really wanted to find. You saw something on Flat Earth. You wanted to see what we're saying in here, so you came in. Intentionally.
Yeah, right off the bat. Lying right off the bat. For no fucking reason. Crazy.
Damn, Petey, you never quit, do you? Son bitch.
That kid has a t-shirt with a rocket. A space rocket.
The hell is a space rocket?
It's a fairy tale. There's no space.
But my ISS. PD has left the building.
In a yellow submarine.
Next time one of these clowns comes in here and gets to the question, why would they lie? Maybe we should turn that back around on them and say, if they did, say, why did you lie to us when you first got in here about how you got in here?
When I hear McToon, I just I see that guy from the who framed Roger Rabbit, the Judge Doom, the character.
Oh, yeah.
It was like a human, but he was a cartoon. And yeah, it reminds me that guy.
Wasn't that the guy, the actor that played that character was the guy from the Doc? That was Doc Brown, wasn't it?
Exactly, from the Back to the Future.
Yeah.
There's a scene in that movie He's using cross pressure. Mr. McDoom. But there's another movie, Falling Down. It's like the same face like McToon. Let me see. Falling Down. The trailer. It's almost, you see the same face? Almost. Mr. McToon, such a character.
We got some psychos today.
Is that in the lobby?
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
This guy, my God, man, Spiral is. It's amazing. It really is amazing. This is like a psychiatrist's field day.
Are they just coping right now? They probably are.
Well, the funny thing about this is what he posted. No, I can't trust my own eyes. I'm on Earth. But about 5 minutes before that, he said, "Take a rocket, go to space, and look at Earth." So you can only trust your eyes from space, Megan.
Is it still in the lobby? Both of that, what he just said?
He's incognito. He stopped answering. He was going psycho incognito. Oh, he just started answering again. He's spamming TikTok links over and over again. That's where we all go to get our science. TikTok, man.
Where is he? I don't see him. Did he get banned?
No, he's in cognitive dissonance. I just deleted his 2 posts because.
Oh.
He said Marta said something. We were like, okay, post. He said, you literally said this. So we're like, post the quote, right? Reply to it. Reply to where he said that. And since then, he's just been posting the same TikTok links over and over again. Oh, it's a dinosaur meme.
That's it?
Yeah. Yeah, this one's he said, y'all ain't worth saving. I said, who you, like, wait, saving for what? Like, save us for the Big Bang God? Like, why are you saving us? Like, you're really just nut, dude. Like, if that doesn't illustrate that the globe is a religious belief, that people come in here because they think flat earthers need to be quote unquote saved. Saved from what?
No idea.
So if I think the earth is flat, what happens then? Aliens won't talk to us?
Hey, you know, Lexa he left the server this morning.
Oh, the French guy? Kid?
Yeah, the French kid, yep. He said we're just a pack of rats or some shit.
He's saying in French?
No. He typed, well, he said that when he was on voice, like when, the audio clip of the one that I have of him spiraling. If you hear the whole clip, he does say that in part of it when he's upset. You know, one thing I like about this is that when they're triggered, I want to push them over the fucking edge, dude. And some people get mad, like, man, let's just chill out. Like, no, fuck that, man. I'm gonna raise this shit to 10 to where the point where he can't take it anymore. He just fucking rage quits. That's what I want. I want them to rage. That's the whole thing. Because, they come in there like, the sound bites, man. Who's playing the sound bites? I'm like, because they mention it, I'll start playing the fucking sound bites even more. Like, they should, if they're standing on truth, they should be able to tell us what's what, like, through anything, to provide evidence. But they don't do that. They're in here coping. It's stupid.
I could scroll up in lobby and like read this guy's posts. They're so out of this world, batshit, crazy, zealot, like worse than the usual. And that's saying something, right? So to go beyond what's been done already in the servers, as far as like low IQ, cultish, just batshit crazy things that people say. This guy's next level globe cult. Asked us about 30 times, oh, where's your proof of flat Earth? We post it. 3 seconds later, what's your proof of flat Earth? He looped on where's the edge like 9 times. Like, just kept looping, just spiraling. It's amazing.
Funny.
Oh, this is the best one, Miggy. Well, hold on. I'll read it to you because this one is classic. Oh my God, this is the best. Okay. So Cartoon Creation Bear said, go outside. L.A., that's his name, A-L-E. That's a French name, so maybe it's the same guy. Maybe he just did a pretend quit, right? And then he came back in as an alt. He says, yeah, you really should. I says, we have it. It's flat. He says, but it's also proof it's round. I said, where? Tell me where to go. Okay, go to Google. So Google's outside, man.
That's probably the same. It's the same guy. It's the same kid.
I kept asking him over and over again, where do I go outside to see this globe? All he kept saying was Google, Google, Google. Then he keeps saying, NASA proved the globe. How did NASA prove the globe? Photographs and videos.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, same thing over and over again. So Clipcord came up with a pretty good one, and I can't wait to use it on the Clover. So if photos and videos are proof of something, so if I go on Tinder and the chick's hot, and then I meet her in real life and she's ugly, is that proof that she's still hot because on the screen she was hot? You know, good luck dating if you think the picture is proof.
Yeah.
And he's like, you can't trust your own eyes and all that stuff, you know.
But you
good
can,
luck good luck dating, right?
You can trust them when you take a rocket ride.
Yeah, or when you're crossing the street, or when you're like, oh, that's my mother, or I know this person over here, you can trust them then. You don't go, Mom, I'm not sure you're my mom, because I can't trust my own eyes.
Oh, shit.
She'll be like, where did I go wrong?
Have you ever eaten anything before in your life? I don't know.
I banned someone for that yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Because they said, I believe I do. I had to get rid of them. Like, no point. Just wasting time.
Straight to the banhammer.
Yeah, I mean, he said everything is a belief. I said, no, there's belief and there's knowledge. And he says, no, everything's a belief. So I asked him, so do you believe? So do you know you've ever eaten anything before, or is that a belief? He said, that's a belief.
Oh,
like, okay.
Shit.
Like, okay, you're out. Like, see you later, man.
The brain in the jar conversation will not be had.
Well, I mean, you think everything's a belief. Like, I don't care about what you believe. I want to know what you know. And since you just claimed you don't know anything and can't know anything, I'm talking to the wrong person.
Hell yeah.
You're like, there's nothing for you to do here. Go on a 24/7 Believe the Earth server or something. Who was the other one yesterday? He said, oh my God, man. This other guy. Just another dishonest person. I said, when you go to the beach, does it look flat? Yes or no? He says, There's no left or right curve on the horizon, and that is consistent with a globe. I said, yeah, so what? That's also consistent with a pyramid and an egg, if they're large enough. And he's like, no, they're not. It's only consistent with a globe. So no left or right curve on the horizon is only consistent on a globe. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Just that, like, you're out of here too. Like, I'm not dealing with that shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this video I just posted in the live stream?
Yeah, I did play it a few times.
Oh, okay.
What bothers me is that they know they're wrong and they won't concede. They just cannot concede. You're a flat earther. I can't concede to you. It's too humiliating, so I'm not going to do it. Instead, I'm going to double down and humiliate myself some more, right? By talking. It would be less humiliating to concede to a flat earther than it would be to come out and keep saying stuff which is provably just stupid. Okay? It's just stupid.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's the ego, man. It's the ego. That's all it is. And of course, probably the same guy. You never know, man. Like, it's either the same guy or, like, this is gaslighting to me. That's how I look at it. It's gaslighting. Because they say stuff that, like, if you put it in front of, like, a 10-year-old, like, they would know it's wrong. Like, if you got a bunch of, like, 3rd graders or 4th graders, and you got them together and you ask them these questions, they would just tell you the truth. You have an adult or maybe a young adult or whatever saying patently absurd things and then arguing them and then doubling down on them. It has to be like some form of gaslighting. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, like when you get into a conversation where they don't know, like, everything's all relative, it's all subjective, their reality. I feel that way when they Google shit on the spot. Like, when they don't know something, and then all of a sudden they become instant experts because they just Google the shit. That's what infuriates me. It's not like when they're looking for something that we're asking them for, but like when they're doing it, when they have no knowledge on the subject, and then they just all of a sudden become Google experts. It pisses me off.
Yeah.
India, you said it. It's ego, and that's it. And that's correct, 100%. It's ego, and that's it. Nothing else. It's a person. It's like I need something. I'm here. I need to show. I need to do something.
You can't trust your eyes. Only if you take a rocket ride and look down and see the Earth as a globe, then you can.
Yeah. Or logic. You will measure the shadows, and that data will give you in your brain, like, look, there is a curvature in reality. But the measuring the surface, that will confuse you.
That's so stupid, right? That whole idea. Like, what the fuck are you gonna measure some shadows for, man? Measure the fucking drop over distance. Freaking idiots.
Yeah. I want to go back over exactly how it went, because now I just reread it. It didn't go exactly like that. It was worse than actually what I described, which is unbelievable. So all the stuff about the horizon consistent with a globe, I said, you could just as wildly say it's consistent with a pyramid or a giant egg. And he said, yes, I could have said that, but that would be untrue. Whereas what I said was true. He said, is it not untrue? He said, of course it is not true. Since it is true, we agree. That's gaslighting right there. Right? That's just, let me say that again. Whereas what I said was true.
He's fucking with you, man.
Exactly, right? So I said, okay, fuck this guy. I said, for what? I said, what rule did I break? He said, because you're dishonest. Where? So then he said, show me where. And I said, what rule did I break? Lying. Show me where. So I posted it. I could just as wildly say it was an egg or consistent with a giant egg. Yes, but that would be untrue. That is a lie. To me, that's a lie. It's obvious, right? Because this is their argument. The horizon looks flat because it is a ball that's so large it looks flat. That rule applies to a giant egg. It also applies to a giant pyramid. It also applies to a giant pretzel or a giant pineapple or a giant anything, right? That is just so large that you can't see any curvature on it. No matter what the shape is. It could be sawtooth, right? And if that sawtooth was large enough or small enough or some difference between you and size, it would look flat. Like I said, he kept doubling down. Just doubling down and doubling down. It was just crazy.
It's a sphere of infinite radius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, flat.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
I had a good conversation the other day about how far you can see, and I said, "Oh, can you see forever?" And this globe was like, "Yeah, you can see forever." I was like, "You sure about that?" So we started talking about the inverse square law, and he said, "Well, if something, if the angular size halves with the square of the distance, then technically you can see forever." And I said, "Well, in order for the maths to work, it would need to be everything. Like, for you to see it forever." Like, if you've got infinity on one side of the equation, then you'd have to have like nothing on the other side of the equation, right? So, in order to see infinitely far, and we're not even going into like atmospheric occlusion or any of that kind of stuff as well. But in order for you to see infinitely far with that kind of formula, then it would have to be infinitely large for that to work, right? And they didn't get it. Like
they didn't get it. Oh my god!
Yeah. It just blows my mind. I don't get this stuff.
They have such great imaginations, and then when it comes to this, they're like lost in the woods. I don't know.
If you see from the left to the right flat, it could be everything but not flat.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not friends of yours, are they, Crypto? Like, you hang around those guys?
Oh no. Hell no.
If they were, I'd say you probably need to get a new set of friends, man.
No, I don't really talk about stuff in my personal life. It's just not worth it. Like, because you either find out that your friends are retarded, or or you alienate them. And the upside is that, I mean, what's the upside?
Yeah, but what if she's a thotty?
Sorry?
I said, what if she's a thotty?
What do you mean?
If she's a 10, but, she's a Glober?
Well, she's a 2.
Oh, jeez. Stop acting like you want to talk to her anyway.
Yeah. I can see Crypto with his I Love NASA t-shirt, you know what I mean? For at least a week.
Bro, she's a she. Doesn't that make her at least a 5 in today's world?
Well, yeah, true. She's a 10, but she's not really a she.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Well, as long as on the screen it shows a photo, that's
freaking Indio.
Like, Tinder says something different.
Shit.
That's what I was trying to tell this kid. Like photos aren't proof of anything, especially this day and age where you can tell an AI, make a dinosaur ride a unicorn, but I want the dinosaur to have Bigfoot's head and freaking, a forked tail, and it'll make it. But these guys, images are proof. That might have been acceptable 50 years ago, but not now.
Yep, certified retarded logic, even back then, even 10 years ago. When did Photoshop come out? The late 90s?
Yeah. There was methods before that, though, obviously.
Yeah, of course. But it's to make that argument when you're aware that the program Photoshop exists is what I'm talking about. You might not have been aware of the other methods previous to Photoshop, which is then it's okay, that's an argument you make, then you show them the methods, right? But literally everyone's heard of Photoshop, and it's been out for 30-odd years, maybe longer. I don't know when it was first but you still hear these arguments now? No, man, come on. And also, the other thing to mention is that a lot of these people, they were born in 2003, 2004, whatever. They didn't see anything before 2004. How the fuck do they know what was around in 69? And on top of that, you've now got the AI thing as well. So it's wow, man. How are you missing all of these obvious logical flaws with that argument?
Yeah, and real-time digital compositing has been around. I mean, it's been around a long time. I know now it's in phones. That's at the level it's at now. Now you have real-time digital compositing filters in phones. That's been around for a decade or half a decade. Before that, you could do it with computer systems. Actually, you could just do it with boards they custom made for it. Probably back in maybe the late mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, the latest phones, you can literally take a photo, someone's photobombed it, and 1 or 2 clicks, they're gone. It's not even editing anymore, really. It's, you know what it is.
I think the really bad thing about the technology nowadays is the deepfakes that are coming out with voice and with imagery. You're pretty much fucked, man, with that shit. Yeah. Think about identity theft. This is 1,000 times worse than that. You're completely, it's just crazy.
Well, this is actually already, not to get into court shit, but this is actually already solved by courts because no piece of evidence can get into court without a witness. So if they have a recording of a voice of a person, they need a witness to swear that they took that recording. That's why I always ask them, who swore under oath that they went to space? Because that's actually the standard, right? Who swore under oath, penalty of perjury, right? Something bad's going to happen to them if they're lying, right? That this photo is real, I went to space, any of that stuff. Because when it comes to eyewitness testimony, that's the standard. And with evidence. So you just can't show a photo and go, Your Honor, I have a photo. No, you need the photo and the guy that took the photo, right? And if it's a super technical photo, then you might need someone that designed a camera or an expert in photography or something like that, right? It's never just a photo, look at it, tell me what you think. That's not how it goes. But they want us to apply that standard, right, when evaluating whether the Earth is a ball. Oh, just look at the photo. It's not a flat horizon, so the Earth's a ball. Without going, well, should I see a flat horizon? Where was the photo taken from? What kind of camera is this? What kind of lens is on it? Does this actually depict reality? They don't want any of that analysis to take place. Just believe it.
Yeah. I think just to answer to Miggy's point as well, though, as these AI systems get kind of more insidious, then I think AI detection is also just going to become more sophisticated as a way of dealing with that. So I'm not worried about it in the long term. I'm worried about it in the short term, of course, because I think that there's going to need to be a heavy demand for sophisticated AI detection in order for these companies who are creating AI to, like, if they're creating the problem, they have to create the solution as well. If they don't do it, then I don't know.
Well, they'll make money on both sides, right?
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. And you know what? I don't even mind if that's the case, but like,
but it'll be an AI arms race, and like,
I think so.
The weird part about that, right, is that you'll have an AI that fakes stuff, right? Does deep fakes, and then you'll have an AI. You'll train an AI to detect that AI's deep fakes. And then you'll train an AI to detect that, to thwart that AI's detection of deep fakes. And then, like, it'll just keep going back and forth.
Right.
Whatever has the latest training data set is the one that's going to be prevailing in that particular time period.
But that's similar to, like, computer viruses, isn't it? Like, back in the day. Because computer viruses don't really matter anymore. Like, no one really worries about them. But that used to be crippling. Like, if you downloaded a file from the internet and you know, you downloaded the wrong file, your computer's fucked, you know, but that doesn't really happen anymore. So maybe it does, but I haven't really worried about that in a decade. So I wonder if it's going to get to a certain point where it's not a worry anymore, you know?
Put it this way. There was back in about, I think it was 2003, 2004, in Windows XP, it's called the MS Blast Worm. If you fresh installed an operating system, plugged it into the internet, you would have that virus before you could download the update to patch the virus. It was impossible to update your computer without getting the virus because you had to plug it into a network.
Wow.
Yeah, it was that bad because so many computers were infected, right? So it's a worm, and the way a worm works is it just goes through every numerical IP address, like randomly. Tries to go through all and just looks for a Windows XP computer that's not patched, right? But you have millions of computers doing this, so it basically took like about 7 to 10 minutes before your computer was infected. But it take like, I don't know, 30 minutes to download the entire update, install it, all that crap. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know where this is going. So I want to talk about that inverse square law thing, just so that people know. The inverse square law is about the surface of a sphere. So if I had a sphere of radius 1, right, and on that surface I had, like, say, I put like let's imagine a balloon, right, and say I put a black dot in a marker every square inch. As I blow up that balloon, as that radius, the separation of those dots is going to increase inversely proportional to the square of the radius, right? So as that balloon doubles, now the dots are going to be 4 times farther apart, right? And so instead of there being a dot per square inch, there'll be a dot per 2 square inches. Then when I blow it up and I'm at radius 3, it'll be a 1 dot per 4 square inches, and then 1 dot per 8 square inches, or 8 inches squared, I should say. And this is how it goes, right? So if you have a light source, right, and it falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance, the photons, and you make this infinitely expanding sphere, right, in infinite distance, as they say, you can see forever, which is an infinite distance, then those photons are going to be spread infinitely far apart, right? And the probability of you actually picking up a photon in any detector is 0, or infinitesimally small, whatever you want to call it, right? So this is like when you start dealing with infinities, you have these problems like, oh, you can see infinitely far. That's just cap, dude. It bothers me that they didn't get it, what you were saying. That shit just really bothers me. It's like, you're not qualified to have this conversation, buddy.
Yeah. Well, there's actually a couple of people who said that to me recently on Discord as well as my personal conversations. One of them was that Donald guy.
No, Donald, you ran into Donald. Donald C. Donald C.
Oh, okay.
Donald
his
C.
argument was, yeah. I don't know if you can still hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because he was saying, oh yeah, well the thing about Horizon is that it can only be on a sphere because on a flat Earth it would be kind of fuzzy and hazy, and then it went off in that direction. And then I was like, well, if you bring your eyes down to the level of table, then you have a horizon on that table. So is the table a sphere? That's basically the question. Is like, no, because that's an edge. I was like, well, what do you think's happening when you can't see any further? That's the edge of your vision, right? He was like, no, there's no edge of your vision because you can see infinitely.
Wow. Yeah. Donald was in here for a few days. He kept posting this Clubhouse link, trying to get us over in this, like, I don't know what it is, like a Discord clone or something like that. It's just like a voice chat thing. He kept spamming his link in here. Convinced me the Earth is flat or something. But he also has something where it's like, convince me there's a God. He's just a crazy atheist.
Yeah.
I have nothing against atheists, just the crazy ones.
Yeah, the funny thing that they do with the atheists, when you talk about the Big Bang Theory and how it could be coming up atheistically, is they try and describe it in terms of probability, right? Which I find quite interesting because they'll say, oh, well, if you roll enough dice or, or if you roll like a dice with 1 trillion sides, then eventually you'll roll the 1 trillion, right? This kind of like stuff. But it's like, well, the thing about probability is that in order to understand what the probability of an event is, it must have actually occurred at least once. But in order to have a reliable probability, it must have occurred hundreds or thousands of times, right? And as your sample size gets bigger, the probability becomes clear, right? So if you flip a coin, roll a dice 6 times, you're probably not going to roll each number once. But if you roll dice 600 times, you're probably going to have rolled each number between, say, 98 and 102 times, right? Obviously, the predictability of probability increases with the sample size. But so first of all, it's like, so the Big Bang must have happened at least 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 times in order to know what the probability of that occurring atheistically would be in the first place. But then that begs the question that it happened atheistically in the first place. So they're actually, effectively, when they bring up the probability idea, they're asserting that it must have already happened as a proof for the probabilistic prediction of it happening. Does that make sense?
I get it. Yes, it makes absolute sense. So that's actually brilliant, quite honestly. Because check it out. So say if you actually could do the probability, you had a statistically significant sample size, and the probability came out that it can't happen. Right? Or that it's so infinitesimally small that there's no probability that would happen in any conceivable amount of time. Right? So, because I thought about it like this. The thing about the probability of a dice is, right, if you roll it 600 times or 1,000 times, you can tell if they're loaded.
Yeah,
you can tell if they're loaded dice.
Yeah.
So if there's a probability of the Big Bang occurring is less than actually occurring, that means there's loaded dice. And if there's loaded dice, someone had to load them.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. The other thing to mention as well is, like, they say, oh yeah, well, you've got like the chance of, say, rolling 6,000 or 6 million sixes in a row, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's really unlikely. Well, if you were to stack the chances of rolling, like, say, 6 million sixes in a row next to the chance of rolling a 7 on a dice, right, they're virtually the same probability. But one isn't possible. You can't roll a 7. So they're kind of effectively taking the rolling a 7 on a d6 and saying, well, it's so close to rolling 6 million sixes on a D6 that it's, we can just kind of pretend they're the same thing.
That's hilarious, dude. That's actually pretty hilarious.
Right. I just find the probabilistic argument really dumb because, I don't know.
Because it is dumb. Because it is dumb. It's just a dumb argument.
Yeah.
It's made by people that don't actually understand like the logical consequences of probability. When you actually extend them beyond like doing something useful, right?
Right.
These probabilistic inference models, they're only really to do something like to act as some utility, which only need to work good enough for something, right? Where the failure, like if the probability model fails, there's no like serious consequences, right? Or the consequences are a risk that we can live with. But like we're using this small subset, and if you make these gigantic sets and extrapolate out forever, then all these logical flaws just enter into it. That's my problem with evolution, because it's not falsifiable. They can just say, well, you didn't use a large enough time scale. Like, just wait longer. It's always an argument. They can say you just got to wait longer.
Yeah. Yeah, they also do some funny things with the rhetoric in evolution. So they'll say stuff like, dogs didn't turn into cats, but dogs and cats had a common ancestor, or something like this. And it's like, so the thing that was the ancestor of a dog also turned into a cat. Yeah. So, I mean, I get that that's not the same as dogs turning into cats, but it's the idea is the same, right? You've got thing A turning into thing B, and then you've also got thing A turning into thing C. So just because thing B didn't turn into thing C doesn't mean that you're not saying that thing A didn't turn into thing B and thing C, right? So yeah. It's like the logical inferences that they're making are the same as the criticism, but they have this kind of little get out because you didn't quite criticize it perfectly enough,
I found a common ancestor. Look in live stream chat, man. There's a common ancestor right there.
Let's have a look.
The show used to freak me out when I was little.
Yo, me too. That show is creepy, man.
I didn't hear all the fun. Oh shit!
Cat dog. That's funny.
What about
Cartoon Network?
Do you remember Cow and Chicken as well?
Yeah.
No. Do we? Cow and Chicken?
Cow and Chicken. You remember Cow and Chicken? So, literally, the whole idea of the show was that there was a human female mum, and she just gave birth to a cow and a chicken, and the cow was the daughter, and the chicken was the son. And for some reason, they had a cousin called Cousin Boneless, so he was Boneless Chicken. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty even weirder.
But I mean, back then they weren't trying to push like all this weird LGBT bullshit, so it was just kind of like weird idea, wasn't it?
Didn't you say it was a human mother? Maybe they're pushing bestiality.
Yeah, but you never got the idea that the father was a chicken or a cow. It was just like, in fact, I don't even think the father appears in the show. You barely see the mother, you just see the legs.
Gotcha.
Anyway, whatever.
You need therapy now.
That was a big thing back in the day.
If I had to watch that show, I would need therapy. Like, seriously.
I thought it was kind of fun when I was younger, but yeah, whatever. Do you guys know about the LGBTQIA has now become 2 LGBTQIA+?
Yes, I'll take a picture tomorrow to show you what it really means. So, because it's Pride Month, so at the Boston Garden, they have stairs that go up because the garden's like on a 3rd floor. But in the entrance to the building, they have a wide set of stairs. Each stair is painted a color that signifies one of the letters.
Oh, God.
It's about 30 stairs. They're almost out of stairs. I think there's 2 left at the top. So they're going to have like floating stairs next year or something. Like they're going to have to put up like something that looks like stairs that just visually, because otherwise the stairs are going to like go up into the sky. I'll take a picture tomorrow when I go by there. I'm sure there's a picture on the internet.
But you guys know what the 2 stands for, right? Because that's the big.
No, I do not.
I was going to ask him.
Well, my little joke about it is that they ran out of letters. They started using numbers. But I think it stands for something called Two Spirit, which I don't know. I read it. I read a little bit about it, and it sounds like they've basically butchered something from like Native American culture, and then they've just kind of I don't know, just thrown it in. And it's I don't even know what the idea is, but it's something like you can be a man but you're entirely man, and then you can be entirely woman at different points during the day or something like that. So anyway, look it up. If it isn't that, it's as retarded as that is, but it's something else. Oh, is that the new soundboard?
That's one of them, yeah. That's the goofy music.
Right, let's look this up.
Yeah, they can just make up whatever they want at this point, right?
Oh yeah, Two Spirit is a term used within some indigenous communities, whatever indigenous means, encompassing cultural, spiritual, sexual, and gender identity. The term reflects complex indigenous understandings of gender roles, spirituality, and the long history of sexual and gender diversity in indigenous cultures. So actually, that doesn't mean anything at all. Because I mean, what is an indigenous person? Can anyone tell me?
Whatever you want it to be. I don't know. No.
Okay, so we don't know what indigenous means, and then they've just literally just thrown buzzword after buzzword without defining any of it. It's kind of hyper cringe. This thing. It was regular cringe, but it's moving into hyper cringe, maximum over cringe.
I'm glad that this server does not cuck to those types of narratives. I
don't think that's ever going to happen.
No, I mean, I would hope not. I can't even fathom that. But I mean, I'm in an MMA server, and you would probably think that they wouldn't either. But let me just post their profile picture. I don't know if they're doing it as a joke or not, but I don't think we would even do this as a joke. But yeah, they kind of endorse the rainbow here. But yeah, I'm just glad that we don't do that here. So even if that's your thing, like whatever, if that's your thing, whatever, bro. Like I'm not gonna stop you, but I'm glad that we just don't, we're not over here waving rainbow flags to try and appease people.
I think most people in here are intelligent. It's probably not good for you.
Crypto, can you hear me? You're a robot for me. I don't know if it was just me though.
Being pushed. Am I still roboting?
Oh, you're back now. That was weird. You were roboting on mute. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I don't know if it's just me, but I think you're back now.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, I was just saying. I think everyone. Am I gone again? Hello.
Yeah, it's just cutting in and out a little bit. I think gotta aim your walkie at the satellites there, mister. Got my clip of the day. Seen her trim it out. All right, sorry, I just had to trim this out. Big fights tomorrow. Tuning in. Oh, hello. Sorry, a little technical difficulties here, folks. But I think I can salvage this.
Are they attacking us?
Hey, what's going on? I'm about to load up 1 or 2 clips into the hopper. If get it to work. All right. Yeah, big fight weekend. I was just tuning into some of my MMA, combat sports podcast, and I heard a clip that I had to save. I love hearing bits of pieces of truth. It is crazy how you can find it anywhere. I'm gonna first play a clip that I found a long time ago from the show called Morning Combat, so you guys kind of get familiar with them.
Cruiserweight title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so. Ladies and gentlemen.
What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like, it was a wild.
Yeah, the world's not flat. I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his words. The
world is definitely not flat.
Luke, I heard some disturbing audio this week.
Oh, so that's Luke Thomas. Sometimes I call him Cuck Thomas. He's pretty blue pill. But yeah, Morning Combat. 2 guys, Brian Campbell, Luke Thomas, and they break down combat sports and stuff like that. So typically after a fight, if you win, they'll give you the microphone. Hey, you want to shout out your family, friends, whatever, loved ones. Guy takes the microphone and goes, 2 things, 3 things. So his mind was kind of scrambled there, maybe. But he goes, the world is flat, God is back. And he kind of messes up the 3rd thing. I think he meant to say, there will be no champ unless I say so. He kind of goofed it up heavily. There will be no champ unless I say so. But yeah, so that's Morning Combat. And today I was listening, and they had a clip that reminded me a little bit of our community. So let's just take a quick listen here. It's 1 minute long.
But the job of what I think what Brian and I try to do is, beyond the levity of what you see sometimes in the show, is it's like, guys, this industry cannot be trusted to run by the people who run it without someone looking around the corner and making sure what they say is true is actually true.
Yeah, you just ask you a question. We're not even allowed to ask follow-ups. You know what I'm saying?
Let's just state it outright. Like, promoters are not to be trusted on their own. Let me finish. Regulators are not to be trusted on their own. Fighters making statements to the media without double checking it, anyone powerful without double checking it, are not to be trusted on their own, because everyone is trying to manipulate the information space for their own ends, or otherwise are just bad fucking actors. There are people who you cannot trust, who have ties to awful people from every nook and cranny from across the earth. So what is our role? Yeah, to have a little fun, to get you ready for the fights, but to be in a position to be like, guys, this is obviously not fucking true. What they're saying is not true, and it has consequences for people beyond themselves. How effective we've been in that, by all means, people can grade us, but that's the job.
Yeah, we're the ombudsman of the scenario right now. Our job is to be a critic, to be critical, to ask critical questions. And so.
Okay, that's the end of the clip there. Sorry to bore people. I saw a couple people dropped out, but it stood out to me because
yeah, am I back?
A little bit. I think so. Want to do a radio check?
Yeah, because I was listening to that. I was listening to.
I hate when this happens.
Yeah, it's bad on my end too.
Because we always want to hear crypto too.
Robot crypto robot.
What up, Gems? I see you just joined in as well.
Yeah, I'm taking the opportunity to make fun of crypto's connection.
But anyway, just to summarize the clip there, you heard him say that somebody's got to call out the BS. Somebody has to ask questions. That's us. What else did he say there? You know, we also have a little bit of fun in the process. We kind of goof off and have some fun in the downtime, but we also get down to business and we call out some of the BS stuff. I'll probably play that clip in the future again to summarize it some more. But go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you guys call that on Shadowy? It was like someone named Shadowy, but just dropped out, so no interest anymore. Shadowy. You played a new clip? You played something? Is it in the VC? Because I just joined.
Well, I just found usually when I'm out on the webs watching videos and stuff here and there, something will speak to me every now and again. I try to clip it out and bring it and talk about it here if it has any relevance. And they were just talking about how they were comparing like fight promotions to almost like, daddy government, whatever. So it's like, if they just say things, people just believe it. We as the media, well, I guess in the clip, they're part of the MMA media. So like, well, we as the media need to call out X, Y, and Z. We're here to ask questions, so on and so forth. And it just kind of reminds me of what we do here as well. We're not pro-establishment. We're kind of anti-establishment. We're the ones asking questions and stuff like that. And so I just heard it today, so kind of still new thoughts, but figured I'd throw it out there.
Cool.
Am I back now?
There we go.
Hey. Yeah, sorry if I fucked up the live stream, messed up the live stream.
You paid your bill.
What?
Did you pay your cell phone bill? Now you have better connection.
I should hope so.
So we didn't catch really anything you were saying. So did you have a comment or about the clip, or what would you want to say?
Yeah, about the clip, it was funny because these people, they talk about like, oh, they're manipulating the information space when they say X or Y, and it's like, yeah, they are, but so are you when you try and correct it, right? So it's like these people seem to have like some sort of arbiter complex or something. I don't really know exactly what it is, but it's like anything that anyone does is subjective, but anything they do is objective, and if they disagree with you, then you're subjectively wrong and they're objectively right. And it's kind of this weird, I'm being biased like mentality that these people have. It's really weird.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, doesn't that remind you of the Globers a little bit? Like they claim to be unbiased while they're like almost the most biased group.
Yeah.
Not sure if you were tying it into them, but that's kind of what when I was listening to the clip, I was hearing a little bit of us in what they were saying, how we ask questions. Like, I got kicked out of the Globe team just for asking questions alone. You know?
Right.
So, yeah, the bad information space. Yeah, people would just make claims willy-nilly. You can see curvature from here, there, and the other where.
Right, yeah. But obviously what they're doing is they're saying it from the other side. They're saying, well, the flat Earth said X and Y, and we need to control that. And you're like,
oh, and the other clip, yeah. The robot's definitely not flat. Yeah, that guy, Luke Thomas. Oh man, he's super blue pill, so I'm not surprised he would say something like that.
What was I watching? I was watching a debate with so there was Jeranism, Dave Weiss, and Whitsitt went on to a podcast with a couple of guys called, can't remember their names. I think one was called Joshua and one was called Aaron, and it's like they started off with this whole like really snarky attitude and like, oh, you guys just don't know maths. Literally within about 2 minutes, that just got completely walloped. You could tell that they were like not realizing how intellectually robust the position is, you know. And I think that's where the hubris comes from. It's like they don't actually, like they basically just underestimate us. They don't realize what they're up against.
Mm-hmm. You know? I've said before, like if I could wave a magic wand, if I could have things my own way, what you just described would be top 5 things I would change. Is one of them is definitely that, having them understand who they're up against, who they're speaking to. They do severely underestimate who a flat earther is when they join this, especially this forum. If I could change a few things, that would be one of them for sure. Have them understand that, hey, I know the media told you that flat earthers are dumb and this, that, and the other, but I'm telling you, it's not the case.
Yeah.
I just think the conversation would go much better if they weren't like, oh, you guys never heard of science? It's like, come on, guys. Like, give me a fair shake here.
Yeah.
I think another thing on that list would probably be to have them understand that, like, flat Earth isn't some idea in your head. It's just the Earth outside. Like, people always try to say, well, if it was flat, we would see to China, or it would be different somehow. No. Like, if you learned about flat Earth tonight, the Earth doesn't morph and change into something else. So CB's magic wand would change them to understand that it's the same Earth as it's always been. Nothing would change.
Yeah, it's almost like in their head that you're trying to replace the thing that they see outside, which is a globe, with something they don't see outside, which is flat. That's like what is going on in their head. But you're like, no, I'm not trying to replace the thing that's outside with anything. I'm trying to tell you that what that is different to what you think it is.
Right.
But they're like, no. You're like, yeah.
I know. Yeah. It's almost like they're imagining we came together, put our heads together, and we just started like concocting some idea in our heads and ignoring what's happening outside. When it's like totally the opposite. We're all pointing to the earth outside and going, that's the flat earth. And they're like, well, no, it can't be. It has to be this other position that I created for you. No, dude. That's like CB's top 10 pet peeves. Trying to create, like, pawn off a flat earth position for me to believe in that you don't agree with. That doesn't make sense.
Right, yeah.
This isn't a pawn shop. Take your stupid ideas somewhere else.
You know, I find it interesting as well is some of the advanced gaslighting that takes place. So, which wouldn't be necessary if the Earth was a globe and it was true. So, I don't know if you've heard about this 700-mile observation.
Briefly, yeah.
Yeah, well, apparently the guy who took it has now come out and said that it was faked or something. So, either way, that raises a question. So the first question is, why would you need to, why if you were a glober would you want or need to fake something that would show the Earth's flat? And second of all, if it isn't faked, then why would you claim it is? Right, so there's two very big questions there. Now I know the answer to both of those because I think if it was fake, then obviously it's bait from someone who can't argue logically. And if it isn't fake and they're claiming it's fake incorrectly, then they can't handle that they've presented evidence for a position that they don't hold. So either way, it's like, what? Either way, it's dishonest, but it's like pick your poison, you know?
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't know if it was faked or legit because I wasn't there to do it myself, but it is an interesting question.
And if you're Team Globe, what the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be repping your globe. Why would you be trying to fake flat Earth stuff? It doesn't make sense. Is that your best case? You're putting your best foot forward for the globe by faking a flat Earth? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that the argument is like, oh, they'll believe anything.
Yeah.
Which is like, I mean, if you're going to present something as evidence and then it's taken by people as evidence, and then you admit that you just lied. Well, that would be like saying, well, I've got a Lamborghini. Not really. Like the only person who's retarded is you. And now everyone thinks you're a dickhead because you tried to fool everyone. Right? So the person who loses is you. No one else loses, you know?
Well, and like, I'm not going to lie, that thought did come to my mind that, oh, well, they're just trying to do it to fake out flat earthers and say, look at how you believe things. But honestly, the more I think about it, isn't that kind of how the globe was working right now? It's like, they're like, just putting out anything, sometimes with no evidence at all.
Yeah, there might even be an element of projection in there as well, because they feel like they've just fallen naively for a trick. And so now they're trying to put that on us.
Oh, yeah.
But like you fell for the NASA live streams, and maybe they feel dumb for doing that. But as a way of covering up for that, they want to try and fool us, and then now everyone's a fool, right? Something.
That wouldn't surprise me, honestly, because they do have this like crabs in a bucket mentality. Like, if I'm wrong, we're all wrong.
Yeah. Nope. It's like if the Earth's not a globe, then how do I know anything can be real? That kind of argument.
Right.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can know that you just ate a sandwich or that you drove your car earlier, or I would say I know those things, whether the Earth's a ball or a cucumber or a velociraptor. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a weird, like, I used to be down with all kind of theories, alt theories, globe, maybe extra planets, Nibiru, and stuff like that. I was open-minded to a lot of things. But I don't think I would have been open-minded enough to, if I were to stay in the globe side, I don't think I would have been open-minded enough to fall into the 99%ers club. Like this whole idea that things might not be real, and maybe you never ate food. That I don't think I would fall for that.
Yeah, but also it's like this whole simulation theory thing is like, oh, well, what if it's all a simulation? Well, in that simulation, it's gonna be flat, and what you call God is just a being of immense power and omnipotency who's programmed the world, which is exactly the same as a God anyway. So what's the difference? Like,
right?
You know what I mean? Like these are like distinctions without a difference, kind of waste of time nonsense.
Yeah, what if it's a simulation? That's a cop out, to me.
Yeah.
I only hear that from people who are like, they've given up trolling. They're like, all right, well, it's just a simulation. All right, dude, well, back of the line with you.
But it's like, okay, so let's say the Christian God of the Bible exists, right? But the Christian God of the Bible is a programmer and it is a simulation. Well, wouldn't everything be exactly the same?
Right.
Right? So
there's not much difference there.
Yeah, and even if you consider a Christian God of the Bible to have created everything, like, well, I mean, is that not a program of sorts laid onto a background that he created anyway? Like, I guess some of the fine details would be different, but the idea doesn't seem to be different, to me, at least.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I feel you.
Anyway.
Actually, the more I get into becoming a flat earther, the more mystery I realize that there might be. Okay, simulation, whatever, that's interesting. But, I mean, we don't really know what's going on in this place. I feel like, I don't know, people treat it like it's way more simple than it is. We really don't know what's going on. Like everyone's here, like, oh, it's just cool, everything's fine. I mean, we don't, there's so much that we don't know. What the hell is the moon? What is the sun? I mean, what are the stars? What's out there, beyond our known area? I'm starting to get a little bit more reinvigorated about this place and like what the hell's going on here. There's a lot of theories and ideas, but it is very interesting nonetheless.
The sun and the moon and the luminaries are part of the build of this place. The design of things is part of that. It's kind of obvious to me at this point. It's just that, just like everything, we also have limitations of the things that we can do in a sense. So, what's beyond what we can see with our eyes from the floor? Because we're standing on the floor in the medium between the ground and the things above. But at this moment, we just can't go there. So it's good to not know everything, I guess. You don't have to know everything.
Yeah, I don't think that's even possible to know, quote unquote, know everything. And yeah, I would agree that the stars, moon, whatever is part of the system, but it doesn't give us any extra information about what the hell they are. You know what I mean? They're still just as much as an unknown as before. So I don't know, man. This
yeah, I was
a lot of questions.
I was talking to the panel earlier, CB, and we were talking about like how a guy that's at the tropic in the equator, say somebody in Ecuador, for example, and somebody like really in the northern part of this earth. So you'd have them looking at the sun moving across the sky, where the guy at the equator was seeing the sun move directly east to west, even from tropic to tropic. So you'd see it from like, June 21 to like December 21. So when it moves from Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn and back again, the guy at the equator looks like it's going directly from east to west on every example, but just slightly to the left or to the right of the person. So from the equator's position, the guy at the equator sees it moving
like arcing over his head, like from east to west, right? And think about this: we're all on the flat plane of existence, right? All of us. But the guy in the north, right, really close to the quote unquote North Pole, he sees the sun in the north when it's in summertime, like do like a like horizontally move like in a circle above his head. So he's seeing it move a circle above his head. The guy at the equator looks like it's moving up and around him in an arc. You guys get it?
Yeah.
So he never sees the, like, if we were all standing together on a flat plane of existence looking up at the sky, we would all see what the guy in the North Pole would be seeing all together, because we're all seeing the same. Because imagine if you're all in the same room and somebody draws a giant circle on the ceiling, we're all seeing the same arc in the sky, like just like the guy in the north would be seeing, but we don't. The guy in the equator sees it moving up and around his, like arcing around his head, like from east to west. It's like, that's like so much mystery, like when we're trying to figure this whole thing out, because of the fact that everybody on this earth, and then of course now I'm using the word latitude for people's minds to kind of wrap themselves around it, but the people in the middle latitudes, like in between the equator and like the north or the south, would see the sun like at a tilted like angle, arcing over them at a tilted angle. Like, it is crazy. It is like like the closer you get to like 90 degree underneath the sun, it would look like it's going in a circle, but the further you get away from it, it starts to become like the guy at the equator, where you're like supposedly seeing it arc over your position. Like, it's yeah.
So see, when we look at the sun, depending on your position, sometimes you're gonna see the sun halos and gonna see kind of like a focal area of the sun, and it's a possibility because you see the descriptions and the depictions from many people how they depict the sun, and they put like the sun in the middle, and they put like these arcs of light, the sun dogs, and they put like multiple phases of the sun. So the light that we're getting in the ground probably has multiple focals of the light, and you're looking at a lamp in an effect. You're looking at a lamp effect that has one side, the other side, and the other side, and it's moving in a certain way that everybody's seeing the light. It's just that people are seeing different paths of the light that as it's going across.
Yeah, but like what I was saying, Jemsy, is like the guy at the equator, he sees it arcing over his head like from east to west, but the guy in the north looks like it's going in a horizontal path across the sky in a circle. So it's not like
very interesting.
Yeah, it's not like the guy in the equator. So if you were to draw like the line, your finger would go from east all the way up above your head, all the way back down to the west. Now, if you're doing the guy that's in the north, he'd be drawing a circle in the sky, like horizontally. It never would arc like that, like the guy in the equator. But we're all standing together in the same plane of existence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? Like,
yeah, that is weird. That is weird.
Yeah, the lamp is way bigger and has multiple features that somehow is doing that effect, but.
And what I'm saying though is that like if we even did this test, it would all be this, like for everybody, it would be different depending on what position on Earth you are. So at the equator, it would look like it's doing the arc above your head, and then if you're somewhere in the north, it would look like it's going in a circle. It's crazy, but like when you could call somebody, and as the sun was moving across the sky, you could be telling them like what it looks like to you. And everybody's different perspective would be different, like as far as like the sun's path across the horizon to horizon. That's what I find is super unique. You know, like you think at some point you got it all figured out, like the sun's path and all that, but then it like does this, and it's like, how's this possible? You know,
it has many phases.
Because okay, so you know, remember the kind of the gotcha question that the globe earthers would tell us Well, what happens on the equinox? Like, how do you explain that on the flat Earth where the sun's going around in a circle? Like, it goes in a straight path. Well, it's doing that in the equator all year round for the people of the equator. Moves directly east to west. A little bit slightly north on the summer months, but it still moves in a direct path across the sky. But on the equinox, it moves straight in a direct line. But if you look at the way it goes in the north, that means that it's going to go in a circle around the person. Like, well, that's only in June 21st on when the sun's at its highest point.
Okay.
So which is we're about to get there this month.
So yeah, we're coming up on that pretty soon.
Yeah, so somebody in the north could actually say, "Hey, man, I see the sun. It never set. It just makes a circle in the sky." Whereas, somebody in the equator can say, "Well, I see it just go directly northeast to northwest, but it was like going in a straight path, arcing across the sky." These are there's little diagrams or I guess depictions of what it looks like. And that the sun's path according to horizon to horizon is well established. Like, people put up solar panels due to the fact that they know how they're gonna.
Right.
Yeah, they have to because it's a business, right? So you'd have to know the sun's path so that your solar panels can be facing in the right direction and so on.
Nowadays, these solar panels have automatic. It points to the light of the sun.
No, the ones on your roof, like if the ones.
Okay, those are fixed. Okay.
The ones you put on the roof of your house, like in order to have a business like that, you have to know the path of the sun so that you can get the most light from the sun.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, though, Miguel. You're saying that they got some new shit that watches the sun move in the sky.
He's talking about the ones on the roof. Those are fixed, but there are ones that have a motor. It automatically points where's the light.
Okay.
So yeah.
But I was actually having this conversation like early on in FE. It just really isn't something we talk about too much because, like, as we know, it's a mystery, right? But like the observations we make aren't. That's not the mystery part. Like, it's well documented. Like, wherever position you are on Earth, you can see the path of the sun from horizon to horizon. That's okay to say that. I mean, you're just watching the sun move across your sky. But due to the fact that wherever you are on Earth, you see a very different path from horizon to horizon. And throughout the year, of course. But what was like the thing that got was, if we're all on a flat plane, right? Just on different places on the plane, the guy at the equator has, like, to me, that was like, how does anyone explain that? Like, he sees a direct path from northeast to northwest. Like, it's just arcing straight across. But the guy in the north, he sees it going around in a circle horizontally. Whereas we should all be seeing it go in a circle horizontally. Like, if that was the case, if we're all on the flat plane, just in different places. You guys, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to.
Did Dave Farina get a voice changer? No, just kidding.
Yeah.
This is almost exactly what he says in his videos, right? Like, if it's flat, then we'd see the same thing all the time.
No, check this out. The idea that flat Earth has got it wrong because on the like when the Earth, if the Earth is a globe, right? Then the ground would have to be, because it has no correlation to the ground we're standing on, which means that it could be a flat plane of existence without the fact that the sun's doing whatever it's doing. So it doesn't necessitate the Earth to be a specific shape. You know what I mean? Because the sun is a mystery. So it doesn't, like, the ground doesn't affect the sky, and the globe idea, it does. Like, in order for this to work, it needs to be curved surface. That's the only way that you could see the sun doing what it's doing. That's why they want to go to the sky. They always want to go to the sky because, and when you look at the way the luminaries are moving, the Earth could only be a globe in order for this to be the possibility. Because you'd have to be standing sideways if you're like at the equator for you to see the sun moving, arcing straight above you and going back around you. Like, You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Whereas the guy at the top would be seeing it go horizontally. That's the only way. You
And
know
we
what I
don't
mean?
even know. And we don't even know what the light looks like shown on the Earth. Like we only ever think about, well, half a ball is lit. We don't even know how the light lights the Earth. What I mean is, I have a circular front light on my bike that, when on the ground, is a square. Like, we have no idea the propagation of the light, the angle of the light, how it affects us. You know, as far as how we see it, we have no idea actually. In this respect, what the fuck the sky is doing. Like, we have certain aspects that help us, like, okay, the sun is there at this time. Okay, great. That I can figure out my position. That's cute and everything. But again, when it comes to, okay, but let's try to figure out what's going on this sucker. I got a friend in the north, friend in the south. Here I am in the middle. And that's when it falls apart. Guess what? We figured that out when it was me and like 5, 6 other dudes obsessing about the sky for like 6 months straight. We figured out, holy shit. We thought this would be like some intuitive thing where we could just like continue gaining knowledge, and then somehow, like, we kind of started to get a visual of like a map in our mind because we were watching it so much and looking at the angles. But then the thing is, we can't corroborate those things because we all saw different things. Which is what Nikki's saying.
Yeah, and I'm trying for people to realize this, Eli, because of the fact that they're trying to paint a flat Earth picture. And I'm like, you can't fucking do it. You're gonna try. What it's gonna happen on the ground is that even like land masses are not gonna make sense. Like, so when the sun does what it does and how it's represented, due to the fact that your vision and how you're seeing the world represented, I hate to say this, man, but it's kind of personal to your experience on Earth in a sense, right? Because we all see the sun. I'm not discrediting that, because when you call somebody in another place on Earth, they're going to say, yeah, look at the sun. It's doing this in the sky. You're like, well, fuck that. It's not doing that in my sky. Like, it's doing something else. Like, it's arcing from, east to west. And the guy says, no, man, I see it move across the sky like in a circle. And you're over here like, it's not doing that over here. Like, so if we were all on the same flat plane of existence, then the luminaries, like, if we're trying to correlate that to the sky, that's where we're going to try to, like, you know what I mean? In order for the ground to be what the sky is represented, I think they're mutually exclusive. You can't tie them in together. So the ground, the only thing you can know about that is like ground position, like from the GP of like wherever the luminary is. So including stars or the sun, you can know exactly on the ground where you need to be if you're seeing the sun directly 90 degrees to your position. So that would make sense in the sense of saying, like, well, because of the cyclical nature of the luminaries, I know exactly where they're going to be at every single year, every season. I can map this out with an almanac, and I know exactly where things are going to be really close to about where they're going to be every year. So you can be within, what is it, like a few degrees off of where you need to be, like especially 90 degrees underneath the GP of any position of a star. And so you can use that's useful, right? But as far as like it telling you what the ground is, like the shape or like what, it's not going to give you any of that, or like orientation or the size of things. You're going to try. I mean, people try doing that, but like it's because there's so many variables, right? You have the air between you and the star. You have the sky itself is moving, so then you got that going on. There are a lot of things. You got the coastline paradox. Like, it's crazy. It's the further you get into this, the more you start to realize, man, we know certain things to a degree. It's more like we're close to getting this picture, but it's not like an exact thing where you're going to know the orientation or the actual size of the land, because it's not proportional, right? To like when you start raising up in elevation and looking down.
Dude, rewind. You said the orientation of the land. What'd you mean by that? Elaborate.
In relation to each other. So like, continents in relation to each other.
Bro, But when I said that, because everybody is like, well, we see it going in a circle, you see it, and then somebody else, they see it. I'm like, for all you know, this is an elaborate light show that is coordinated in some way that it's just seamless to you. But you don't even know the orientation. For all we know, this could be like some not Pac-Man shit.
Yes.
There could be quadrants in which each quadrant experiences like, you know, I'm just saying it's all in sync.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like to us, we're trying to quantify it. The reason why we have not been able to is because of the way it's like it's not. I know there's another word I need to use here. It's fluid. There's no, you can't. How can I say it, man? It's like trying to navigate through the air over a body of water, and then trying to figure out distances, and like how they're always off. They're off like an hour or 30 minutes, or like they're what I mean, like in places they're trying to head to. They more or less know where they're going now because of like, but they're not like, it's not an exact kind of method that every single time they get close to with their distance. But it's always sometimes like where a flight time from one location to another, and then you go back again. It's like it's even their one-way trips. Their flight times will vary. It's like, why should the flight time vary if you're flying over the same amount of distance with it going the same speed? There's a lot of things that like, I don't know. It's like maybe it makes it harder for us to kind of like really quantify the place where we live because there's too many variables, man. It's just never going to get. Which is one of the things that gets spoken of in the Bible. I know I refer back to this because it's like when Enoch was describing it, and I'm no closer to knowing what this place is from his version of what he's saying, describing it. Because he's trying to tell you like everything that it looks like, from his vantage point of the way he could see it mechanically looking like it's all working together. And I'm like, good luck, man, because I don't know how anybody could like put a whole Earth to what you're saying, man. There's no way. Because I mean, you got like, what is it, the four corners of the Earth, and you got like people saying that there's scripture that refers to the circuit of the Earth. Like, so there's so much where it's talking about like an image in your mind.
And there's the gates that the moon supposedly goes through. Now, I don't know if y'all are jacking that, but what I do know is that the square earthers were like, yeah, there are gates and gates and gates. And I'm like, okay, so what's the, like, what are we talking about here? And they're like, well, Enoch says specifically this. And then you can literally, after a new moon, watch the moon every night come in at a certain angle. Every day it like incrementally changes. And then on the 7th day or the 8th day or somewhere around there, it fucking jumps an amount of degrees that's impossible on the heliocentric model. So that's out.
Yep.
But the question is, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, it goes away and then it comes back, and it's like in a way different location than it would if it was just returning back from its location. Yep.
So think about it like some type a lensing effect that the light is going through, and it's going menguante when it's reducing the light, and it's going increasing when it's getting bigger and bigger, and then it's going back in the lens. I mean, the layers above you can see is amazing. When you put it together with the relationship to the planets and how they're always in transit between the sun and the moon, it's like an exchange between the positions. So it's light. It's doable. I mean, the gates. You see how it's resetting into the new moon, and that's just light doing something.
No, I don't. I mean, we're even yet to define what light is. I mean, that's still kind of one of those things too, where the variables that we're using here are working with unknowns. So I don't know. I honestly, man, like, not that I don't find mystery in it. It's amazing to look at. I just don't think people have like a real good understanding of what the entire realm of existence looks like from a top-down view. I would put money. If I was a betting man, I'd bet the farm on this. I'm like, no one's gonna come out with the exact like depiction of the entire Earth realm. I don't care how hard you try. If the creator said it's not going to be possible, then I'm just going to say it's not going to be possible. I mean, people might think, hey, let's get together and figure this thing out, but it's a futile endeavor.
You're Mario in the video game.
Unless we're here only a couple hundred years and the rest of this shit is like props. Like it was just here, and we like it was like we were placed in a like unless we are missing something or don't know something about the narrative. It's like if it really has been over 6,000-7,000 years, 10,000 years, however long, if they haven't figured it out by now, and they're lying about they did figure it out, that definitely means they can't figure it out, I think.
Well, I see it as a what this is a place for us to understand like this realm that we're in right now is a location where we're going to be at until we exchange or we transpire into another existence, which would be the one after this, right? But the thing that I'm looking at here with the physicality of it all and the vantage point that we have, like prior to the flood, like there was a lot of stuff that was going on with the beings that were here. Like I get into this quite a bit, or I have been this week recently. But I'm talking about like this secret knowledge that was here before the flood came. And so those guys, they know what this place is, like as in like they if you're here, they know that if we're talking about the creator, they know that the creator is in a specific location, and that's up. The creator is located there because they were trying to build a tower to war against the creator, with everybody together. If that's the endeavor that they were going on, then obviously they know something about this place. They know that's an actual location that can be reached. Otherwise, why build a tower to nowhere? That's dumb.
It's actually visible. It's actually like the dimensions that you can look, and it looks like a pyramid of light. That's what it looks like up in the sky, up in heaven, where the toroidal, or what we call the toroidal of north, right? The celestial north is the tip of that is the tip of the pyramid, and it's doing this rotation that we see as the start rotating in a middle point in a toroidal. And you can also, tú sabes que es un yo-yo, un trompo, this thing that you throw on the ground and it tilts with the movement a little bit. It tilts, but it's doing that tilt like it's doing it since we know time, right? That tilt that is the tilt that they ascribe to the Earth is the sky doing it, not the Earth, obviously. And when you put it in as a structure, and that place that you're talking about, where the throne of God is, and all that kind of stuff that people put in the scriptures, the Most High is in the Most High is in the highest place. People call it the Most High. So when you look in the electro-optical and see the 365 days cycles of the radiance on 6 radians, and you see the 366 cycle, in the middle of that you have the all of that gives you the shape of creation. You have the pyramid, and then you have the perfect sphere around it as well.
But you got the people of old, when they were building that megalithic structure, it encompassed, and I want to say it was either the Book of Jasher or Jubilees. I'm not sure which one it was. I can go back for the reference. But the actual building itself was probably the largest building on Earth that was ever constructed, because it took everyone on Earth to build it. If that makes any sense. Nimrod rallied the peoples of the Earth, which they spoke one language, to build this one giant building, which I think was the base of it was so massive. It was like miles wide. I'm not sure exactly how much. I know it was
this one that I'm talking about
was miles wide.
Because I know you're talking about people build a temple and they make incredible structures, but the one that we can see of the sky, I think that might be a different thing. That's not the ones built down here on Earth. That might be what people, when people say heaven comes to Earth, comes down to Earth. That's what it actually means. That thing will come to make that prophecy. That's the big structure that the luminaries spin basically under, or kind of like governs in a sense the luminaries. And you can see in depictions, you can see in scripture how it's described, and it's basically a pyramid of light, and the sun and the moon revolve basically in a sense below it. Above us, but below the pyramid. Above our heads, on the layers above, and then above that, the pyramid of light.
Yeah, but in no way I don't think
we'll talk about the Most High,
because we're talking about flat.
Go ahead.
We're talking about flat Earth in a sense where people are trying to make their maps and their models and their pictures, and it's like, you know, it's a feeble attempt at trying to realize where they're at because of like using the same knowledge, kind of like the globe Earth people would be doing, right? Well, because we're looking at the sun, we're gonna say we live on a globe because the Earth has to be shaped a specific way to see the sun do what it does. Otherwise, or the stars and all that wouldn't make any sense. So it has to be a globe in order for us to see what we see in the celestial sphere. But on the flat plane of existence, people are drawing like the sun's path as a spiral in and out to Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn. And I'm trying to tell people about that.
You still have a celestial sphere, but it's off the sky. The celestial sphere is being described in many ways, but they attributing that to the ground, and it's the celestial sphere is off the sky.
Yes,
and remember, the phenomena that we observe is there, right? We observe a lot of phenomena, including, I think, the pyramid of light is part of that phenomena. It's just a lot of people haven't realized it yet. And what it is and how it works. My point is that the phenomena is there, but how it is, who put it there, who made it, how, that I don't have those answers, but we can still observe it. That's my point.
Well, it's a good point, but it's non sequitur what Mickey said. I want to go back to that because it's like people hear it and then it's gone. Like Mickey's point is that, man, I hate talking about it because there's people who are heavily invested in, you know, the AU map, whatever map the fuck is called, and it's like they have, you know, have little, you know, digital things to show people like, look here, this is how the light goes around the earth, the circle of the earth, here's the Antarctica. And it's like, should we really be running the ball in that direction? What if it's the wrong direction? You know, why do we have to say all that to show everyone that it's not what they told us it is? Like, you know, we shouldn't have to imagine it. We should just stand on truth. And then eventually when that voice gets big enough, maybe try to explore, even though, because right now we're going against man. At some point in this exploration, we'd be going against God in a sense, to keep it real.
That's exactly how I see it right now. Because the first barrier would be the people, right? Man. And then the other barrier that you're going to be going against is God. Because obviously, it's like, if the creator wanted us to know exactly what this realm would be, he would let us know, and it would be extremely obvious. So from our vantage point, we know 100 that it's not a globe. You can just, that's straight out the door. Like, that doesn't even need, like, that's why when we look at creation, it's like, I don't see a globe. Where is it? Like, are we seeing the earth moving around? Is it spinning? No, we don't see none of that. I tell you what I do see is the luminaries moving across the sky. So when it comes to that, it's like, we're not going against God there. The globalist mind is. They're the ones going against God from the very jump. You know, so what we're going to be doing, though, is from taking it from the obvious, you know, like the thing that it's telling us, right, you know, from face value. And then from there, we might be going against God, making up our own mind of to like what it can be. That's where I think we're going against God. But at the current time, we're just going against man. But see, man is going against God off the rip. They're already saying it's a globe. It's like, that's fantasy. That's not in creation. Nobody sees globe anywhere.
I think I probably disagree with Elijah that my point wasn't to your point, but it was because you were talking about what's up there, and you said God, right? And I agree with you, and I was giving you kind of like a structure kind of way of looking at it because the phenomena shows you something. It's just that it's been taken away, right? They lie to us. In the lie they say look up, and what you see is what we tell you, right? But in reality, we see certain things, and with certain knowledge, we can realize the lie that we have debunked, right? 100%. But then also, we cannot let them take away what is obvious above, like you're saying. God, it's pretty obvious. They took away basically the layers above and the heavens above, and they gave us nothing. Like there's nothingness up there, right? The vacuum of space. Just forget about it. Don't look up. Don't worry about it. There's nothing structural about it. Nothing important. Just concentrate on the ground, and everything that you look up means that the ground is this. Yeah, it's kind of. I agree with you guys on everything. Thank you. But there's a structure to things, an antecedent. That was my point. That the antecedent to the reality is the architect, the coder, God, and beyond the limitations that we have, it's the antecedent.
That's why I say that we're on the right path, and so like we're flying under the banner of truth here with every nation under the sun that comes together and realizes the truth. So immediately, what we're talking about is man's idea. Is man's idea the right idea, right? That men actually came up with. When we investigate that, we find out right off the jump, because it's what the physical and natural world appears to be, is not what they're saying. So man's idea, that's trash. Right away, it's out the door. So God's still saying something about this earth, right? Even though man is saying something that, of course, we're in an age where now technology and we're enlightened, all kinds of stuff, right? So we're now saying that we're going against what man has been saying about the earth, because it's not that. So they're out of the picture. Now the next thing is, what is God saying about this place? Because man's out of the way. We already dealt with man. So what is he saying about this place? Is he saying it's something that can be quantified? Is he telling us we can do something to investigate more about this earth? Or is this a fruitless endeavor? Is he saying if we look for our eyes at the ends of the earth, are we then prospering in knowledge? Like there's scripture that alludes to the fact that it says something about, and I want to say it's a proverb, so you might want to look this up, but I'm going to paraphrase. I'm going to probably not get it right, but something about the fool keeps his eyes to the ends of the earth, or something like that. It says it in that wording in that similar way. But the fool keeps his eyes to the ends of the earth. It's like that's what the fool endeavors, to find out the limitations to the realm of existence. And so, what does that mean? Like, am I not supposed to be figuring this thing out? Or did he give me a curious mind to just be curious enough to just be like, well, it's crazy to me to think like I live in this world that I can't quantify, but I just need to trust your direction. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Like, what good is it going to do? Let's just say, right, the benefit of knowing the realm of existence. And once you find out, this is the end right here. This is where you can't go any farther. This is okay. We know that is. I got a phone call, but you guys know what I mean. Like that's.
Yep. Like it's I'm telling you, always get to the end of the line. If you obsess, this is when because when you get to the end of the line of what you can know, you try to fill in the blanks. And there's religion, and there's what God says. Yo, be careful. For him to have to warn about you, I don't want to be that guy. You know what I mean? Be careful. These people around here, having philosophies about all these things they couldn't possibly know. I don't want to become one of those people if I can help it.
Bro, I found the scripture. Check this out, right? I'm going to give that to you. Proverbs 17:24. Let me find the KJV. Wisdom is before him that hath understanding, but the eyes of a fool are in the ends of the earth. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like,
wow.
Wisdom is before him that hath understanding, but the eyes of the fool are in the ends of the earth, bro. If that's not telling you speaking, that's
What's the context for that? Like how? Yeah, what's the context for that?
I gotta go in the. It's one of the proverbs, right? But
it sounds like exactly what I.
It sounds like what it means, right? Like, I mean, the ends of the earth, bro. Like, that's no. What other kind of meaning could that have? It's like, the ends of the earth. But
if you want to reach the ends of the earth and reach, let's say, this frozen region that is going to kill you just by weather and freezing, yeah, a fool is going to go do that, die at the ends, the ends of the earth and the fool.
Yeah, can you see how that's very strange? That since I used to look into these scriptures, and I always tell people too, it's like, guys, we shouldn't focus about going to Antarctica, bro. Like, if the creator wanted us to, he would have really let us know. Like, hey, man, it's something that should be that everybody would want. What it is, though, it's like any other kind of lust. It's a lust of the flesh. It's like something that somebody wants to know and an itch they can't scratch. It's like, you know what I mean? Just like anything else, like pride, gluttony, just anything else. Like, it's something that is not good for you. What is that going to do if you can never find, somebody's like 80 years old and still can't figure out how to get to Antarctica or something? Like, that's your whole life is built around like something that is not even profitable in your life. I don't know, man. Like, honestly, don't think the creator wants us to be doing that, but some people think that they're going to make it the mission in their life to figure this whole thing out. I'm like, that's fine.
Things are clear enough that you can see the design of things and the laws, and you see the foundations and how you're given the tools to operate, right? But then we can observe the things, do the things, accomplish the things, but what's beyond that?
Yeah, obviously you're not going to tell somebody that they can't do it. I was like, if they want to do it, knock yourself out, Like, I don't think they're going to get there. In my mind, I wouldn't think they're going to get there, but if they feel like that's something they want to achieve, go for it.
Go build the tower.
Well, in this case, it'd be somebody that's really hard-headed and they want to know the extent of the realm of existence. So they'd want to go see the boundaries. They want to go take a ship or an icebreaker to Antarctica and, from the ice shelf, then go there and travel how much distance far away so they can actually touch the ice wall or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's somebody like that with that kind of idea. Like, remember Hollywood? They used to come in here?
Yeah.
Why do we all go to Antarctica? What are we doing here on Discord? Like, he would always say that.
If it's just a frozen wasteland that is even bigger than the own land that we know of, because think about it, the bigger circle, the more land, the more you have to traverse. If all that terrain is just all frozen desert, I mean, why would I want to go there? Unless it's not all frozen desert. There's other regions of, if there's fauna and flora, maybe, yes. I think, there's a lot of ideas about it, but it might be like a VIP section, show people some stuff, and that's it. Probably not much to do there. Who knows? Or maybe they have, like a VIP section for the VIPs. A retirement home.
That's funny.
I mean, man, you do a good job here on this world, and hey, if you complete your tasks, I send you there. I don't know. It's if we concentrate on the stuff here, we can progress and maybe go there and check it out. But is isn't there a verb that says, why would I tell you about things of the sky if you don't know what's under you? You don't know the early things. Why will you concern yourself about the heavenly things?
Hey, that's scripture.
Yeah. But I think we're capable of kind of figuring out a lot of the stuff of the early things, and in a sense, we do know.
It's just hard right now because that kind of stuff, even here where you're at, they don't want you to look at that stuff because you have to first challenge the people to actually look at it first. Because right now in this time period on this earth, we still have to challenge people to actually want to look at the things about the earth where they're at. Not even go somewhere, but just look where they're at to figure out if they know the earth is a globe or not. It's a challenge to them to look at the earth right now. Because, I don't know, they don't want to, or they think we're crazy, or... They don't know they've been indoctrinated for their whole life since they were young.
What about Starlight? Have you guys spoken to Starlight? What do you think about the topics? Starlight?
I spoke to her, Jemsy. She's a Muslim, and she's very soft-spoken, but she was kind of interested. She believes the earth is a globe still, and she was looking into the topic. I told her about in the bottom of this server, there's a lot of links and information she could look into. I had a pretty good conversation with her.
Cool.
And but she said she was going to do some research. I don't have I was going to say, does anybody have the link to the Muslim Flat Earth server? Because I told her even in the Quran, there's scriptures that allude to that the earth is not a globe and it's flat. But she's saying that there are some people in the and her religion that would say that it's a globe. But I say that there's people that in the religion that even the old people, they would say that it's not. But she needs to get in touch with those people because I think that kind of helps her because of her religion.
I think I'm there too.
Are you there, Miguel? Hey, do me a favor. Put it in live stream voice text for Starlight so that she can have a reference.
Let me see. I have so many.
Yeah, the one that Shekels in and MJ and all them. The guys from this server.
Muslims Flat Earth Discord, is that one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, so...
Oh wait, no, not that one. Not Heretics. That's another. That's one of them. I think that's Pumpkins.
No, that's where MJ is and CJ.
Yeah, MJ's is it's a different one. I think that's a bigger server. I think.
So it's not this one. Because
it doesn't matter as long as it's like a Muslim server that says Earth is flat. It doesn't matter which one for me.
Yeah, I think there's a few of them, but there's it just depends too, because like the people that are in that server can help you with the specific understanding that you want to know. They're very knowledgeable.
Maybe they know the server you're talking about, and they might maybe advise me to it.
Let's see. Perhaps. Look at live stream voice text though, Starlight.
Okay.
Oh, Quran. The one I was talking, it was this one. That's the one
Miguel posted.
Yeah, that's the one that.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's.
I was invited, but I know I don't talk mostly. Anyway.
Oh, it's like an Israel chat. I don't believe in Israel.
Which one? The first or the second link?
Wait.
There's two links. I was talking about the second one. That the
Quran alone believers.
no, not that one. The one underneath that one. The one I was
Yeah,
telling you was underneath that one.
yeah. I will leave that one then.
Okay.
Jamsey, are you there? Oh, he went out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving here in just a moment too. So
Hey, Mayhem, before you go, I want to just take a second to thank you for that conversation we had the other day about the Bible. It led me to look at Revelation for a little bit today, and I noticed something that I had never noticed before. And I want to thank you because you kind of put me there to see something else. I sent you a message about it too, and I just wanted to thank you.
yeah, you're welcome, Paul. Like I said, I wish I could have more deeper conversations like that. It's just I don't know. It's not possible to have that in the server.
Just so you guys know, I had Clipcord clip that out. I thought it was really good listening. So it's going to be a clip of that.
It's really a culmination of like all of my research from the time that I started my flat Earth journey till, just up to recent. It's far greater. The whole, how can I put it? It's far greater than we could ever imagine. Like we see ourselves in such a small little timeline that we don't understand like how important it is that what we're doing. It blows your mind to actually see it in full, like if you take a step back and you see the timeline of history and like where we're at today and what it means.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if you looked at it yet. I accidentally logged out, but it was. So I missed everything you just said. It was about Switzerland and whose throne is supposedly in Switzerland.
Yeah.
That's crazy to think, because how is it that all the powers that be regularly agree? They all agreed to that area would be like neutral, you know, and they go there and meet there together, and I think was the UN formed there. I'm not sure, but anyway,
Right.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, no worries. You could tell that, I think it's in Daniel, where it talks about the dragon wars against us, and the Creator has designed His people to stand strong against them. And the way I'll look for the scripture because I think it's profound. I'll be right back.
Paul V.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you guys were talking about Switzerland.
Yeah.
So I want to know a little about those guys.
Oh, well, I was reading Revelations, and there's a part in there that mentions where Satan's seat is at, and I looked into it, and I found that it is what is today Switzerland, and so that just kind of clicked with me because it's the governments all have an agreement, don't they, that Switzerland is kind of like neutral ground.
Yeah, it's where the CERN is.
Yeah, and where CERN is, right? Shit, I forgot about CERN. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I am making the connections. I know the Switzerland. Yeah, I know they are private companies from Switzerland working at Antarctica. But there is a big mystery.
I can't believe. I don't believe in coincidences. That's not an accident.
Who knows? But anyway, I'm interested to know more about the Switzerland.
So why would all these why would they all agree to that area to be Switzerland? It has to be because that's their master. That's who they all serve.
So, Paul, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Read Revelation 12. Let's see. You can start from verse 1, but I would say the part that I want you to focus on at the moment would probably be verse 4 all the way to, let's see, I guess 17. All the way to the end of the chapter. Verse 4 to the end of the chapter is what I want you to focus on. But you could read the whole thing, the whole chapter. But verse 4 onward is kind of like, it's very profound. And you'll see the war that I was talking about, like, unfold in that chapter. And maybe that'll get your skin crawling once again because of what I was talking to you about.
And I didn't get bad information, did I? When I looked up and found that Switzerland information, because I'm sure you've done your research on it.
Yeah,
that's not bad intel, is it?
Well, the way I'm looking at it here, though, from that standpoint, I'm not gonna say a definitive because, like, the current kingdoms of the world are underneath its ruling. So, as far as like it being a throne of sorts, I wouldn't, because I think that all the world right now and all the kingdoms of the earth are a part of his. I don't mean. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I agree with that too. So yeah, I mean, because he has probably many thrones amongst Switzerland, but if you just take a look at it's verse 12, chapter 12, verse 4 onward, and then go ahead and go back to where the prophecy was spoken in Daniel chapter 7. So Daniel chapter 7 is the prophecy, and we're in between Daniel 7 and Revelations 12. So we're in between there.
I'm definitely going to read that.
In the timeline. So prophecy was spoken in Daniel about this specific incident, and then in you'll see the great war that's been taking place.
I don't understand why I will read pick up the Bible one day and just start reading, and things will click with me that I never resonated before, like today. Just that part, and I thought, what is that? And it's never occurred to me. That never stuck out to me before. I've read that before. It's crazy.
People don't know that they are in between this great battle of good versus evil.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. We're in the thick of it. It's not going to get any better either. I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's time for people to wake up. Wake up, people, please, because otherwise it's not going to turn out too well. And I don't think it's going to turn out too well, even if they do. But
yeah, well, what it's akin to, God Rocket, is just snatching some people out of the fire.
Yeah.
The few that you can. Meanwhile, the building's already about to collapse. So that's the only thing you're doing right now is getting as many as you can.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that, friend. I mean, that's just the way. That's just definitely where we're at today. It's sad, but it's true. The gentleman that was just talking before me, what was he talking about that stuck out in the Bible for him that he didn't?
It was the part of Satan's seat and where he, I guess, resides. And I don't really I'm not taking that literally, but it means something. Obviously, if the rulers of the world have designated that area as sort of neutral ground for some reason.
Well, he wants God's temple to be rebuilt so he can sit in the temple and declare himself God. That's one thing that he does want rebuilt. So once that gets rebuilt, he will then sit in that seat and call and declare himself God to the whole world.
It makes me think about CERN now again too. What is that? I don't know. Does that have something to do with maybe bringing him into this world in physical form?
I'm not sure. Like I couldn't say yes or no on that because there's nothing really outright plain to see about that. There's a lot of I would say there's a lot of occultish ideas and things that are surrounding that for sure. But as far as it being something like a ground zero for that Antichrist, I don't know if I could say that because many places on Earth.
I don't believe it's a portal or anything like that where I think it's actually going to bring someone in. I think that the people, well, let's say like Satan and Christ or whatever, they're very well capable of manifesting themselves when necessary without human help, without some stupid little
that's why
an atom and trying to open up some kind of a portal. I think that's just all
yeah. So think about it like this. Think about what God Rockin said and then go to Revelation 12. Then you'll see how he gets here. He doesn't go through a portal. Well, can't say he doesn't go through a portal, but you'll see how he arrives here.
I'm going to jump out and go look at it right now.
Okay. That's what I figured he was going to do.
Miggy, the temple that you mentioned, it has to be rebuilt. That's in scriptures, right? Prophecies.
Yeah. Yep.
Because I think a lot of people kind of, I don't know, I'm not saying you, but in the Spanish culture, I see people saying that the temple is New Jerusalem, and those two things are not the same thing.
Well, God's temple needs to be rebuilt in order for the specifications to the temple were described in the Bible. So in order for the exact temple to be rebuilt, it has to be according to the specifications. Like the blueprint is in the Bible to build it. Once that temple is rebuilt.
But is that temple of God or the temple of the adversary?
No, that's the temple of God, but he's the adversary, will then sit in that temple and declare himself God in that temple.
Okay.
So that's why the deception happens, because people think only God can be in there, but he will go in there and declare himself God.
Because the throne of God, New Jerusalem, that's the city of God. It's the city of God and the temple of God built by men is two different things.
Yeah, so when they rebuild that temple, he will then go into that temple and say that he is God. And then everybody will start bowing down to him because there's only one that could be in that temple. So even the scripture, that's why it warns us now ahead of time. So when that day comes, whenever it arrives, we already know.
Right. Even it says in the Bible that even the elect will possible to be.
Yeah, if it's possible. Yeah, because there will be murmurs, I'm sure, amongst the people that follow after God. Is this God? Is this could be really God? Like, what do we might have to think about this, guys, because he looks like we talked about the Antichrist, but this guy doesn't look like that. Like, so he will deceive them and get them to think that he is God. So the elect, God's people, will even be discussing that.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be quite a time in our history that when these things start to happen. But I just, the only advice I could give anybody is, get your heart and your mind and yourself close to Christ, and close to God, and that's your best defense, to wear the armor of God.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true. Some of us will never see that day, but it is possible there might be some people who will. And the scriptures were written to those who will see that day.
I've told my family and my children about it. I mean, that's a possibility that day may come, and they should be aware of it. I don't know if I'll make it, but that will be someday. Who knows the date? So I just want to pass it down to my family that there's some important day that they gotta be paying attention. Every day you should be paying attention for sure. Situational awareness. But
And they call those days the Great Tribulation on the earth. I see it this way too. It's not tribulation to those who follow the beast, but those who are against it. If you're in this chat, probably you are against it. Then, yeah, it'll be tribulation for you. But this has already been written. It's already been said. This will take place. Only difference is we know how it ends.
Miggy, have you considered what it says in scripture about New Jerusalem, the city of God up in heaven? And he gives some descriptions and some measurements about it. About third.
Oh, yeah. I don't often talk about this topic because there's no one to talk to. There's nobody nobody actually even asked that question. But okay. If you're able to go back and forward into like prophecy that the prophets of old, what they were saying, and then tie it into the book of Revelation and tie it into like prophecy that was spoken by all the you got the apostles, you got the prophets, you got all the people in the Bible. When they speak of certain time, like the timeline, you got the timeline, right? God's timeline. And then you got like the events that are taking place. Well, as far as like future events, right, that are about to take place, that was kind of well spoken of by many different people in the Bible. The ones who were in the past and the ones who are in like recent times, like the book of Acts and so on. So we have like a picture of what that's going to look like, the whole scene. Now, there's some debate amongst theologians on what it really is going to look like, because you got some people that think that there will be a rapture that takes place before any of the tribulation happens that the Antichrist will put onto the world. There's a group of people that believe they'll be taken away, and there's a group of people that think that they're going to be taken through the tribulation. They're going to go through it, but when God pours His wrath on the earth, then they're going to be taken up. So there's depends on who you talk to and what group what denomination you speak to, on how the events are going to take place. They kind of put it like, well, we might not see that terrible time. It's called Jacob's trouble. We might not see that, right? That we might be taken away. But there's people that say, no, we're actually going to go through all of that, through the what the Antichrist is going to do. But when God pours his wrath on the earth, we are not going to be there for that. The saints will not endure God's wrath, only the Antichrist like tribulation. So
Miggy, what if you think for your life that you experienced that?
What, the tribulation or?
Yeah,
all of that. It's in your life doing all of that, right? That's what you're saying, Sasha. That's what you're experiencing.
Yeah.
I'm not experiencing now, but I said if I experience it before, what that mean for me in future. For example, now, I don't know what I don't know matter, atomic bomb. What is the worst of that? What I experienced.
Okay. Imagine. How can I say? Imagine if the Globers got their way, and they took over.
Okay.
What kind of world do you think you're going to be living in?
They did that in last 500 years.
Well, I meant like, in order for them to extinguish the truth, what do they have to do?
Destroy the world?
Well, not.
I don't think they can.
No, not the world.
Destroy the people, some kind of people. I don't know.
Yes, you're onto it now.
Yeah.
So you're onto it now. So the Great Tribulation happens because, as you know, there's been many persecutions throughout history. You know this, right? This is history.
Yeah, but I'm telling you from personal experience, because some people reach the hell, or whatever you want to call it, from personal experience. Now, to wait for another hell, it's maybe not so scary.
Well, I would say that the way the Creator describes this kind of idea is not okay. How can I put this? There's a lot of misconceptions. So if your idea of hell is like a really tough time here on earth, like really bad, you're I don't know how to put it. Like, you could be crippled, or you have diseases, or you're living such a hard life, or whatever it is. Like, somebody's beating on you every day. Like, you just live in fear. Like, that could be hell on earth, right? Considered that way anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But this is going to be a tribulation for all of the people of God's people. All, like, it doesn't matter who you like. If you are following truth, it's your like,
that's why it's scary, Miggy. Listen to this question. Why would they lie?
This is a black pill. I'm not going to lie. It's a black pill. But like, the reason why I even mention it is because if somebody asks the question, like, this is also spoken of in the Bible, like, as in a preparation. People are prepared for this time frame coming up. Like, that's going to come upon the whole world. And some people, they might pass away. It might not be in our lifetime, let's say. It might be in 2 or 3 lifetimes away from us. So your kids and your kids' kids might not even see it. But at some point, there will be a time frame where our existence is going to be like really bad. Like, for the people of the truth. People who reside in the truth, it's not going to be the same. Because the only way to extinguish this is by a persecution type. That's it. There isn't, like, you can't stop truth. In other words, just by throttling the algorithm or something, that you can't stop truth, because we'll find another platform. We'll always be around, right? The only way to come at this head on is to actually go after the people that speak truth, like, head on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen to this point of view. When you ask why would they lie, you have in your mind that they have no reason to lie and they cannot lie. Well, if you are asking that question,
Mm-hmm.
you have in mind they cannot lie, my God. But if they lie, now you ask yourself your question. If they lie, that means this is not the guy didn't come on the job, the Coca-Cola is lying, some government is lying. No, this is for all of us. They're lying about the shape of where I'm living. Is that interesting? And if they are lying, how we will call this lie? This is protection lie because they are doing that to protect us, or they are lying because of some other things.
I don't think that it's about protecting because the prosecution that you're talking about, Miggy, the prosecution has been happening. Like, we can look at our ancestors and they've been prosecuted and killed and murdered. It's been going on for a while. The whole prosecution of the truth has been waging war for a long time. And so,
yeah, this is what I've been saying, right? So this is my point. Like, and even today, like, let's say if you're in China and you're a person who believes in God, I think you might even lose your life over there. So in some areas of the world, it depends where you are. If you proclaim yourself a follower of Jesus, you can be killed. This is true. This is, if you say that and you confess it to somebody in another country that doesn't allow this, you can be persecuted in that way. I'm saying it's a possibility, but what this kind of persecution or trouble is going to happen to the entire world. It's not just going to be an area, not localized. It's going to be everywhere. That means anybody who's speaking truth. It's going to be like almost against the world. You're going to be going now. It's like hunted, or like maybe people will be like, your neighbor will be giving you up. Oh, I know this guy. He speaks the truth. He's right over there, and they will be. You know what I mean? So there's this whole idea too that time frame, whenever that is, because I don't know exactly the day or hour that's going to be, but when that happens, that we can start to see now what that looks like. Because as it is, do you think that a person that thinks like us is actually in government somewhere? No, because the laws would change. We'd see an overwhelming majority. Like, it's not that way. We see it the opposite. We see people, I don't want to say the obvious things that you guys already know in politics, the way it's swaying now. Like, it's more left than it is right. That's probably the farthest I'll get with that. It's more left and then right. So those ideas are heavily put on the people, and they're changing our landscape. Now it's changing over to like that kind of mindset, and it's going to be probably at a point where that's going to be the majority, and then we're becoming less and less, and we're fighting. It seems like every single day what we fight against, we're not fighting against people. We're not like going outside and boxing with somebody. We're not doing that. We're fighting against the minds of the people, their mindset. That's the war that we're doing right now. It's the battle against the mind. So it doesn't make any. We can't go to somebody and that guy is a glober, and we're gonna box him, and he's gonna believe the earth is flat. That's not how this works. The person has to change their mind by themselves. We can't even make them change their mind. They have to change their mind all by themselves. It's a really hard task to do, because that awakening doesn't happen because we want it to. It happens because that's what God wants to happen for that person. So if that is true, our job is difficult, right now, because we only can tell people, we plant the seed and we tell them about the flat earth, but the awakening happens only when the Creator wants it to happen. And so that's why, if the overwhelming majority people want to end this truth movement that we have, the only way to do this is to take the people away from like the population, so that they won't have communication with others. So truth will not get spoken anymore. Do you guys get it?
Yeah. I think it's to complete the whole cycle of the flat earth is under our feet. We are on top of it as our foundation in the medium, right? And there is the antecedents to that is the whole construct that goes by design of this place. So
yep,
we have to be kind of like not just looking down to the ground and we got to concentrate on that, but we definitely can use the design of things to do better.
Yeah, I wish it was good news that I was saying, but what I understand from the biblical reference is that we are listen, the good work that we're doing is some people will be awoken to the fact of the truth. That is obvious, right? We do see that happen. People do come back inside our Discord and say, "Yeah, I've looked at the information. I know now that the Earth isn't what I've been told." We know that, but the overwhelming majority will still deny it. They will still say, "No, you guys are crazy. I can't believe this. You guys shouldn't even be alive. You shouldn't have kids." Like, they're mad. They're frustrated. And that's like a mind virus. That's the parasite in their mind. It's controlling their mind. They can't get away from this. They know that the anti-flat earther comes back in here and wants to challenge us because something inside of them knows what we're saying is right. So they don't know how to defeat it. So, it's like being frustrated. They're really frustrated. They want to win, but they don't know the answer to the win because we have the truth. They don't. But the parasite doesn't understand this. It cannot comprehend light. That's darkness. It cannot comprehend the light. So it will continuously try to fight against it every single time. But the light will overcome it every time and easily. But that's why I'm saying the frustration is going to get to the point where it's going to rise and they're going to be like, okay, enough. We're tired of this. Now you guys are not going to speak anymore. And so that point hasn't happened yet. Like, it's not, listen, it's actually, what the way I'm saying it right now, it's kind of a doom and gloom, black pill kind of thing. But I say that this information, if you stand with truth, you're looking at the eternal life that you're going to have, not the temporary. The temporary is the only existence that these people have. Only this life. You have eternity because you are doing the thing that you're showing people, the physical and natural world. And using their senses, they can see the Earth is not a globe. They don't perceive a globe. There's not a globe. So using their senses that the Creator has given them, you're telling them, look, just look at the world. If you see it like a globe, tell me how you found this out. And they come back and they say, I don't see that. Well, that's obviously the truth then. Because if we don't measure it, if we don't use it practically, and if we don't perceive it that way, then it's not. We can trust our senses. That's why when I heard you when you were told that guy, Dempsey, that's why it stuck out of my mind that you had like a really strong point, because the Creator gave us our senses for this reason, so we can know what the world is. Otherwise, without our senses, how are we going to tell what the world is? We can't. That's a claim to nonsense.
It's like it's by design.
Well, it's and it's a difficult role for all of us because we have to deal with the people's minds, and the people's minds sometimes they come in and it sounds like they're gonna get it, they're getting it, and all of a sudden, no, they drop it and they go back to the globe. No, this is too crazy. I can't deal with this. We get some of those, but then we get the people that they listen to it, they go away, they come back, and they're happy because they know that it's not what they've been told. But if you realize something that I realized when I started doing this, like, it's a passion that's inside of all of us to speak the truth. It's almost like, why do I feel like every single day I just want to talk to somebody about this? Like, it's something inside of you that you have to get it out. And when you do it, it's like when somebody hears you and they're like, hey, that kind of makes sense. It feels like a relief to us because the truth inside of us, it wants to come out. And that's why it's like you can't hide the truth. When you have it inside, you can't hide it. You want to tell somebody. And sometimes even if the people don't like, maybe they don't want to listen to you, or they're just like, you're crazy. But you still say it because something inside of you wants that truth to be spoken. And like, that's like every day. If you might take some time off, you might say, okay, I'll settle down for like a month, 2 months, and I'll just do my normal things. But then later on, it starts building up inside of you again, and then you hear somebody saying, "Oh, I think the planets are doing this," and you're like, "Hey, you think there's planets?" And then the truth comes out again. It's like almost involuntary.
because you have that truth with you, and it wants to come out.
Yeah, the thing that I don't understand about how people can say that the wandering stars are the planets, they twinkle like all the other stars. And so they're obviously a light source. They're not a ball of dirt or something, because they wouldn't be putting off that type of light. There's just no way. They don't. A floating rock up there rotating around would reflect light, and it would be very dull. I don't even know if you'd see it very well, but it certainly wouldn't be bright like all the other stars. And so I don't know how these guys think that planet is reflecting the sunlight and makes it look like a light, a very bright light source. I mean, especially when you see Venus and some of the other, wandering stars they're bright. They're obviously not a chunk of rock up there floating around reflecting the light of the sun. That's just ridiculous. But me anyway, I just don't understand how they justify thinking that can be reflecting sunlight. It's just ridiculous in my opinion.
I'll be right back.
Any activities? Saturday night? Oh wait, today's Friday.
Yeah. Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up. We used to play pretend, wake up. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Wake up. We used to play pretend, wake up. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying, wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away saying, wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake. We used to play pretend, wake up. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying, wake up, you need to wake up. Yeah.
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just to lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Ay, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for wake up. Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lying it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers. But up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness. And fluoridated water come in concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake, it's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move. But the liars on wires wanna take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up. We used to play pretend, wake up. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Wake up. We used to play pretend, wake up. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying, wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with every dose of Ambien. You're managing to transfer in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens that hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks and if I seek him that he won't hide from me. If I knock it, he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees. Trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kins. Had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up.
Used to play pretend,
wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
saying, wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake. Used to play pretend, wake up. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to wake up, yeah, wake up.
Send in the clown.
the oceans, there's actually a great proof of a flat Earth in the oceans. There's something called the abyssal plains. And if you look under the greatest parts right in between the continents, there's something called the abyssal plains, and it's the longest, flattest surface that they've ever measured is under the ocean. So it's not always lumpy and full of craters and stuff.
I think it's 70% of the ocean is abyssal plain, and it's flat for, as far as you can go. You can have 2 submarines on the bottom of the ocean. They send out sonar, which goes in a straight line, hits something, and bounces back, and they can see each other 100 miles away. There should be a mountain over a mile tall in between them. But you'd have to believe that sonar goes over the mountain, hits the other submarine, and then comes back. That doesn't happen. That's provable nonsense. So the fact that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine 100 miles away proves that there is no curvature down there. Also, a boat on the surface can see another boat, can target it with a laser over 100 miles away. There should be a hump of water over a mile high in between them, but there's not.
What makes you think all of the curvature that you see on this planet, as far as mountains and valleys and uneven terrain and things of that nature, what makes you think that you're going to be able to see curvature in the Earth? I want to say something real fast. I want to touch on this subject I was talking about, as far as when I said earlier that, about Beverly Hills and why you can't oversee the Sepulveda Pass. Now I'm going to show you something else. Now, earlier you said that the ocean itself is what you guys, the flat earthers, use to determine whether, the Earth have a curvature or not. Yet you also said earlier, you also said earlier that water always what?
Finds its level.
It always finds its level.
Large bodies of water at rest find its level.
Find its level.
At rest.
At rest.
Remember the at rest part.
Okay. Now, what you're not taking in consideration is the surface of the ocean. You're looking at the wrong thing. Listen.
No, that's all we're taking.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You're looking at something that's always going to level itself off, as opposed to looking at what's actually the surface of the Earth itself, because that's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on whether the Earth is this or that or whatever. We're speaking on the Earth itself. So if you're trying to use these telescopes to determine certain things over a body of water and talking about, well, there's no curve in the water is going to always level itself out. But you don't know if the surface of the Earth, that's where the water is actually on top of, it's curved or not, do you?
See, first of all,
doesn't water take the shape of a container?
Exactly. And second of all,
take the shape of the bottom of a container.
All water needs a container.
It levels itself out, but it fills up the container and then it finds level. So.
Y'all talking about the surface of water and it's always level, but that's not the Earth itself. We talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the surface of water.
Okay, the water would not be able to be level if it was on a curve. What do you not understand?
That's what he's talking about. When you're looking across that extensive plain of water where there should be miles of curvature, and you can see the land at the other side of the other side of the ocean, which is at the same level that you're at, and there now we're talking an expanse on the ball, on the Earth on your ball. How come the land on the other side of the ocean is at the same level that we're at? It should be miles below me, but it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how people cannot see it, other than they've been programmed since they've been a child, and their inner child is like, "Don't take my ball away! Don't take my ball away, please!"
Those balls.
It's hard.
Earlier, I said that when you look over the regular terrain, you can't tell it's a curve because there's too many mountains, hills, and valleys. Correct? So you guys said yes. So we have to use. Let me finish. You said we have to use the ocean because the ocean itself would show and prove your theory that there is no curvature. Correct? Okay, so then I said that I said,
on the land, you should be able to see.
Can I finish, Lord? I just sit here and listen to you for 20 minutes. Can I just give 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, God. So when you guys were saying that you was using the ocean because the ocean was showing proof to you guys that the Earth does not have no curvature on it, because constantly, as far as you can see, you guys use what you call atmospheric density. So therefore, the image is always straight and you can always see forward because of the simple fact that the water's going to always level itself out. And that being that we both said that the water's going to always level itself out, no matter how far you look, there will never be no curvature because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the surface of the ocean as opposed to the bottom of the ocean. Let me finish. Okay, so the bottom of the ocean is where the actual curvature is, because the bottom of the ocean is the actual land. You're looking at something that's going to always level itself out, being water, as opposed to what we're actually supposed to be looking at, which is the actual. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish? Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is how we know this to be true. If your theory that you say that we're using the surface of the water as a point to show that the Earth isn't curved, well, how can you use the surface of the water if the surface of the water is going to always level itself out? You're looking at the wrong thing. What you're supposed to be looking at is the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth, which is the bottom of the ocean, is the actual.
You know what the bottom of the ocean looks like? You show and prove, because all we can do is see what the level of the surface, like the God said, the surface.
Come on, man. Let me have this one.
Let me finish. Let me have this one. What the bottom looks like.
I've been out to sea before. I'm out here in California. I've been out to sea before.
You've been at the bottom of the ocean.
I've been out to sea before. And one thing, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me continue on your bill. I've been out to sea before, and I know for a fact that if I jump out the ship, right, I'm going to drown. Why? Because the ocean is deep. And being that the ocean is deep and it holds all kinds of wildlife and animals and whales and sharks that I've seen before, I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean. I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean.
All right, are you done? Wait. Let me everybody,
you don't know
mute.
how nonsensical you sound.
Everybody mute.
I'm sure.
Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like,
that
seriously.
is so friggin' dumb.
Wow.
They tell us that the 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So you believe that the water goes flat for 70%, and then all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath? We
Yeah, at
can
the
sit
bottom.
here
There's no
and
such thing
I
as
could
all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath. The Earth
I
don't all
could
of a
look
sudden
at
bend
land
nowhere.
100. I could look
You're
at
right.
land
It don't
100.
bend nowhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can dig a hole with all sorts of shapes on the bottom, fill it with water. It's flat because that's it. You can't have flat water, land, and then expect that land to finish the curve of the ball. That's ridiculous. The Earth has to curve. A round ball has to curve. The surface of the water has to curve at an even rate all the way around. Okay.
Surface of what you just said. Now, what you just said is, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. On an apple, right? On the skin of an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does the skin of the apple have moisture inside of it?
Moist?
Have moisture inside of it?
Said moist? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with
anything? Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Is it the skin of the apple that has the moisture, or is it the apple, the skin coming in contact with the moist meat of the apple? Which one is it? Do you know for sure?
Yes, I do know.
Or you just trying to be fake smart?
I'm not trying to be fake smart. I'm being real with you. The skin of the apple has moisture in it, correct? So let me finish what I'm saying. So being that the skin of the apple has moisture in it, does that moisture that's on the skin of the apple fall off the surface of the apple?
It's not on the surface. It's inside the fibers. It's not on the surface. See, that's tricknology. I don't like bullshit like this. Stop coming with fucking retarded ass arguments.
How's
it's
that
retarded.
How's that retarded?
Wet the fucking apple with water and see if the water sticks to the outside. Does the skin have water in it? Does it have moisture? Come on, man. Stop with these stupid ass arguments, man. Because it's disingenuous. I don't like shit like this.
How's it disingenuous?
Come on,
I just asked you a simple question. Does the skin of the apple have moisture in it?
You're not that stupid.
You can't be this stupid. You can't be.
Cannot be this stupid.
You guys sound stupid as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime you go sit here and tell me that you're looking at the surface of water instead of the actual surface of the earth itself, you sound dumb as hell because you already know that water always levels itself out. So I don't even know why you would use that as an argument. That's retarded.
This is why I had
Actually,
to
I did
out last
participate.
time because I can't talk to people like this. Like when you're just saying retarded shit like this, I gotta go. Yo, priest, I love you, God.
But when you live on a ball, there's a vacuum over it. The molecules stay magnetically pulled to the Earth's surface because the Earth is magnetic.
Can you show me that in a lab?
I can.
Oh, you can.
I
You
can.
can show me how water will stick to an apple inside a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
You know the water
I
boils
paid
in a
good money to
vacuum?
see that.
Okay. How much
You
would you
know
pay?
water boils in a vacuum?
Not enough to fund your
Bitcoin.
experiment. I know that.
You know that water boils in a vacuum. I guess you didn't know that. You know what sucks is it's going to take me all day to edit out all of the idiotic statements that you made and make a short clip. I'm going to make a short reel of all of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's going to be amazing, but it's going to take me all fucking day. Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
I wanted to say one other thing too, real quick, that I wrote down. The show that I mentioned when we talked about NASA, and I told, because I got a lot of people who asked me about it, was I talked about if you look at the names of all the NASA missions, it's literally telling you a story. And it goes, a Colombian enterprise to Endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and the Challenger shall be destroyed.
Damn.
That's literally what all the missions were from NASA. Again, these are Masonic rituals. This is nothing real. This isn't real science.
Say that again.
Yeah.
You just blew AD away. What happened? What just happened?
I'm a type.
If you break them down, right? You know, Columbia, Enterprise, and if you put them all in order, it says a Colombian enterprise. You should all know Columbia, right? Like the District of Columbia, what it means to them, Diana. A Colombian enterprise to Endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challenges shall be destroyed. Okay? So that's, you know, again, this is all esoteric.
I like
it. And, you know, so I wanted to add that. I forgot to add that last time I was on the show.
You come up with that, Vinny?
But yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I've been talking about it for a while, and I remembered to write it down this time.
Dead air. Don't breathe it. It's deadly. Dead air. Everybody here wants to try to tell me we live on a globe, huh? Okay.
just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real. They keep me hypnotized. Spinning. Spinning around. They keep me hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? They keep me hypnotized. Spinning. No, it's because it's not spinning. They keep me hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Spinning around. Well, like if you Google Earth from space, it's all like cartoons and CGI. We're the real pictures. It's a fucking fairy tale.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The still flat Earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The still flat Earth is calling.
I actually can't feel it spin because it doesn't spin. You're telling me I get to trust me and how I feel? I fucking like that. Here's my problem with gravity. You can't ever measure it. You can't ever test it. There's no equation for it. Show me the equation that proves gravity. Just knowing it's flat makes a huge difference. Because then every time they show you the ball, you can just go, we don't believe you anymore. It's a fairy tale.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The still flat Earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The still flat Earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. My name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Now that's tough.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Welcome to the Discord, my friend. Have a good time. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got glow bursts. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got glow bursts. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. Yeah. Finally, some won't let me out of this cage. Flat Earth is not a model, it's a slayer of mage. No Witsit is here, no QE is there. Even Sonic is creeping out of his smelly lair. Intangible, thought you saw the curve, but you didn't though. Panoramic view, flat horizon, it's so manageable. Telescope, try to cope on this slippery slope. Here's the rope, what's a joke? Please don't be a dope. Picture you getting down to the beach too. Like you see the rules, you know it's just a book, beatable, maybe credible. Truth who appears to you to fill you when you're too crazy. None to doesn't need the definition for what level is priceless to you. Cause I see you parallel, oh shit, you like it. Fun-looking clovers with one talk, we appear like psychics because we know your ticks. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The essence, the basics. Without it, you make it. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Truths, you have them or you don't. You have a fallacy, you're in them. Every spouted word, every faulty plea, every soul lost at sea. You see with your eyes, I see destruction and demise, corruption in disguise from this creepy enterprise. Not sucked into your lies through the Discord, not the speaker, but percussion it provides. For me, it's a guide. Y'all can see me now, cause you don't see with your eye. Like the globe in your mind, that's the inner. So I'ma stick around with you and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so you globers will remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feelings, not evidence except for the living dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, where the globe funeral rites are held every day, all day. Join the Discord and get verified in VC check-in. Don't be a chicken. Grace out.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe.
Okay, we have a gold champion Haas in here. I'm muted, Haas.
Oh, we got a new guy. Oh.
You can't decide whether the horizon is physical or optical. Just trying to straddle the rails. My mic loud enough?
Hello?
It's down.
You hear me?
Oh, but we hear you good. Yeah, Hans, we hear you too.
Yeah, check.
So what was the question?
Is the horizon physical or optical?
The horizon. I'm not sure of the exact definition, but I define horizon as as far as the eye can see without any structure blocking it. But the thing that blocks me from seeing the boat is something physical, not something that each person perceives differently. It's something physical. It's the water curving and the boat going behind the curve. It's the curvature of the water.
Okay.
I am not 100% proficient in English. That is why I have the accent, and
don't worry about your accent.
There are misunderstandings too in the comments.
Yeah. We have a lot of people that aren't fluent. Well, exactly fluent in English. Your English is fine. We've heard
thanks.
worse. So don't be self-conscious about it. I know a lot of people that are, not native English speakers. They kind of get weird about their accent. I don't speak any language but English, so you're doing better than me.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, now I've answered the question.
Okay. So I'll give you the definition of horizon.
I just did. Well,
no, you didn't. You gave us your personal definition. I'm going to give you the actual definition.
Sure, go on.
The horizon is the apparent line where the ground or the sea appears to meet the sky.
Yes.
That's the definition. Now that line, right? So I asked you, where does the water end and the boat start, right?
I didn't understand that. I don't understand. What do you mean? When does the boat start? Do you mean the beginning of the beginning of the boat? Yes, the boat.
So you're looking at the boat. You don't see all of it. You don't see the bottom.
Yes.
Right. And how do you know you don't see the bottom? Because where you think the bottom should be, you see water, right?
Because I know how the boat is supposed to be formed, and if some part of it is missing, I've seen the boat before it left departure. I know how it's formed. It's shaped from behind.
And this can only happen on a curved surface.
What?
This can only happen on a ball. A curved surface. Curved.
Yes.
You think that? So if I show you a bunch of demonstrations where it's happening on a flat surface, what are you going to say?
Well, we'll see.
Okay. You know what National Geographic is?
Hold on. So, in what channel?
Go in. Hold on. I have to give you the role. Okay. The channel right above this VC chat, live stream voice text.
VC chat.
It's right above this channel, the VC channel. It's a text channel called live stream.
Yes.
Okay. So, do you know who National Geographic is?
National Geographic?
National Geographic, yes. They're a famous worldwide scientific organization.
I've heard of it. I'm not real sure what it is.
They publish magazines and make videos now, but they started in 1880s, if I remember right.
Yeah, sure. What is your point?
Okay. So they made well, I'm going to show you something.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a bunch of things showing you that things can be so that you can't see bottom up of an object far away, not because of Earth curve, but because of A, quality of the air, and perspective. So,
and what?
Perspective.
Wait,
Yeah,
yes, perspective.
Okay. So, this was a test National Geographic did. It's on YouTube. It's called Flat Earth versus. So, where's the bottom stripe?
Well, I assume it's below the curvature. It's behind the curvature.
Oh.
I'm not sure. Well,
you can't see it, right? Do you recognize that you can't see that entire flag? That some of the stripes are missing?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why is the horizon behind the flag?
Horizon behind the flag?
Yeah, it's behind the flag.
Well, because I don't know why. What?
Well, if the horizon's behind the flag, then the water's not blocking the flag, right?
I don't understand this. Can you say it again?
If the horizon, if there's water behind the flag, how can the water be blocking the bottom stripes of the flag?
Oh, can I show my face or something to kind of explain to you?
No, we don't let people live stream in this chat.
No, but
no. Why do we need to see your face?
Not my face. I just want to show you physically. It's hard to explain, but
look, we've made this. We've done this argument hundreds, if not thousands, maybe tens of thousands of times. So you don't need to explain anything to us. We know how it's supposed to work, right? We know that when a ship goes too far, right, it reaches the horizon and then it appears to sink, right? The bottom disappears, then half of it, and then the mast, and then it's gone, right?
Well, it doesn't technically reach the horizon, but it reaches far enough for it to go behind the curvature.
That's not what you said in the lobby, sir. You claimed to me that the horizon is the limitation, the physical limitation of your view due to Earth's curvature.
Yes, but you gave me the definition of it. I said it's my personal definition. I didn't say it was 100% that way.
So what you're saying is boats can disappear behind the curve, and the horizon can be behind the curve. Horizon can be behind the boat, but the boat's behind the curve. How does that work? Because
no, that's not
if you can see, yeah, I know that's not possible. That's why I'm asking you.
Yes.
A boat can only be blocked by the curve if it's beyond the horizon. It has to be beyond the horizon. The horizon is the line that demarks where the end of the water is.
Yes.
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 So why can't we see this bottom stripe?
Because the curve's blocking it. It's behind the horizon then. It's behind
you can clearly see the horizon is behind the flag.
What?
The horizon, I'll post it again.
No, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's behind the flag.
Hold on, let me look at this.
Remember the definition.
Here, I even got a better image.
Well, could that just not be a wave that went up? Listen,
this was done on the Salton Sea. There's no waves. It's a ancient inland sea that's not connected to anything. It doesn't have tides. It doesn't have anything like that.
Well, can you what is it? What was the name of the sea again? It was
Salton Sea. Yeah, Salton Sea.
Salton Sea.
Salton. Salton.
Sultans. Hold on.
But the point is, National Geographic said what you said, that you can't see it because it's blocked by the horizon. But they didn't look at their image and realize that the horizon was behind the flag. And they said that this is proof the Earth is curving. Because they thought, like you do, that if you can't see the bottom of something, that can only happen when blocked by something.
Yes.
which is incorrect. It's demonstrably incorrect. It's not just my opinion. We can demonstrate. Now I'm going to give you another example. Okay.
Yes.
These are tests that were done on a lake that is 1,000 feet long. I don't know what that is in meters. I can do the conversion. Hold on.
It's like 300 or something. I'm not sure. Whatever.
3,004, right?
3,004 meters.
Yeah.
Or what?
Or 304,
What?
sorry.
Ah, yes.
304 meters.
Yes. What? I'm not following.
Wait.
What is 304 meters?
1,000 feet.
Why did you bring up 1,000 feet? I missed something.
Because this next test I'm going to show you was done on a lake that is only 1,000 feet long.
Okay. Go on.
Okay. So, this was done with a radio-controlled boat using a camera that was 2 inches above the water. So something like, 5.5 millimeters?
Yeah.
So the globe model says that the horizon from this camera height should be 2,600 feet away.
The image is really unclear. Do you have any more clear version of it?
What do you mean it's unclear? What's unclear about it?
Because it's very much flashing light, and I'm not sure if the thing that is supposed to be, I don't know, a boat or something is just a little peak or so.
It's just the top of the boat. Yeah, I'll show you a picture of the boat, the whole boat when it's closer then. So here's the boat when it's closer. When they took this frame, the boat's like 700 feet from the camera. It's not even all the way at the other end of the lake. If you watch the full video, eventually the entire boat disappears. But the problem is the horizon in the globe model is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So how can the boat disappear before it's reached the horizon? What's blocking it?
Not a hill of water.
The horizon is not geometric, it's optical. It's the limit of your vision on which you can see the surface. And there's other factors which come into consideration, such as whether there's a cool air of glare or humidity or particles very close to the water. I'm going to show you another. What?
I have one question. Do you have any formulas or mathematical equations so that you can calculate what factors make me not see the bottom part of the boat? You're claiming that what did you claim? The air density or temperature or something? I don't know. Do you have any equation or mathematical equation that you can calculate what? So I can calculate.
I mean, I could give you equations to calculate, but they're untestable, right? So. Because you can't actually measure enough of the variables to input into equation that will spit out something that matches prediction, because the air is not predictable.
No, I mean, if it was predictable.
Do you mean the globe math formula, yeah?
What?
Where the globe math formula, where the curvature begins and ends?
No. I mean, he said that there are other factors except the curvature of the Earth that is preventing me from seeing it, like the air density. I don't remember what he said. Like the
not even the globe has that, mate. Not even the globers have a model for that, buddy.
What? Yes, I know, but he. So you wait. So you think that you think or know that there are other things that obscure the me seeing the boat, but you don't know.
Well, he just proved it. He's just proven it to you.
Yeah, I just demonstrated it. This can't be Earth curve. It can't be. This is only 700 feet from the camera.
Let me read it.
So how could it possibly be Earth curve?
Wait, which picture? The last one, or there are several? Which one?
The one where you only see half the boat. So in meters, the horizon from that camera height should be 804 meters away. And the lake is 300 meters long. The horizon, that thing that's supposed to be blocking the boats, where the water ends.
Yes, but can I watch the video to confirm?
Yeah. Sure. And on that channel, this isn't like a one-off. They've replicated this multiple times. There's even one video where you cannot see the boat at all, but you can see the spray from the boat, coming up from quote-unquote behind the horizon. Right? You can't see the boat, but you see the spray of the water from the water's motor in the air, but you don't see the boat at all.
Yes.
So what's the point of all this? I mean, go just watch the video. Just come, you can skip through it or whatever. I also have a shorter one that demonstrates the same thing. I also have colorized version.
Can you tell me all the factors that make me not see the boat except for the curvature? This is not just a curiosity question.
Total internal reflection. You know what that is?
Wait, let me write it down. What was it again?
Total internal reflection.
Coral internal reflection.
Total. TOTA. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, post. All right.
I'll give you a article about it.
This is fine, but I am obviously not proficient in science, so I'm going to talk about this with my science professor, and if he has nothing to say, then I guess I'm closer to becoming a flat earther. Because I can't debate this stuff. I'm 16 years old. I have not learned ginormously much about science. But yeah, thank you for the.
So hey, also give him this, okay? This is a peer-reviewed paper. I just posted in the chat, okay? So they did this in the desert, and so what they did is there's a mirror here, right? And they took a camera like 1.6 kilometers away, and they can see the mirror, right?
Yes.
And they take see if you look at the image I posted, you can see a vertical pole. So they measure the temperature, the vertical temperature. They have a bunch of they're called thermocouples. So they measure the temperature. They have a whole bunch of locations on here, and they measure the temperature through the day. And they film this mirror from far away. Well, what they noticed is that the mirror disappears. They can see it for a while, and then at certain times of the day, the mirror disappears, and then they look at when it disappears, and they look at the temperature gradient, and they notice that when the humidity goes up and the temperature goes up rapidly, right, and is has a steep profile, that the mirror will disappear completely so that they can't see it. This is what's happening on water. Basically, the light gets trapped below the level of the camera and can't get out of like a duct, like a fiber optic cable.
I think I might have understood. Is the link you posted the link to the experiment?
It's a link to a peer-reviewed paper. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
So because your little physics professor, who knows what he'll think, but if he thinks like we're just making the shit up, we're not. It's in the literature.
Yes. Let me just take a few screenshots. Yep. Thank you for your time, I guess.
Yeah. All right, man. You have a great day. Next, bring back your physics professor with you. Does he speak English?
Yes, he does. He probably does. He has a foreign wife.
Cool. I mean, we've talked to physics PhDs, professors, cosmologists, astrophysicists, you name it. Pilots, sailors, like everybody. So feel free to bring them with you, or...
Well, I don't think they will come, but I'll talk to them.
Okay.
Uh,
All right.
Hey, Indio, is that supposed to be like a test to kind of disprove a refraction or something like that?
No, this is so there's, how do I put this? In China, they have in part of their cultural thing is that they believed that the ground breathed. There's like a Chinese name for it called Q something or whatever. I don't speak Chinese, but they think that the ground breathes like twice a day, like air comes out of the ground somehow. So this is like an ancient belief that they had, according to like Confucianism or Taoism or something. So this guy, even though he kind of like, I would say he didn't explicitly say he was testing for that. But I've read other papers that he's written. So this is written for the West, right? He says, yeah, I'm testing some ancient Chinese myth. It'll never get published, right? You know what I mean? So he just did this. So he just did this little test, couched as I'm testing desert mirages. And because he's trying to measure, what he's doing is he's measuring the gradient above the desert during the day, during the course of a whole day. Right, and he's using like this tower of thermometers and like thermocouples and little measuring devices. So he's measuring the temperature and the humidity, right, and then plotting the gradient over time, like how steep it is, like how much the vertical humidity is, and how much the vertical temperature gradient is. Because he's plotting. What he wants to plot is the change, right? How does the humidity go up and down? How does the temperature go up and down? He was trying to demonstrate that it's coming from the ground and not from, like, but he couched this as in he's trying to test desert mirages. He has other papers where he tests this particular author, this Hangshao Li guy, where he's actually testing for this, and like he's done other tests. And there's actually some merit to it. I wouldn't call it scientifically proven, but there's evidence for this ancient Chinese wisdom or something, whatever you want to call it. But when they did this experiment, what they did was they didn't expect it, but they noticed this mirror kept disappearing where they couldn't see it anymore. They're filming this, I think, from 1.6 kilometers across the desert. And it, like, you know, they could see it, they disappear for a little while, then it would come back, and then it would disappear. And then when they look at the data, right, that they took, they would notice that when the mirror disappeared was when there was the greatest temperature gradient, right? The steepest temperature gradient and the highest amount of humidity at the ground level. And they partially model it, and it comes out that with that gradient that you would have what's called total internal reflection. So total internal reflection is when you have, now, you know how Globers say light bends down toward the denser medium? Well, if that angle is hitting the denser medium as something called beyond the critical angle, it'll reflect and it won't refract. It reflects off the medium. So if you have something that's below the level of the camera, right, all the light that's below the level of the camera won't reach the camera. It gets reflected back down into the ground before it ever reaches the camera. So to you, taking the film, you go, I can't see it. But that's just because the light doesn't reach the camera.
Is this what people are doing in their driveways with the lasers and that? And
yeah, pretty much. This is what's happening. Like Sky Free, when she took I think she opened a door in the winter, and you could see so she was filming on her wooden floor some objects, and then opened the door to the outdoors, right? Super cold air in the winter, and then the air comes in, And when that air comes in and creates that steep gradient, the whole like the objects just completely disappear. It's like a fiber optic cable. The light just gets lost in the air. In mainstream, I guess they would call it ducting. They actually claim that this happens and that you can see beyond the way beyond the horizon. It's like refraction on steroids. So what they claim is that the light gets caught in a duct of air, right? So like there's the light goes into a lane of air and gets stuck inside of it, right? Because the air above it is too dense to be refracted, and the air below it is too dense to be refracted. So just like a fiber optic cable, it just bounces off the edges to wherever you are.
And this is all going beyond our obligations, right?
Yeah, I mean,
does this also happen with your eyes or just with the camera?
What do you mean? Yeah, it would happen with your eyes. It's how the light reaches you from whatever the object.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
So like this. If you look in the live stream voice text, this is how a fiber optic cable works, basically. It just gets trapped in like this duct and keeps reflecting over and over again. But say you're outside, say instead of this being a fiber optic cable, say this is a layer of air close to the ground, and your head is higher than this layer. That light that enters this is not going to come out. So if there's the bottom of a boat, bottom of a mountain, whatever, that is at the level of this duct, you're never going to see that. It's impossible to see. Because the light that composes that won't reach the camera, because the camera's at a higher level. You can also think of it like this. Say this layer is a meter high. Well, a meter in real terms, right? But in angular terms, say it's out like 3 miles away, and you have this meter high layer. That's good because of the angle, because of perspective. It'll block something that's tens of meters of height. Okay, so 1 meter block 1 meters of blockage at 1 kilometer will block 10 meters at 10 kilometers and 100 meters at 100 kilometers. And it isn't even like, if you look at enough like literature, all this shit is well documented. This isn't like some new thing that I made up or it's been made up by someone. It's well documented. So like, there's a lot of these like splitting, I guess you could say, in some of the scientific literature on refraction, right? They have like their story, right? Fraction bends light around the curve, blah, 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 blah. But then when you look at like the actual data where people actually measured it, none of that actually matches like what they're saying is happening. And they recognize things. They'll say, okay, if we make an observation from 1.1 to 2 meters off the ground, there's this surface layer, and like the so-called refraction is, this much greater or this much lesser. But then if we make an observation like above grass, it does this. And then if we make our observation above asphalt, it does this. And if we make it from 10 meters high, it's this. And like, there's all different values depending on where you are when they actually test it. You also have to remember, they're all assuming that they're on a globe. So each elevation, they're trying to fit in the globe by changing their computed refraction. They're not measuring any refraction, they're just calculating it in because like, oh, it's a globe, I should see this. I see that instead, so there must be this much refraction. See what I'm saying? But like at different elevations above the surface, they have to keep changing the value because the math changes, right? The calculation changes because where the horizon is changes based upon elevation in the globe model, right? So they're doing what's called data fitting, or in this case, it's actually confirmation bias. But I gotta go do something real quick.
All right.
Hey guys, I was wondering if any of you guys knew if non-ionized gas is magnetic. Hello?
No idea.
What was the question?
My question was if non-ionized gas is magnetic.
I guess you could Google it. I don't know if it'll give you an answer though.
Yeah, it doesn't really give an answer. The reason why I'm asking that is because a Glober a while ago tried to claim that ionized gas, which is plasma, is I forgot what the machine was, but I think it's like some sort of reactor. He tried to claim that this reactor and plasma is proof of gas pressure without a container, but since plasma is ionized, therefore it's magnetic. That didn't really prove his point, with gas pressure, since we're not breathing plasma.
Doesn't plasma work on static electricity in that sense? It's magnetic. It requires an earth and a positive in a regard.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Doesn't plasma gas work with two cathode, or like an anode and a cathode? Like a static charge of that's where the magnetic part comes, I think. I'm not sure.
It's just that he was trying to claim that this is evidence of gas pressure without a container because magnetism is the container according to the guy.
Yeah, but how does he demonstrate it? In a container?
Yeah, I was pointing that out, but yeah, he wouldn't take that answer.
This is kind of a bring your own globe argument because it's not supposed to be magnetism doing it; it's supposed to be gravity.
Yeah, pretty much. But again,
Right.
The guy just said that. This is what you asked for. This is gas pressure without a container, when it's not.
It's not though. It's using a container, so it's not gas pressure without a container.
What was your first question, bro? What was it? I'm sorry, I came in halfway through that. What was your first about the gas?
Yeah. If non-ionized gas is magnetic.
Non-ionized gas is ionized gas is magnetic, and he's claiming that from plasma observation. Basically, he's got a plasma, and he's claiming it's magnetic. So,
and it's plasma, not gas.
Yeah, what other tests has he done to prove that this gas is magnetic in any way, shape, or form, or influenced by a magnet? You know what I mean?
He just showed me a video of this reactor, and it has the plasma sticking to the reactor while there's a vacuum surrounding it. Like, that's his claim, and that supposedly proves gas pressure without a container.
In a container.
Yeah, pretty much. That's fucking stupid.
And not gas, plasma.
Yep.
And
not forming into a sphere.
Basically. It's just stupidity, yeah. Same dumb shit.
I used to have a plasma ball years and years and years ago. They were all the rage back in the 80s, like the plasma balls. You touch them with your hand and mess about. And yes, I think there's a vacuum in there, yeah, but that's... God love them.
Anybody heard any gold proofs yet?
Globe proofs. That's a good one.
I've been a part of this community since like late 2018, and I've yet to see any evidence. Come on, guys. Can one of you Globers in the chat just prove it already so we could delete this community and move on? Please?
Apparently, you can just affirm the consequent, and that's good enough.
What did he say?
Apparently, you can just affirm the consequent, and that's good enough.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll be sure to
Yeah.
get that up front.
Yeah, you can just go, well, if that water is curving, then I should see a boat going over it, and it'll appear to be disappearing bottom up. Well, look at that. I see a boat appearing to be disappearing bottom up. Therefore, the water's curving. It doesn't matter that it's logically fallacious. Let's just go with it. Okay, Earth is a ball.
It does not fly.
You're just pointing out logical fallacy because you don't want it to be right.
In other server, I did ask, give me an experiment of your ball inside the vacuum chamber. Flying. You always show a ball falling down.
Well, that's because the smaller ball is going towards the bigger ball. Right, isn't it?
They have no experiment to prove their ball. Even their model. Entire, put the ball with air and anything else inside the vacuum chamber. Make it work.
We already knew they had no balls.
If you cannot test it, then it's not science, it's pseudoscience.
I love it. You say, demonstrate, your gas pressure without a container argument, right? And then they say, I can't reproduce an Earth-sized object, right? Well, you're supposed to be already on one, so why don't you just use that? And then use that to stop the gas going into a vacuum. Show us that. Because if that's what's happening, if Earth is preventing, the gravity is preventing the air from escaping into that ever-expanding void out there, then use the Earth and demonstrate it in practical terms. Make a vacuum on the Earth, and then show Earth's gravity preventing some gas that you insert into the vacuum from expanding into that vacuum.
Yeah, that's good. I hadn't thought of that. Not gonna lie. But it's funny when I have heard them say that, oh, if I just had another planet, basically what they're saying there is like, if I could just poof my proof into existence, then I would show it to you. Okay, well, what good is that?
Exactly, yeah. We've even had them say, you're asking me to do the impossible.
It's like, yeah, no shit.
Flat Earth Dave he did one of his little interview things. I don't know when it was, like a few days ago, I think. I was just watching it today while I was making food, and the guy there, there was two guys there. One of the guys was, he was really open-minded. You could tell he was chill, but the other guy was like, just so combative and everything. And he was freaking out, standing up. He couldn't like stay still. He was like and it just made me realize, like, this goes a lot deeper than we think.
Yeah.
This indoctrination's it goes beyond the physical, I think, honestly.
Spiritual? A little spiritual warfare?
Possibly, man. Because there's no way that somebody could get that angry from just talking. Like, because the thing is, right, the way Dave comes off is he's kind of chill. He's like the hippie guy. He's chill. He's just talking, showing them little slides, and the guy is just like he can't stand it. Like, he can't. It's like if it's eating away from, like eating away his soul. Somehow, I don't know, like whatever's covering his soul, trying to eat it away, but his soul is resisting, like a drug addict, kind of like a drug addict. They're so intoxicated by a drug, and if they try to go cold turkey, it's like no way. They go through withdrawal. Sometimes they're not capable of doing it. Right, the process is just it hurts, and I think this is kind of the same, right? Like, they've taken the globe drug for so long that when you try to take them off that drug, it's like they get withdrawals, and I think that's what we see a lot.
Wow. That's not a bad comparison, honestly. It's like, how do you wean someone off of the globe?
It's either you can do it cold turkey, like quickly, or you can slowly, introduce them to flat Earth. So I don't know. But the thing is, if you try to go cold turkey, they might go crazy.
Yeah,
which is what happens sometimes. So
But it's like
Absolutely.
Santa, isn't it? It's like Santa Claus. You might figure it out yourself one night, like you bust your parents or whatever, leaving presents in your room or under the tree. Or you just have an inkling, or you've heard it from a friend or whatever it is, right? And then you sort of hang on to it though. You still want that excitement and the fantasy to be real. But then you slowly start to accept that it's just not real.
Yeah, I can't resonate with that because unfortunately my parents were immigrants, right? And every Christmas my dad was like, "There's no Santa Claus. I'm the one giving you the presents."
That's cool. That's
and I was like,
like
"Oh
that.
shit." So I never really believed in Santa.
I've said it before.
What
My
about-
parents went hard for Christmas. Go ahead.
I was just saying, what about Tooth Fairy? Easter Bunny, anything?
None of it.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, no, my parents were pretty. I mean, they didn't have time for that bullshit. They were working all the time. I mean, I heard about it, but they told me it was all just fake. So, yeah.
Wow.
Unfortunately, my
did you ever spill the
sister's
beans?
my sister's kids, however, because of my brother-in-law, who's crazy liberal, he basically they went through the whole Tooth Fairy, and I didn't want to ruin their childhood, sort of. I don't know, whatever. So I just don't want to get involved in that because it's not really my family. So they went through the whole Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus. I would go over the house in Christmas, and they would track Santa on the computer. So
Oh my god.
yeah, I was like, and you should have seen the youngest, the boy. He was in tears when they told him that Santa wasn't real. Yeah.
Wow.
So
It's honestly no different than the globe earthers, man. That's the perfect analogy.
yeah, it really is.
They don't like it, but it's true. It is very, very true. And it's like it goes so deep too because there's no announcement that Santa's not real. They're gonna keep doing it every year and the year after that. It's just like the globe. They're gonna keep doing it year after year, and they're never just gonna make this announcement. Okay, everybody, we're done with this Christmas. We're done with Santa Claus. Like, it's just gonna keep being pumped out year after year. So it's up to you to do the creeping down the stairs and figure out, hey, maybe this isn't real. That's what I had to do.
They used to have the socks and everything, and they would put the milk out and the cookies.
Yep.
And they would my brother-in-law would go out at night when they were sleeping and eat the cookies and get the milk. So and then they'd wake up and be like, "Look, Santa ate the milk, drank the milk, and ate the cookies. Oh my god!" It's fucking hilarious.
My parents did the exact same thing. They really tried to sell the idea. And they sold it. So one year, I had a little too much wrapping paper, crinkling, and tape at night. And then did a little investigating. I figured out, oh, shit. So, figuring out about Flat Earth is really about this, pretty much the same thing.
But why would they lie?
I think Santa's.
There's no way they could lie.
Santa is the same shit, right? But Santa's like, I don't think it's that bad for kids to know about Santa, right? Like, I don't think it's. I don't know. Maybe it is bad because then they get used to believing lies, or believing that like they can. Because if you believe in Santa Claus at one point, why wouldn't you believe in the globe? It's like kind of like crazy too, you know. Some. Go right ahead.
I'm not trying to sell the idea to adults. You know, that's when they sell all those ideas when you're young and impressionable. Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, the globe, all that stuff gets pumped into you at a young age. They don't try to introduce that stuff later on. Not sure if that would even work.
Well, so there's this interview with these kids, right? And they're debating whether Santa's real or not. And this one kid, he's like, "Mum, I want you to take me to the North Pole, right? Like, we're just going to go sort this out once and for all. Like, we'll see if he's really there or not, you know." Like, sort of, right? And it's kind of like what they like, and it makes me think about how they say, "We'll just go to space," right? Okay, so that's a standard that they put on us, right? To say go to space and see if it's flat or round, right? But that their standard of evidence that it is a globe is somebody else having allegedly gone to space, not themselves. So, I mean, like, what the heck?
Yeah, their standard of evidence is some guy said so. For you, the standard is go to space. For them, they don't have to do that to prove their claim. Just some other guy said he did. That's good enough.
Right.
The double standards are crazy. The fact that they would even say that, oh, just go to space, go do this thing that I haven't done. Can't and never will do. You do it.
As soon as they make that a standard, we should just keep them on that and say, okay, go to space, go do it, go meet your own standards and get back to us.
I know, right? Why do you believe what you believe when you didn't do what you're telling me I need to do to believe what you believe?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they believe that they're believing the word of somebody else that says they did it, right? Because we won't believe. Take someone else's word for it. They're telling us to actually go do what they believing somebody else did.
Why can't we just believe what someone else says like they did?
Right.
Because that's where the standard's really at.
Right.
If only you would just go in Narnia's closet, then you would see. Then you would believe. It's like, okay, dude. First, find the closet for me. I'll chuck you right in head first.
Yeah, if I showed you Santa Claus and his reindeer, then would you believe?
No, these are big if statements, folks. Like that's a big if. You know what I mean? If you could go to space, would you believe it? Yeah, it's a big if too.
So if I could prove it, would you believe it? Well, yeah, that's what we're asking for. Still waiting.
Yeah, that's a really dumb question. Of course you'd believe it if you could prove it.
Well, it should be flipped back on them. Would you believe it if I could prove that it was flat? A lot of them would say no. So it's like they have double standards that are certainly worth pointing out.
The way I see it is, like, even if they make up stuff, just proving that the Earth is flat just once is all you need, right? Like,
yeah, that makes me think of something the other day. That Lexa kid was like, "You just have one picture," which isn't true. We've got lots, but it's like, wait a minute, one picture of flat water is more than you have of curved water. Why isn't that good enough?
I know, right? Then they start picking up the goalpost and moving it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, go farther. We need more pictures.
Here's what they got. They got still pictures from Thornbank where they have the windmill, the windmill is being hidden, and which is a still picture. You go back the next day, it doesn't look like that. Plus the windmills are not that far out, so even if you did live on a ball of 3959, it wouldn't curve that much. Two, they have the boat, what do you want to call it, the vacation boat. They have that boat that's going over the curve as well, and then they have the city, on the other side where the water is up high. They have 3 still photos that they say that boats over the horizon or buildings over the horizon or windmills over the horizon. They actually had that. And then they have the gall to have 3 videos of the 24-hour sun, which one of them is obviously fake and the other 2 are fake. And they have 56 countries down there that can go out and film this 24-hour sun to shut us all up, but they have 3 fake videos. They don't have 56 or 156. They have 3. And the amount of 4th grade, 5th grade level debaters or discussion people that we put up with is just unbelievable. And they actually either believe that crap or they're paid to believe that crap. And it's just really annoying, guys.
That's Jim Waterworld, folks. Shout out to Jim.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good man, good man. Appreciate the content. Filling some dead air from time to time. It's always appreciated.
Well,
Yeah, but I was just gonna say, like, I'm glad that we don't have to do the fakery. I've been in the topic since 2017, and maybe there have been some videos that were, I don't know, maybe not made, in a genuine way. But I'm seeing that mostly from the Globe side, CGI birds, the National Geographic stripes, like, like you said, the time lapse footage in the South that claim that they recorded that was edited. So I'm just glad that we don't have to do things like that. You guys might have seen the green table with the level on the cliff. Like it's this jagged cliff edge, and they compress the photo, and they're like, well, see, look, there's the curve. After we compress this image, we don't have to do that. Like, I'm just really glad that we're not having to fake stuff and funk the pictures to try to make our case.
We don't have to lie. And even, the 616-mile photo and the 700-mile photo is a very, very interesting photo. And it's a great look. We don't have to have that. We can debunk it at 30, 40, 50 miles, if not, closer, with the Utah laser test on March 5th of 2021, and of the Swan Lake, the frozen Swan Lake that Indio shared with us, with the guy going out 5, 6, 7, 8 miles with his P900. So we don't need, it's nice to have a 616 mile and a 700 mile, shot and everything like that. But on our side, we don't need that. We need 8 miles, 10 miles, maybe 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. And we don't have to lie. And it's just amazing, the freedom of knowing you don't have to lie to prove that you don't live on a spinning space ball. It's wonderful.
Well, I think about it this way too: is like, would they even accept if things were the other way around? Let's flip it upside down. Okay, let's look at the green table with the red levels on the cliff. Flat water. Let's flip everything upside down. Let's say that the Earth is actually a globe, visibly so. You see it curving, and we're trying to make a case that it's flat. And we take a picture of a curved Earth, we flatten it out, and go, well, see, look, there's your flat Earth. Like that, no one would accept that. So why do they feel like it's okay? It's completely acceptable to them to like just take edit things and be like, well, see, look, there's the curve. The double standard. Once again, they just would never accept that type of evidence from us. Say you could do this with the refraction thing. Okay, well, we see a hill of water, and we go, oh, well, no, the reason why you're seeing that is because of refraction. Because of refraction, it's actually flat, blah, 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 blah. Like, no, they would never accept such a thing. I don't know why they expect other people to accept it. Or, let's say you could actually see curvature. And we're like, oh, well, no, your sensors are lying to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the kind of stuff they get away with somehow. Yeah, just be glad that things aren't the other way around, folks. You can pat yourselves on the back.
Just added a shameless plug for our meetup coming up here in a couple of weeks in California.
Those stupid fires in Canada have really messed up my looking over Lake Michigan the last 2 days. I'm telling you what. I don't know if they were set on purpose. I tend to believe that they were, but they sure mess up viewing over Lake Michigan because that smoke goes down to the water because it's heavier and it goes down to the water and it just you look out over Lake Michigan from Michigan City or Warren Dunes or St. Joseph, looking towards Chicago, you can't see a darn thing. It's just the most frustrating thing. I saw Chicago 2 nights ago. With the sun moving away to the right. Nice little video, 3 minutes. I went back 8 hours later in the morning to see if I could see the lights. Couldn't see a thing. Everything was socked in. I waited till the sun came up at 5:30 in the morning. Couldn't see a thing. Everything was socked in. Those stupid fires, man. I wish they wouldn't do that to us. Takes away all the fun.
Is it still kind of hazy where you guys are? Seems like it's cleared up a bit here.
Yeah, I went to Warren Dunes about 4 hours ago. It's about 25 miles from me, and it's the second most visited state park in Michigan. I didn't know that. And so I went there just to get a little sun because it obviously faces the west. And so I got the little sun I got there. And I looked. We have this power station in Michigan City. It's probably it's a few hundred feet tall, and it's about 25 miles away from where I was. And I can tell if it's going to be a good day for viewing just by going there and looking to my left because it's south. And if you can see it, it's a pretty good day for viewing. But if you can't see it, I just say, I'm not going to see 53 miles across and see Chicago. It's not going to happen. I can't see it. It's just I've been there before. I see it just fine. It's on my camera. I saw it just fine, zoomed in, everything's great. Can't see it today. It's just the most frustrating thing. It's sunny. I mean, it's blue skies up there, but the horizon is just terrible. That smoke is just settled right above the water, and it's just the worst thing. I mean, it's nice to get some sun, but I want to take video.
Yeah, it's almost like stuff can't be left freaking well enough alone. It's always something, huh? Smoke, freaking somebody's sick. Can't get any peace and quiet around here. There's always some drama going on. Oh, aliens. Oh, space rocks. I mean, somehow aliens is in the news right now. Like what?
You ever get the idea? You'll wake up some morning and you'll get that Will Smith, 1995, movie. What was that called? Independence Day. You'll wake up some morning and you'll turn on whatever, and they'll have some alien ships over Los Angeles and New York and Moscow and London and Paris, and 80% of people will go, "Oh no, we've been invaded."
What's happening?
Like, the first thing I would have asked is, where was your phone? Like, what?
Right.
This day and age, everybody is freaking filming everything, anything. You didn't have time to grab your phone? You didn't have it on you?
I kind of don't think they're going to pull that off, personally. I think they're just going to keep hyping the fear.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree with you on that one because I was like telling my friends, like, yo, look out for it, man. It's coming one of these days. And then years later, I'm like, yeah, they're not. I'm kind of with you on that.
Yep, it's a boogeyman.
Like, I don't know how they would pull it off anyway. But they did pull off the last couple of years. So.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but, what if they were to say, like, alien UFOs started these fires?
Right, they hit combos.
Yeah. I mean, who can tell? Have you heard that, like, there are 8 fires that broke out in up there in Quebec at the same time, and they're like hundreds of miles apart from each other.
Yeah,
Maybe not from each other. It's like just this wide dispersion. Like we're talking hundreds of miles of space, and like something like 8 fires started. The locus of it began all at once, and it's really suspect, at least in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was really enjoying Level With Me up until they went that way. And I was like, what? Come on, man. They're making some bold claims there.
Is that a YouTube channel or something?
Is that Dave documentary?
Yeah, the new Level documentary. Yeah, it's kind of like freaking.
Wait, so where'd they lose you at?
Flat Earth Society 2.0. Just clean it up a little bit, you know. Like,
Is it because he like does a lot of like speculation stuff? Is that why?
Yeah, just with the whole, they just went into the whole like fake alien invasion thing right at the end, towards the end, and it was like,
I mean, you need to you need to get the normies somehow, right?
That's an interesting take there, Cal. Like, because somehow I remember like 2010, maybe. I was looking into like aliens, and that was taboo. That wasn't very mainstream or common. But now 2023, it's literally on CNN, Wall Street Journal. It's going mainstream, and I think if you've been a flat earther for a little while, you probably don't fall for that. So like you said, getting the mainstream ready. Yeah, they're getting someone ready. I only heard about this from Pat McAfee show in the top comment.
Well, yeah, I mean, I got into this. I started out with the whole alien thing, the Anunnaki, Planet X, all this other shit. Like when I was younger, and so because of that, I've kind of always been like open-minded to things, and so I don't know. I guess. You got to have a little bit of crazy, I guess, and something like that's like out there for people to kind of be a little bit more interested in it, I guess. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I think that's a good quality to have, but the bad guys know how to hijack that.
Well, yeah, I mean, they'll make it sound like, oh, these guys are just crazy, but it is what it is.
They don't need to make it sound that way. It does sound that way.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing, right? To them, everything that flat earthers say is crazy. Flat Earth, they think is crazy. So it's like, who gives a shit? Just one other thing they can poke at. I mean, so what? They poke at everything.
Well, uninformed.
They sure
it
do.
Can sound crazy. Like when I first heard some arguments for flat Earth, I went, "That doesn't sound so crazy at all." That's a good point. They're good points, good arguments.
But yeah, but you're probably a rational person. You probably think logically, right? I mean, you're not dealing with those types of people, so they think all of this is crazy. So.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not without my crazy ideas. I'm just not going to go like public and say, yeah, I think
right.
I think one of the reasons this server exists is to take the crazy away. I mean, we're accused of being delusional idiots, right? Every day, all day for what we talk about. And if we can rely on empiricism, factual experiences that we take in with our senses and just talk about that, it really leaves no leg for these guys to stand on when they accuse us of being crazy and delusional. We just talk about what we see and what we know.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yep. So when we start going off into speculation land, then they can accuse us of being crazy. So it's really good that we're focused on, empiricism.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. That's why I'm not too concerned with Effie going extremely mainstream, because say it does, then you're going to have everybody and their mama trying to teach people about flat Earth. And look at how they already get the globe wrong. Oh, you can see curvature from the beach. You can see curvature from a building. You could see curvature from a plane. If those same people got clued up to flat Earth, what do you think they're going to be saying? Oh, yeah, it's a disc. Oh, yeah. They'd be making up all types of crazy stuff. So
the disc is moving upwards. That's where gravity comes from.
Yeah.
I hate that one.
Well, yeah. So I agree that this forum is about kind of stripping away those goofy ideas. I think the more mainstream it gets, the more goofy ideas get slapped on. No, there's not much to it, man. There's not much to add. There's no secret sauce. You basically need to... I talk about the guru in the jungle all the time, right? Some kid goes up to a guru in the jungle and he's like, well, guru, enlighten me, help me. The guru's not gonna whip out a brochure. He's not gonna help give you a new ego. He's gonna help remove any garbage that's in your mind, strip away your ego, and you're good to go. It's kind of the same thing with the Earth. You strip away your sloppy ideas, and what are you left with? The Earth as it presents itself, the truth.
The guru tends to do this, right? They hold up a mirror and they show you all your faults, all your warts and pimples and everything else you got going on.
Yep.
And that's kind of what we do with the Globers, right? They come in and we hold them to their claims. We're like their mirror. We're their sounding board or wooden kung fu training dummy. We don't necessarily hit back, they hit themselves.
Yeah, I like that. It's the act of judo. You're using someone else's energy against them. It's not a lot of... I'm a big fan of combat sports. I love boxing. I love MMA. So when you get into striking, a lot of people understand the idea of you just throw punches, ones and twos. But as you level up in your skills, you learn how to set traps. It's not just two bucks, clashing heads. Some people might think that's how boxing and fighting works. You just bash heads. But really, as you become more advanced, you learn how to set your opponent up into traps. And that's where guys like Mayweather are very good at what they do. He's not the biggest, strongest guy, but he's a master at his craft. He knows how to set his opponents up to fail, basically. And so that's kind of what you can do in this arena as well. You don't have to throw punches, ones and twos, make claims. You can let them make the claim, set the trap, and you capitalize on it. So there's a higher level.
It's psychological.
I like that. One thing I noticed about video games, in one game, I'd go into this cave and fight this big boss, and eventually I got efficient at it, right? So I took what I needed. I was able to complete the task, and without any troubles. But then I wanted to do it. Eventually, I got to the point where I wanted to do it faster and more efficiently and less, and it cost less, right? So, I'd investigate and tweak little bits of my method, to the point where I was like looking for things I could exploit, in weaknesses and just everything, And I got to the point where it was just in and out, in one minute I was just killing this basically like a final boss, and it was just no sweat at all, no worries,
Yeah,
that's the point we are in our community, right? We're basically the equivalent of doing Super Mario speedruns and beating the game in like 5 minutes as efficiently as we can. So when we go after Globers, I mean, we've got our arguments, we've got our toolbox. And for us, it's more of a psychological game because we have all the technical chops already in our hip pocket. We don't have to worry about refining the technical issues. It's more about getting into their heads and helping them come to realize the truth of Flat Earth.
Yes, sir. Well said, guys. Well said. Yeah, this is the season 9 comment. Keep talking about. We're not. This isn't season 1 anymore. We're not talking about flight paths and all this goofy stuff. We are speedrunning at this point. Debunking the speed run. So, absolutely.
Yeah, perhaps another useful analogy is like we're in triage mode, right? We're in a hospital. We're in a wartime hospital on the front lines, and we're sawing off limbs. I mean, we're going patient after patient, and we're saving those who can be saved. And that's kind of like how our troll containment works in lobby. You know, people come in, it's triage mode. Folks that can't be saved get immediately booted and, you know, sent to Cogtus, sent to Helio, sent to the Void even. And we work with those people that are able to be saved.
Yep. Yeah, I like that. I've thought about that just in a different way. Kind of like zombies. You know, I don't watch a lot of zombie shows or whatever, but I've seen some Walking Dead back in the day. And like you have the idea that there's some survivors out there in the wild and there's lots of zombies. So, you know, evade the zombies, and if you find somebody out there, a straggler, maybe try to help them out, or maybe link up and share notes, that kind of thing. So there are people out here that could use help. I mean, that's what we've set this fort up for. You know, it's not like we're not going door to door. Well, some people might be, but I'm not. I mean, not knocking you if you are, but I'm not going to my neighbor's house and like, hey, have you heard of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? I mean, that's not a bad idea, but my point is that we set up shop here and they come find us. We're the guru in the jungle. He's not coming out to you. You're going to seek him. It's for the seekers will find this place. So, yeah. The people that need the help, they'll come and find us. The zombies, they're no good here anyway. So,
yeah, they just wander in unwittingly. They're just like, what's this place? Oh,
yeah. You almost have to be like a little bit ignorant to walk in here. Like it's almost like walking onto a highway. You know what I mean? Like you gotta kind of
you're chasing a ball into traffic.
Exactly.
That is so true.
You got to be careful walking into this place. Even if you're FE, you know, you'll get grilled pretty quick. Even almost
we'll
faster.
We'll take you to task.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys come in with your toroidal bullshit and you have no idea how to articulate it. We're going to ask you for claims. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yep. Give us your best evidence. Yep.
It's almost worse for you sometimes if you claim to be FE, because then the grill gets even hotter. You know, and it's like a good sword needs to be tested. So if you claim you got a sharp sword, well, we're going to put it in the fire and find out. So we already know that Globers have a paper sword. So all you have to do is throw a couple spritz of water on them and it's over. It's a wrap. But if you're FE, we need to know that your sword is tested and you've been in battle. You can survive.
And you know what? We're going to harden your sword. If you're an FE guy and you think you've got all this, you know, great stuff, come into this chat. We'll talk to you and we'll beefing you up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, we'll be your wooden dummy. You can ask us questions and we'll tear apart your assumptions and claims and we'll make you a better flat earther.
That's a fact. You know what? We can extend the olive branch. Go ahead, Opie.
Yeah, just thinking about the LARPers that come in and like, yeah, I'm a fly earther. I believe what you guys believe. You know, the disc and the waterfalls and.
Well, some flat earthers, right? The Globo stabs them with the paper sword, and then they come in here. The flat earther comes in here going, "I'm wounded." Help!
Oh, no.
Like, no, you're not wounded, man. It's okay. You're fine. There's no blood.
Oh no! They showed me a boat that looks to be sinking underneath water.
What will I do?
No.
That's good.
Well, I'd probably call the Coast Guard.
Yep.
I was going to say, Amish, we could extend that olive branch not just to flat earthers. You will become a better flat earther, but even if you are a genuine globe believer, you'll be better at that as well. I can say that about myself. I've learned more about the globe than I did when I believed it. Can you, like, how does that make sense? But yeah, so regardless of what side of the fence you're on, you will refine your position and sharpen your sword, as we pointed out.
Yeah, I can tell you when I first came to this community, it was almost 2 years ago, and I was shocked at how many people knew all the globe facts. Like flat earthers knew the globe facts from their hip pocket, could just pull it out. 3959 mile radius, 8 inches per mile squared, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, man, I wish I could be like that. And you stick around long enough, you argue enough with people in chat and voice and text, whatever, you'll get good at that. You'll develop those skills just through repeated, continuous use of these things. And, you can get there too. It's not really that hard.
It is quite easy to remember these details, though, when you have to teach the global idiots every fucking day.
Yeah, I mean, they're like 10, maybe 20 factoids that you have to know. And it's kind of like what CB was saying. You go from knowing your technique to applying it psychologically.
Yeah.
And I hate to sound like it's formulaic, but in a way it is. I mean, we're just learning how to apply our logic in a rational way. We're looking at all these scientific claims and we're testing them to see if they make rational sense. We're putting them through the modus tollens. We're subjecting them to their claims of evidence. We're looking for what's verifiable and what's falsifiable. And if it doesn't pass muster, then it's just pseudoscience.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
I put together, I don't know, maybe a month, 6 weeks ago, I think there's like 30 questions here for Globers. And they all start out with in your fairy tale. So I just give you 3 out of the 30. It says, in your fairy tale, what is the supposed pressure of your fairy tale outer space? In your fairy tale, is the bending and warping of space-time physical or theoretical? And let's see what else. Just a second. If you get into relativity, in your fairy tale, how was time dilation verified? And I got like 30 of them like that. And every once in a while, I throw them out at them. It's like, okay, so and then you don't have to defend your position at all because they don't know anything. And so it's just like, okay, so come attack me on a model. No, your wife is cheating. Your globe has cheated on me for 62 years of my life, and I've seen the truth for 2 of them of the 64. So I don't have to defend crap. You got to defend your little fairy tale. You got to defend your little fairy tale in front of me, and you can't do it. So I don't want to hear about me giving you a model.
Tell him, Jim. I agree with you, man. I agree there.
Right on.
Hey, Jim, do you have these typed out somewhere? Can you post them in the chat? I am a big fan of these types of lists and questions and stuff like that. I've taken Crit has a good list. I'm going to post it right now in the chat of questions. And then Nathan Oakley obviously has his housekeeping questions. I'll post those as well. It's, I don't gatekeep information. So, but if you have a list, bro, you should post that. Might help out some other people.
I got 30 there, and then I have 23 of something else, and I can't remember what the title was. These are questions in your fairy tale, blah, 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 blah. Oh, in your belief system. That's what it's called. In your belief system, I have 23 things that I tell them what they believe because I know what they believe, like all of us know what they believe. So I got in your belief system, which are statements, and then I got these 30 things in your fairy tale that are questions. Yeah,
so we make it 33.
I'll get them posted. Uh-huh.
Hell yeah, do that.
I've got a request, if you wouldn't mind. I'm just getting in the car right now. I'm not going to be home for almost 2 hours, and I'm not even going home. I'm not going to finally get a chance to get to a computer for several hours. If there's any way I could talk you into posting those into a DM to me, I'd really, really appreciate it.
I think we can make that happen. Yeah. And if you post them in the chat, I'll try to make it a point to send them to you, Wave Mixer. I got you.
Cool, thank you. I'm on mic again so I don't get a bunch of road noise.
Yeah, hey Jim, I think you have posting privileges to some of the channels, so you could look at maybe posting them under philosophy or something.
I like philosophy, like I exist, therefore I know I am. I like that one.
Our philosophy channel is pretty good, man. Like, there's a lot of content in there that can help you refine how you think. It reminds me of you ever check out Robert Bassano's channel, Planete Veritas? He always say it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And that's going beyond just like it's not what you believe, it's what you know, which is what we say all the time. He says, no, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Yeah, all these Globers tell you, these Globers tell you stuff. So I like to come back and say you can speak it, but you can't prove it. So go ahead and waste your energy. But if you can't prove it, I could care less what you say.
Right, knowledge claims have to stand up to scrutiny. And for the Globers, it usually falls in the belief category. There's no verifiable evidence, so, yep. So is it really a Friday night and we have no Globers in here? Anybody chat skanking in YouTube?
Let me take a look at the YouTube chat skanks. Let's see. We got random, science works in mysterious ways, and seems like it's just those two at the moment.
You know who I want to come in really badly to our server? I want some satellite engineer, but not like from NASA or NOAA. No, I want a satellite engineer from like NRO, National Reconnaissance Office.
Why don't you get on the phone right now and call them? Like live, like right now. Just like
I
Robert
happen to know of you. What?
Just like Robert Bassano did, man. Do it.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
amazing.
Jenny, that's actually kind of funny, like doing live stuff like that. I've joked about calling up satellite companies and be like, hey, can I get someone out here to look at my satellite dish? I just feel like it hasn't been adjusted in so long. Yeah, the rotation of the Earth. Can I get someone out here to check my satellite dish, please?
That sounds amazing.
They'd be like, sir,
it would be like we could do like adjusted. Oh, sorry. I just had a going off what you just said, and then I'll let you go on. It would be like FE version.
Sorry.
I just feel like you could have so much fun with that. They'd be like, sir, once it's set up, you don't need a technician to come out and check it. No, I just feel like it's just not perfectly lined up with the stratosphere. Like, I'm just noticed my neighbor's got a different angle. Do you think I could get someone out here and adjust this satellite dish just a few degrees? The rotation of the Earth, it's wobbling. Like, they'd be like, dude, what the hell are you smoking, bro? They'd probably hang up on you.
Yeah, try aiming it straight up, right?
Shout out to Matthew Learns. It's like, I aimed it straight up, and
and you know what's funny? It's like you go to third world countries, like you go to Ecuador, right? And these guys have like 30, 40-year-old satellite dishes that they turn straight up, and you'll see pictures of them on the internet. But you know what they do with them? They hang their clothes out to dry on them.
Are you sure it's not proof of the globe, bro?
Yeah, maybe there's a balloon, like a balloon sat way up above. Who knows?
Mike working.
Dave Hankel. Go ahead, brother.
I came here to prove the globe and chew bubble gum. I've got plenty of bubble gum. I got Zippo on globe proof. Back to you guys.
Nice hearing from you, Dave.
Shout out to Dave.
So CB, it started raining out here. And, we're like east of you a few hours, right? And the rain smells like crap. Like it smells like burnt plastic. It doesn't smell like a wildfire at all. It's awful.
Yeah, I'm hearing people say stuff about the smells. I've been trying to notice it a little bit more lately. People saying it smells like burning stuff, or somebody said it smelled like dead bodies. I'm like, damn! How do you know what
that was me?
Okay.
It kind of does. Not gonna lie. Not that you should go smelling that.
Yeah. That's weird though. It's supposed to rain here in a couple days, I think. So maybe I'll keep an eye out for that. A nose out.
It's also weird. I noticed like when I'm outside watering my plants and stuff, the water foams up.
Interesting.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of what happened out there in Palestine, Ohio.
Oh yeah. Yep. Oh, I feel. Yeah, man. Maybe we need to talk about this on Sunday. Like how all this stuff is going on. It's crazy. This place is supposed to be. It came up earlier. Is this place paradise? And people chimed in. Yeah, of course it's paradise. And I would agree with that to some degree. You look around, it's really nice, the sun, the weather. But then you look at like stuff that's happening, like stuff that happened in Palestine, and what the hell's going on with the smoke, and is that really smoke, and why does it smell like dead bodies? Like, what the hell's going on, man?
Dead bodies. How would you know what a dead body smells like?
Don't ask, don't tell.
You got some glow bodies in your basement? What?
That's actually funny, though. We talked about, how they'll ask girls their body count. Like, we should ask, we started asking flat earthers, like, yo, what's your glow body count? How many globers have you bodied before? I'm probably in the what is it? The triple digits by now, I think, for glow bodies.
Creation. What would you go after if you had these two options? A girl that's got over 100 bodies, right? Or a glober girl who's like a fanatic. Which one do you take?
Oh,
I
gotta take that. I gotta take the fanatic, bro.
You didn't say the first one was a flat earther.
Oh, the flat earther's a glow. The first one's a flat earther, right? But she's got over 100 bodies. Sorry, I missed that out. Yeah, the first one's a flat earther, and the other one's a glober. Yeah, no, you gotta pick one of them.
Are we talking long term or what? Because
yeah, man, you gotta marry her, have kids with her.
Oh. Well.
No, I'm going to be single for the rest of my life if that was the case.
You make me pick, dude. Give me the globe head, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, because at least you can convert her. You can't convert the 100 count back to a virgin.
What do you mean? You haven't never heard of the born again virgins?
Born again virgin.
She had 1,000 bodies, but now she's a virgin.
That's funny.
1,000. Fuck. Imagine that.
Yeah, that would be like fucking. What do you call that? Meat?
You're just. Oh God.
You know what I'm talking about.
I have some other questions. I have some other questions kind of like that. Like, would you rather have a high profile NASA job? Well, I have to flip it around. This is for Globers.
Yeah.
Because the question for Globers would be like, would you rather have a high-profile NASA job, zero pay, or get paid 6 figures, but you got to teach Flat Earth? So, but to flip it around, though, I guess it would be to a Flat Earther. Would you rather get paid big bucks to teach the globe again? Can't mention Flat Earth.
No.
Or
the problem is that their morality is that they think that the globe is the truth, right? And so when you say that to them, it's like, no, you can't say that to them.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I don't know what my somebody's got some background noise. I don't know what my
Is that me?
Very
young. Sound like a child.
Yeah, that's
like
my
what's
thought.
your rate? You know what I
Hey,
mean? Like,
congrats, new dad.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
Go CB, you got to finish your
Thank you.
I mean, just a question for the panel. Like, what would your rate be if I could buy you
NASA
out?
job so I can dime out information to people. I'm a lead. The plan info.
Nah, Paulie, you're a real robot, man.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it'd be funny to do at the NASA like command center. Just that huge screen they've got. Just like pull up the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on that shit.
Is this better? Am I still roboting?
You're coming in good.
That NASA credential.
I said I'd take the NASA gigs. I'd take the NASA job so I can leak out info.
That's funny.
Yeah, what if you were to do it, but it meant that you had to sell your soul and you had to be recycled again and again and again until you experience soul death?
Yeah, that's kind of the.
It's getting pretty deep.
That's the question. That's the question. Do you have? First of all, do you have a rate? Could someone buy away your?
It depends.
You stop being a flat earther.
What
I'm
it
gonna
is.
buy that.
Depends what it is and the restrictions on it. I mean, if they're asking you to flat out lie, I don't think I can do it.
Yeah,
if they're asking.
I'm kind of with you.
They're asking to kind of go, okay. I don't know where the line is.
Go quiet and disappear.
Yeah, you can't say a word but the things that you do say, you have to go against the grain. So it's like, you have to teach the globe. You have to push. That'd be hard. I wouldn't do it.
Push it? No, I couldn't do that, man.
What if just think that there are actually people like that right now working in that capacity.
For your family.
Absolutely, Amish.
To be free.
Right. What if there was a gun to a family member's head?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I'm not letting that happen.
Yeah, flat Earth.
I'd rather live in a van than teach globe Earth to children.
That's how they always get us.
Hey, T-Dub, a gun to family's head. I'm sorry, I'm leaving, man.
Yeah, because for us, this is the same as 2 + 2 = 4. Like, flat Earth is that basic. It is that basic. Right. 2 + 2 = 4. The Earth is flat. It's the same thing.
Yep. Yeah, no one's going to be able to pay me any dollar amount to go against that. Go ahead.
That's honestly the problem, though, is that it's too simple for them. So it just goes past them. They're like, no, it can't be that basic. It can't be that easy to refute thousands of years of science, right? That's what they think, right?
Yeah,
how could millions of people be lying? Millions of people would have to be lying.
That's the part they hate the most. Yeah?
I just think the reputation of the globe is just too simple for them. It's too simple for them to grasp. They think that there has to be something way more advanced or way more complicated than what you're giving them. It's just like, it can't be it. Can't be as easy as going.
That's part of the brainwashing.
The question I like more than why would they lie, even though I love that question, is I've heard people, like my brother-in-law, he asks, how could they lie? How could they perpetuate a lie so big?
Wow.
I mean, I'd rather hear people ask that. How could they lie? Too many people would know.
All you have to say to people that ask it like that is, ask them what they're doing right this second.
You got to think that there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that aren't sane, and they'll give up their soul.
Oh, how could
for material?
They can't conceive of the fact of compartmentalization and the grand scale of the world stage type of thing. They can't conceive of that.
Right, so they come here and they think that they've heard everything, right? They think they're looking for something even more beyond David Icke, with reptilian aliens and million-year-old gold mining operations in Africa, and the moon is a space station. They're like, what flat earthers? What can you offer us? It's even more extreme than that. And we're like, dude,
nothing.
Just go outside.
Yeah.
Where were you going with that? Obvious at B. Can you finish that thought you were having? Ask them what they're doing now.
Yeah. The people ask, like, how could they perpetuate such a grandiose lie, and everybody.
Yeah, how could they possibly
So you just ask
perpetuate?
them, okay, what are you doing right this second? You're defending it to death. You don't even understand it. You're not in on it.
That's kind of what I was
mean?
thinking.
This is exactly how they do it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of asking them. Next time they say something like, do you know how many people would have to be in on it? Just ask them, are you in on it?
Yeah, exactly. They come in here. It's like, oh, everybody have to be in on the lie. Are you lying right now? No.
Yeah, you're perpetuating it right now. You must be in on it.
Wow. Next time I hear that, I just might say it just to see what kind of reaction I get.
Well, that kind of ties into like, what do they gain? Well, they gained a bunch of zombies blindly defending something that they don't understand. How much value is that? It just goes to show no one has to be in on it. Like, they just auto believe it like everyone else.
And they don't have to expend any energy whatsoever to perpetuate it. Because the whole world does, and NASA does, and it creates this lazy thinking, very squishy brained.
That reminds me of this idea I've been working on.
They just have to start the fire. We keep it burning. Sorry, CB.
What, CB?
How the burden of performance. I think Jenny and I, we talked about this not too long ago. Globers have a low burden of performance. They feel like they can sit in the basement, covered in Cheeto dust, and still get away with, it's been proven thousands of years, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing as some dude in his basement, covered in Cheeto dust, thinking, I can still get a bad B. I can't get a bad B.
Okay, wait, hold on.
You have to go and actually do things to achieve that. So if you want to have this globe, you actually got to go and do something. You can't just
we did it.
Those are the kind of people. Those are the kind of people that think that there's a shoe from the Titanic wreckage that's still remaining. They think there's a shoe on the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, Jenny, it's still tied, isn't it? The lace is still tied.
No, they're not. They're not tied.
You're untied.
They should be tied, in my opinion. But anyway, back to what CB was saying.
It's just they're just lazy. They have a low burden of performance. Typically, like okay, women. This came from watching Fresh and Fit. They would say women have a low burden of performance. If I was a chick, decently looking, wouldn't take me a lot to go and get smashed. Let's just put it that way. To put it lightly.
Pride Month.
So for guys, the burden's a little bit higher. I'm sorry, I missed what you said. What?
He said
we're role playing a chick, CB, and it's Pride Month. I just thought I'd point that out.
I'm trying my best to follow you. Most of the time when you guys put up these examples like this, I agree with you, but I'm struggling right now, CB. You got to help me a little bit.
Look, if I want to go out and I want to pull some, if I want to pull some shawties, I might need to dress well. I might need to look nice. I might need to have a little cheddar, a nice car, so on and so forth. It's the burden for performance is high if I want to achieve a certain thing. So for Flat Earth Globe Earth, the burden for Flat Earthers is quite high. Oh, you have to go out and do laser tests, long distance observations, blah, blah, blah. What do the Globers do? They sit in their basement, covered in Cheeto dust, and they point to somebody in the corner over there that has all the answers already.
Good point.
So you're saying Globers are women and Flat Earthers are men?
Basically, I guess.
Cheeto dust, everybody. I have Cheeto dust for sale.
Holy cow, you guys.
Yeah, extra if you want some extra cheddar.
Is that what the kids call it?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, Sonny.
I took a week off during my normal routine of existential crisis, but that's okay.
Oh, no.
Because amidst own family members of mine totally betraying me and stealing property of mine for years.
The good old,
lying about it.
Yeah.
So making it through that, plus my own personal trials and tribulations, which some might say is very serious. You know what? I have this very serious problems. You know what I figured out in the last few weeks and months? That no one's gonna freaking help me. This is why I've had to do it on my own. I went and sought help, and they won't help me for what I'm asking help for. So
Go to a larger area, Sonny. A higher populated area. There's more funding.
Well, listen, like because the White House failed in the last 3 years, they're seemingly taking it out on certain individuals in a minority group. But that's okay.
It's horrible, man.
Yeah. You sound horrible.
Are you underwater?
He's up to something. Yeah, if anybody ever needs to take advantage of
But yeah, it's okay. Like,
program. Hey, Sonny, if you need to take advantage of any kind of program,
or you guys are still here, and I realize I was looking at my place in upheaval, where everything is being cleaned corner to corner, and I don't like to just clean the corners. I want to clean behind the corners. Anyway, so
Sonny, if you
so that like
Sonny,
I looked over at my mic and I go, I still have a freaking voice. There are people who will listen to me.
Yeah, we like hearing from you, man.
And so I'm glad you guys are here because you are my family. Like really, literally, there's no other place I'd rather be. And I just have to stay at home with you guys where I'm the truth is the truth. And all the rest of the bullshit can just walk, right?
The world's too crazy sometimes. It's overwhelming.
Still there? I heard someone light up. I saw you light up, but I didn't hear you, Amish.
Yeah, just saying that the world the world gets too crazy sometimes, man.
Have you got him muted, Sonny?
This is chaos right now.
Yeah,
Sonny, can you hear us? I don't think
you
Sonny
can hear me,
the panel.
right?
Jenny, we can hear you. I think Sonny is not hearing the panel. Sonny, radio check 1 2.
Still there?
Oh shit! There we go.
Let me send. I'll send him a message.
That makes sense. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, no wonder he thinks no one's listening to him.
Poor Sonny.
He's got an out mic and no in. Why does everyone go quiet when I start talking?
Floor's yours, man. I don't want no trouble.
Yeah, you're the most sober.
All right, hopefully Sonny can do an update or rejoin or something.
You can change your name to Timbo the Convo Killing Aussie if you want.
How dare you?
I wonder if Sonny heard us from the beginning.
Nah.
We were having a right rip snorter, and then this piker shows up.
The bleeding hell! We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene!
Good night, Irene!
Get it, you're from space, Australia!
We were having a right rip snorter here.
Not hearing. So one second.
Sonny, I'm gonna kick you from the call, and then let me just kick him out. Kick him out.
Yeah, kick him. He knows how to find his way back.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's so sad. He was telling us a story about how, like, what happened to him, and now everyone's kicking him.
I know. I was trying to talk to him. I thought he was like on a roll real bad.
He's pouring his heart out.
Oh.
Damn Discord.
Anyway, so make these lazy Globers go out and do something. They got to earn their claims. They can't just be like, oh, there's a smart group of people over there that has all the answers. No, there isn't. Because every time we go to that group, they don't have the answers. Well, that group doesn't exist anyway. They keep pointing to some other person, and we go to that person, hey, we heard you had the answers. Oh, no, someone else has it. And we go to that person, hey, this person said you had the answers. Oh, no, some vague group over there, they have the answers. So, don't let them be lazy.
You know who'd be really great? I would guess maybe yourself as well, CB, but that'd be good at maybe doing the globe anchors is Bong.
Yeah.
Before or after he's had a joint?
Probably after. I would say after, for sure.
After,
Yeah.
it's so funny. Like, you go, where's he going with this? And then all of a sudden, everything that he's been saying just starts to tie in, and you go, what the fuck? How did you do that?
I think there's a handful of quick, witty fellows in here. There's some people who know how to write lyrics in here. I'm saying bring on the comedy, you guys. Because we got a library of... There's a library of things for people to do their own research. I mean, we can just sit back and put our feet up and crack jokes. You guys can light up stogies and shit and, just crack up about people.
All right, check. How's that? Now I can hear y'all.
Sonny!
Yeah, multiple sound sound inputs and outputs. So I think I got it figured out. It's cool. You get a little
Sonny, can you hear me?
Oh yeah. I just had inadvertently pushed mute on one of my devices, so gotta watch that.
Hey, Sonny, if you need help and there's no funding, you need to move to a greater populated area.
No, I need to move to a less populated area, in my opinion.
Oh, whatever works for you, man.
Well, I live in a populated area.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's already in a populated spot, girl.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Ain't nowhere more populated to go.
Listen, I'm in the third largest city in California.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's where they all at.
Just before we lose him, we spoke to this young guy last night, or last night for me, so maybe this morning for you guys. You had Max Tempo. Now, have you guys spoken to him or?
Not today that I'm aware of.
No?
In the lobby.
You had
in the
Max...
lobby. Or
yeah,
in the
okay.
text chat.
Wait, what?
You had Max Tempo. Do you want to? Can you open your mic and introduce yourself, mate?
What's up, Max?
Hey, how you guys been doing? This evening or night or whatever time you guys are.
It's morning for us, but
this morning, yeah.
Yeah, well, I spoke to you last night. Do you remember me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and you came in here. So he came in with his mate. His mate was a little bit trolly, and then
I actually. Here's the thing. I don't know who that guy was. We got posted this server. I got an invite from him, but he posted it in a bigger server, and then he joined, and then I just joined with him.
Yeah. So at first he was a little bit combative, but came around to asking some really good questions. And have you come up with other questions, Max?
I don't have any questions right now. I was just coming in here to listen.
Okay. All right. Well, if you come up with any questions or you want to jump into the conversation, we're just kind of shooting in the breeze at the moment, talking amongst ourselves. So if you got any flat Earth questions or globe Earth questions, more importantly, because if you believe in a globe, then you should have some questions about that.
I don't have anything that I can... I don't have any questions or anything that I can really argue against. I'm just listening, basically.
Yeah, it's not about arguing, though. You don't need to argue about it. If something doesn't make sense to you, then, there's a fair few people in here that may have answers for your questions or may not have answers for your questions, but we can look at it together,
Right.
It's a discussion more than an argument.
Right.
I think that's a better way to put it.
But the argument's more fun.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, boy.
You need knowledge before you can argue. Yeah?
No, stop that. Stop being a lazy glober. Ask some questions.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question. Maybe we could break the ice here a little bit. But what was your first impression of flat earthers before coming here?
Me? I didn't. The only really impression that I had on people that believed in flat earth were the ones that I found, from reactions on YouTube, basically, where there would be a debate, not that much, I can't articulate what I'm trying to say into words. Basically, I don't know that much. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. What about, not the people, what about the flat earth? What was your first impression of flat earth before hearing or coming here?
I didn't know, or I didn't really understand why there'd be a question on if Earth was round or flat, because I haven't like done any research into any of the topics at all. Because I just kind of just assumed that I was round because that's how I've been taught ever since I was like a little kid, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm not fully convinced, but I've seen the stuff that you're posting, and you can't argue against. Like, there's no way to really argue against flat Earth or against there. I mean, there are arguments that you can come up with, but there's nothing you can do to change someone's mind, I assume, because it's like our knowledge versus your knowledge. And it's kind of hard to convince someone that's learned this way and then someone that's learned a different way.
We all learned our way. Yeah, I think you're under the assumption that we learned flat Earth from a young age.
Or you've come to like accept this reality that the Earth is flat after you've been taught, because did you guys think like? I can't speak. Sorry, I'm sorry.
You're good, bro. You're good.
I was a huge globe believer. I used to love space and everything, man. Like,
yep.
Yeah, I was 33 years old before I realized the Earth was flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's this weird idea
10 years ago
around that. It seems like people think that flat earthers like fell off a truck, hit their head, never heard of the globe, just woke up a flat earther. That's definitely not the case. Right. Most people believed in the globe their whole life. Me, very passionately. I was telling people for their birthday, congratulations, you made it another trip around the sun.
Yeah, I did that fucking cringy shit too.
I genuinely believe that. And so, like, what's funny is you see people coming here in 2023, the globe earthers that come here, they're like, but what does it matter? Like, why do you guys care so much? Like, I cared when I thought it was a globe, I cared. So, like, why wouldn't you care? That doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, most of us believed in the globe our whole life. So that's important to keep that in mind.
I used to tell my sister, CB, I used to say to my sister, sit still. She'd go, okay, are you sitting still? She'd say yes. And I said, no, you're not.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm just checking this out.
Yeah.
You ruined her T-Dub. She had the right idea.
Yeah. Did you switch her back, mate, or what?
Nah, she's still sitting there.
She hasn't moved since.
Well, like 8 years.
Still trying to figure it out.
Why did they change this freeway? Sorry.
Yeah. But I'd like to see like someone that's very passionate about the globe come in here and argue, because I haven't heard of an actual argument yet. Because it's hard to actually prove, because you can say or prove gravity, and like all I can really say is just like I can drop something and it goes down. Like there's nothing I can test or like measure.
There's an action, action, but there's no cause.
Right. So I can't do anything to actually prove it. So it's kind of like my argument's null. Besides just, if you believe the same thing that I believe, then it makes sense.
Yeah, you see the problem with the globe is that they're all the arguments for the globe are based on assumptions from the very start. So we actually have observations. So we observe it to be flat and stationary. We've done tests to measure that it's flat and stationary. Well, not stationary, but flat. Anyway, laser tests over distance don't show any drop. So we've actually done things that tell us that the Earth is flat. Whereas the globe,